from 5 out to 4 out, there's always somewhere where you're looking at, there's an angle here, where if he puts it there and he's off by this much, boundary.
Creates that interesting mini period as this one's pulled away by Compton, good fielding at mid-on. That mini period up to the 40th over, where if teams have got a couple of good set batters, it's almost like when you're trying to get up to bonus points in the championship, and all of a sudden you're going hard, even though you've got 10 more overs to go because there's one less fielder.
And you look to go at 10s, even though there's 5 back, you look to go at 10s in the last 10.
Yeah.
So keep wickets in hand up till the 40th, scoring at 5 and over, a boundary and over with 4 back. So 300's a standard score, really.
Short ball, Compton pulls it away into the onside. Work to do out in the deep, but good sliding stop by the man out there, which is Jack Davis, and they come back for 2.
And if you get 300 batting first, then you're thinking, do you know what, it's a lot of runs for another team to go out and hit 300 as well now. So, you know, a steady bat first, bat steadily, get yourself to 300. There's a lot of pressure on the side batting second, chasing
scoreboard pressure, isn't it?
As we saw at Hampshire and as we saw at Chelmsford the other night, albeit that Middlesex should have won that game at Chelmsford after the start they had.
Corshall continuing from the city end of the ground, cut away by Compton, good stop by backward point, and another dot ball. Yeah, I mean...
So Kent are going to score how many today now, here at Beckenham?
I mean...
It's a big scoring ground,
they're going to have to score 300 plus, yeah, for sure. Because if you can get a good platform chasing, you can almost chase anything here.
That said, it felt a little bit, not squishy underfoot, but there's been rain around, obviously.
Yeah.
And, 16 without loss, 5th over. You know, runs haven't been easy to come by at this point. It might be that it's easier to bat at the start of the second innings.
Yeah, it could well be. Corshall bowling to Compton. Defends this one up towards mid-off.
If the sun stays out.
Well, yeah, I think Kent thought that the other day, which is why they bowled first against Leicestershire, who then put 380 on the board, and all of a sudden you're chasing nearly 400, and that is quite the scoreboard pressure. 16 without loss after 5, so some good tight bowling thus far.
Oh, I love cricket. There's so much to talk about all the time, isn't there? Great game.
And that ultimately, I think, is why people are enjoying this one-day cup. Because 50 over cricket's good cricket. Well,
it is now. It went through a rough spell, didn't it?
Yeah.
When they didn't know what to do. There were power plays, floating power plays. You could choose one.
That was a bit weird.
I mean, I remember I started doing it in 2005. List A was dying a horrible death at that point. It was so slow. The middle overs, it was painful.
Yeah, true.
Bamba's right arm over, he bowls, and that's clipped in the air for a moment out to deep square by Bell Drummond, but no square in place, only a mid-wicket Stoneman past square leg umpire. It went probably about rib height before dropping down well short of Davis at deep square, so calculated by Bell Drummond. He may well not have played it had square leg had been up.
But like you say, now you've got teams almost thinking 300's par, and other teams, if somebody gets in and goes big, you can get 400.
I think I said in the Essex game, 270 to 290 was the grey area that night. Bamber around the wicket, he bowls, and this ball's turned to mid-wicket. Down comes mid-on. Luke Holman's collecting, there's no run. And they got, they set Middlesex 300 to win. So you were at the halfway stage at that point where you thought, oh, we'd probably just favour Essex here. But Middlesex had a fantastic start. Stoneman batted. I mean, it was an incredible innings. Absolutely incredible innings. He was so dominant. He looked a class above from the off. He was immediately into the zone as he stepped out at Chelmsford on Friday night. So here's Bamber bowls and forward goes the left-handed Compton pushing back, and there is no run. So as well as Middlesex batted to a point and then collapsed, at the halfway point you'd have said Essex's game, because again 600 runs in a day is a lot of runs.
Yeah, absolutely.
If the side goes out and hit 300, there's more pressure on the chase than there is the side setting. But very, very disappointing for Middlesex, that one. So yeah, here today again, you're looking at minimum 270. Anything below 270, and you fancy the chase inside. Bamber hits the crease now, and Shaw's, he's pulled away by Compton, not timed. They went at him with the short stuff at Lords, didn't they, Compton? They felt he didn't fancy the short stuff. I remember Helm peppering him for a while. Bamber similarly there, putting one up there.
Yeah, teams have started to find means of getting Ben Compton out, because that was the trouble that opposition teams had last season.
Well, it's all these nasty streams, isn't it? You get to watch the replays now and see the weaknesses.
They just couldn't get Ben Compton out, teams, last year, whereas...
It's not second season syndrome anymore, it's second match syndrome after the streams have been watched. Bamber over the wicket he bowls, and Bell Drummond in the air, pushes up to mid-off. Now there's a good idea of why it's been a tentative start from Kent so far. It dropped well short of mid-off. A short, straight, extra cover might have had a shout on that one, but single it is. And 19 without loss.
Yeah, maybe just a little bit more life in this pitch.
I should mention to the Middlesex stream that the Kent stream team are sat next to me at the moment, so it was a dig at them, not the Middlesex stream team. Be in trouble when I go back to Lords.
Sat in our marquee, which is sort of a long off at the moment.
Here's Bamber, and Compton drives just wide of mid-off, quick single take from Anderson Fields. And one more to the total, makes it 20 without loss for Kent. Is that 8 for Bell Drummond and 6 for Compton? I think I can read that.
Yeah, I think you've got that spot on.
It is pretty small, the writing over there on that far side here at the outground.
I'm told the other day there wasn't a total. It was the two batters' scores were up, and then you were having to guess what the overall score was. So that's positive at least.
Oh, there's some drama to our right. I was trying to listen in on what it was there. Scoreboard operator, lovely lady. She just turned around to the groundsman's hut. Can you stop doing blah blah blah?
I think it's Lynn, isn't it?
Yeah.
Who's doing the?
She's great, Lynn.
Doing the manual score box today, which the majority of the spectators that are here could see. We just can't because we have with the back of the score box to us.
We could ask him to shout. There's a fella out front making sure it's all right.
Caution bowls. Compton has chopped that past his stumps and past the wicketkeeper for a single. And further evidence that it's not particularly easy to bat out there so far.
Now, speaking of positioning of things, how has the ice cream van managed to position himself right behind the sight screen? So he's only got a 50% chance this match now, hasn't he? Because every time the bowler's at that end, you're going to have a load of stewards saying, nah, no, there we are. Six more balls. People would be put off, won't they?
I mean, maybe he's also thinking that a bit of protection from the sight screen, any flying white cricket balls coming his way. Here's Corshaw bowling to Daniel Bell Drummond. Comes down the pitch, it's down the leg side, so wide, almost reluctantly given by umpire Debenham. The other umpire today is Mr. James Treadwell.
I dare say you've been in danger of a few flying white balls at this end here, Ben?
Yeah, every now and then, yeah.
Right in the firing line.
Normally goes over the sight screen, in fairness, or goes over our heads sometimes if someone hits it well enough. This one is a slightly slower ball, which Daniel Bell Drummond tries to bat on.
Speaking of many moons ago, I remember Dave Fulton summarising for BBC Radio Kent years ago in a T20 at Uxbridge. And we were looking to him because we were right next to the sight screen in the commentary tent.
I remember this.
No, this must have been... You were about 5 then. This must have been before you. You didn't do a game at Uxbridge, surely?
No, but I feel like there's a story, isn't there, about...
The ball ricocheting around the marquee.
And you thought David Fulton was going to catch it.
Yes.
Corshaw, again, slides this one down the leg side, so another wide given. You thought, right, former pro... David Fulton, he's going to try and catch it. He's going to protect me.
Well, he was the first to run.
He was the one who was ducking out the way. I've obviously heard this story before.
Yes. Well, it was like this marquee. It's got the metal frame all around. So as soon as it hit, one of the metal frames, and it did, it just ricocheted around, pinballed around the tent. Boom, 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 boom. Poor old Ed Bevan. He got one at Richmond like that as well.
Here comes Corshaw, pulled away by Bell Drummond into the onside. There is a sweeper out, so it'll only be one. Yeah, of course there was that one that went into the box at Trent Bridge for Messrs.
Bracegirdle and Emerson. Yes. But of course, to Ed Bevan, he made it on Have I Got News for You?
Really?
Didn't he? Yeah. Did you not know this?
No, I didn't.
And not for any of his infamy either. It was for a ball crashing through the commentary box window at Taunton.
Crikey!
Poor old Ed's ducking for cover. Crash. They played it on Have I Got News for You? You'll have to look that one up.
Brilliant.
Ian Hislop's a big cricket fan. So.
Is he? Yeah, we'll have to look that up. Corshaw continuing, Kent at 24 without loss here at Beckenham on BBC Radio Kent, BBC Radio London, BBC Sport Online. There's the, I haven't actually looked at it so far today, but there is of course the email address, kentcricket@gmail.com if you want to get in touch with us.
I thought you were going to say the plane radar. I thought you can look up where that overhead was going.
Could have done.
No, that's a Martin Emerson thing.
Yeah,
Don't do that.
Very much is. But yeah, kentcricket@gmail.com if Middlesex and Kent fans want to get in touch.
Although I must admit, it was busy over Chelmsford the other week. I've never seen so many planes over Chelmsford. They were going in all sorts of directions.
Corshaw bowls. Compton plays and misses at a cut shot.
Good start this from Corshall. He went for 25 in his first 2 overs at Chelmsford, came back and bowled the last 2 overs of the innings. He only bowled 4 in the night, and he did end up with a wicket as well. So good from the youngster, and well done Middlesex for pushing him straight back in for this game.
Yeah, nice tall action. He's got the sort of tubey gripping on his left elbow.
Well, I did just go to double check the pronunciation of his name with him just before the start, and as he walked towards me, he was taller than I realised. Actually, he's good stature, broad shoulders.
Yeah, he's got a nice high action. Fizzing his into the pitch and angled down into the slip area. There are no slips, but Simpson moves across well to field. I think that's the end of the 7th over, so very slow progress at the moment for Kent, who are 24 without loss. And I'm trying to think if there's actually been any boundaries so far. Have we had any, Alex? 0, yeah.
What do we need to do in terms of your updates? Do you need to get off after your half-past update, or after your...
They will just give us feed and I'll do it.
No, but when's the best one for you to go? Is it go now or go at 12? Go at 12 probably, isn't it? 'Cause that'll be the later one. Go now, sorry, because the 12 will be the later one. I mean.
Yeah, that's it. So we'll get Alex Hode in to replace me in a minute.
I've got rid of him, Alex, don't worry.
That was brutal. Yes, sorry. There will be an update in a minute. It is past when they come to me, and then I'll make way. But so far,
Essex away, not Somerset away. Sorry, Lorraine Paul's just messaged me. I said Taunton, it's Chelmsford.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Bamba's in, bowls, and this goes up in the air and over Davis and only just makes 6. Davis a fairway in. The bigger boundary is towards the pavilion end, which is where Bell Drummond has lifted that for 6 over square leg. He was backing up, and he's a keeper by trade, Davis, so I was waiting to see if there was going to be a leap, but he was just too far in off the rope. And I guess... Well, we look where he gets again. He's a long way in, isn't he? As he goes back to take his starting position once more. And I was going to say, I do wonder, should he just drop back?
No, I was wondering if it was going to plop straight into his hands.
Well, if he was on the rope, he would have been. It would have been a comfortable catch. Here's Banbury bowls, and that wraps on the pad of Bell Drummond. Bamber went up quickly. They followed behind the stumps, but not out.
Possibly higher than pad, from where Bell Drummond was just rearranging his kit.
Oh, no sound on the stream, by the way. Turned TV up to max volume, says Lorraine. They've fixed it. Okay, so that might have been a while ago. Thanks, Lorraine, and sorry about the Essex way, not Somerset. Here's Bamber. He's in bowls, and this ball's pushed down to mid-on by Bell Drummond, no run. Lorraine Poole, who's looking up. Well, basically, this month, goodness me, all the outgrounds for Middlesex. Poor old Lorraine. She's got her work cut out this month. Yeah, looking forward to the game at Lords, I'm sure. Feet up, watching Lancashire. Something cold in the hand.
Kent are back at Canterbury next week, aren't they?
Are they?
Yeah.
Nice.
Back at Canterbury next week.
Why is this one not at Canterbury? Is it just a case of taking it around the county?
Why not?
Bamber in, bowls to Bell Drummond, and this is pushed back and no run. And yeah, Middlesex all but one of the games at Radlett. The washout against Surrey. Nottinghamshire coming up on Tuesday. All into the travel news on a Sunday.
The gardening show's overrunning, clearly.
Oh,
they're 4 minutes late coming to me.
Well, it is. It's the Garden County, isn't it? Isn't that what it's called?
Garden of England. Yeah,
Garden
absolutely.
of England. Bamber bowls, and this is cut hard by Bell Drummond, who had advanced to that one. Bamber banged it in short, and then it was slammed in between cover and point for 4. The cut shot from the advancing Bell Drummond. 4 more.
Well, we timed our comment about no boundaries pretty well, didn't we?
See what you did there.
6 and a 4 in this over. Moves to 19, Daniel Bell Drummond. Run a ball all of a sudden. Compton 7 off 28. Very watchful start from the left-hander, who famously says if he does his job properly, he'll put you to sleep. That's more county championship cricket, of course. Man up to the stumps for Bell Drummond here. This one's just guided down towards third man. And that man, of course, is John Simpson with the gloves on. So single to Bell Drummond here. He moves to 20. Kent are on to 35. Without loss after 8. Here comes that update for BBC Radio Kent, and then I'll make way for Alex Hode. Yeah, pretty slow progress so far for Kent, who won the toss and decided to bat first here, having won 2 of their 4 matches so far. Daniel Bell-Drummond available again, having been released from the London Spirit to play once more. And in the previous over, he hit a 6 off Ethan Bamber over the head of square leg, and then has cut one away to the rope as well to move on to 20 not out. Ben Compton so far a very watchful 7 not out for him. And this pitcher at Beckenham often is very good for batting, but Kent are just looking to slowly build the platform to maybe then accelerate as the innings goes on, try and give themselves wickets in hand towards the back end to enable them to really go aggressive. So these two just trying to set things up at the moment, and Kent 35 with loss, 35 without loss after 8 overs. Commentary continues online. I'll leave you with Kevin Hand.
Thanks, Ben. Here's Corshall, right arm over the wicket, he bowls short. Oh, Simpson standing up, goodness me. That flew through past the helmet of both batter and wicket-keeper, who did get some sort of gloves on it, Simpson, and they've taken a couple of buys, signalled by the umpire. Just double-checking to see it was buy signals. 36 without loss, not wides. Was it buys? We'll see in a moment. Alex, well done. You've got rid of him. It took a while, didn't it?
It did indeed. Good morning. Thank you very much indeed.
Corshall, he's midway through his run-up. He bowls, and this is cut hard. Oh, and put down a backward point. Higgins straight to him, and Higgins can't believe he's put it down. Dolly of a catch for a backward point fielder, straight to him, somewhere around belly button height. Just crouched forward to get down to it, and it thundered back off his chest as he went forward to, or leant forward to take it. Single more to the total. An
inauspicious start for me. Shall I get Ben to come back? I don't really need Kent offering up chances from the very first ball that I've witnessed.
I've got the super glue out. It's going down on that chair. Corshall past the umpire, he bowls, and Bell-Drummond forward drives into mid-on. There's no run. Oh, Ben's taking his seat out front. He's actually can get a better. He can hear us better there.
Down in front.
Is he monitor? He's like the editor there, isn't he? So down in front.
You know what he's doing? In case
he can't hear us well enough at the back. In case what he says.
In case there's any big sixes that come our way, he's going to defend us.
You mean he can see it better from the front, so he can run around the back of the tent, whereas he can't see it from the back of the tent.
It's true as well. He's an accomplished cricketer himself, Mr. Watts.
I reckon he's the Dave Fulton of cricket, Kent cricket commentators. If the ball comes this way, he'll go running. Here's Corshall. Hits the crease now, he bowls, and that is through to the gloves of Simpson as Bell-Drummond looks to open up over the top of mid-wicket. Really looked to throw everything at that, Bell-Drummond.
Yeah, he's gone slightly more expansive in the last 3 or 4 minutes. I'm not entirely sure if something's happened. Someone had a word, if they're putting the foot down, if he got to the 7th over and thought, right, time to have some fun. But and certainly, what's the run rate up to? Well, it's over 4.5 and over, absolutely motoring along now.
Well, again, 65 or so at the end of the 10th is a pretty decent return, I'd say, for a power play. Whatever you are, 65 for 1, 65 without loss. I'm discussing whether or not we don't really want to be a 65 for 3.
No, wickets in hand.
Corshall bowls, and Bell-Drummond this time does tee off. That was into the slot and put away over mid-wicket for 4. It was a free hit, thank you. There was a no ball that we missed, overstepping. It must have been the ball before. So Bell-Drummond, well, he must have been going for the Yorker. Corshall then missed out, and it was in the slot. Clipped beautifully over mid-wicket for 4.
He's back above run a ball again, Daniel Bell-Drummond, 24 from 23.
Yeah, I was thinking that Compton's an interesting person to open with him. Middlesex have dropped Robson because they've got their opening pair from the Championship available to them as Corshall's in, bowls, and this ball's pushed back into the onside defensively by Bell-Drummond. They pushed Robson down to 3 and Cracknell up to open, which means in that power play, if a bowler's off, that means both Stoneman and Stoneman really went in it. He was far quicker than Cracknell, who's the T20 opener the other evening. So and then if a wicket goes, you've got Robson comes in at 3, and that perhaps, I don't know, viewing from afar, that kind of makes a little bit of sense with Compton here for me. Drop him down to 3, and whether it's leaning goes up or another. Corshall bowls, and this ball's pushed back to the offside, no run. It's kind of the opposite of a pinch hitter. You're going to put, or you're putting a pinch hitter to open. You used to put a pinch hitter at 3, didn't you? I remember Chris Silver in the T20 used to come in.
He very much described himself, ever since day one here, he's always described himself as the glue. He just wants to be there for someone else to stick to and just kind of rotate the strike, let the players play.
Well, it takes up a lot of dot balls in a power play, doesn't it?
It does, but as you say, wickets in hand is perhaps the most important.
But that's where, with Robson coming in at 3, if one goes of Robson and Cracknell, you think, right, well, that's all right. You've lost one in the power play. Robson and whoever's left, Cracknell, Stoneman, if it's his opening partner as it was the other night, settle down through to the end of the power play. You're one down. You've had that. You're gambling one, basically.
Yeah.
One of you's allowed to go. One of the 2 openers, you're allowed to get out in that first 10. And then 3 and the other, stay in and build that partnership. Here's Josh de Carey's. He's bowled a bit of off spin to Compton.
Indeed, 9 overs gone. Kent off 44 for no loss. Compton taking strike. Am I taking this over? Am I going to pretend I'm a proper cricket commentator? Okay, in comes the Carers. Just nicked away off his pads by Ben Compton. Scuttled through for a single to rotate the strike onto Daniel Bell Drummond. Yes, this is the last over of the power play, isn't it?
Is this the 10th? Yeah.
It is the 10th, indeed.
I knew you were doing the commentary text. I thought you were doing the live text as well. I thought you were doubling up.
Give it 5 minutes and everyone will be emailing kentcricket@gmail.com saying, can we put him back on the live text? We don't want to listen to him anymore. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
No, everybody will know your name. Jed Scott, all the others from the live text service.
Yeah, indeed. There's a few working today. They're on the reporting shift. No live text, unfortunately. If there was, they'd be saying de Carey's into bowl, his second ball of this over, and just guided away neatly by Daniel Drummond. Is that going to go all the way to the rope? It's not. It's a nice sliding stop. They're going to trot back for 2. Thought he was going to make it all the way to the rope at 3rd. I'm not sure who that was out there that's produced a nice stop on the rope. But
sorry, I was watching Ben.
Saved a couple.
He's having a nightmare out there. He's here, there, he's in and out.
Yeah.
He's moving the chair over. He's taking his sunglasses out, which...
De Carey's in again. It's basically a replay of the previous delivery. It is exactly a replay because you've got the diving stop as well to limit it to 2. And Daniel Bell Drummond.
The man down at deep 3rd fielding the ball. He won't feel great fielding the ball down at deep 3rd right now. Is Ethan Bamber. He was at deep 3rd where he edged on Friday night at Chelmsford. Came back for the second incredible stop.
About that.
Incredible stop, which it looked 4 all the way.
It looked 4 all the way, but why come back for second? Because there's still balls to play with.
Well, I mean, it was 10 and 11 at the crease, and he was thinking, I need to get it done in this over.
Yeah. Well, hindsight is 20/20, of course. De Carey, this one's guided away by Bell Drummond, not quite as thinly as the previous 2, so he stayed put in his crease.
Corshall was the number 11 on Middlesex debut. Yeah. Dropped first ball. So Bamber's thinking, I need to get this done.
Was it the last ball of the over? Would he have maintained strike with a single there? I can't remember. Bell Drummond clipped into the onside, just walks through, strolls through for a single.
I don't think it was, but generally you think if you edge fine at the deep 3rd, I mean, off the bat straight away, everybody thought 4.
That's the Kent 50, is the round of applause. You can hear that. I think 1 ball to come of the over from de Carey's. Ben Compton on the strike. Obviously a reset of the field as a left-hander has come on. De Carey's past the bowler. The umpire indeed, and clipped away into the leg side by Compton. Another easy single, so that's going to be 51 for no loss. The Kent Spitfires at the end of the 10 over power play.
Off the bat, he thought, it's 4. It's going to be scores level. Then he'd want to win. But Ben's back. What's up, Ben?
It's not an email already saying get that bloke off, is it?
So anyway, they turn. Bamber turns for the second. He sees the dive. Thinks, wow, what a stop that is. But generally the dive, you think, you've got 2 for the dive, haven't you? But the fact that he managed to dive, stop the ball, I mean, it was an incredible stop to stop it going for 4. Yeah. And then he gets himself up so quickly and gets a great throw in very quickly. So you've got to take your hat off and say that was an incredible piece of fielding at deep 3rd, because, one, it saved what would have been a tie. That was 4. Yeah. All the way you thought that's 4. And then he manages not only to stop it being the boundary, which would have meant at least a tie in the game, but pick himself up, get a great throw in as quickly as that, and Essex win the match. And of course Allison had a field day with the bat as well. Yeah, it was a fine throw and just good cricket all round, really. I need to listen to your commentary back. I saw the footage. I didn't hear the commentary. All the Middlesex players were sat out in front, a bit like Ben is today. it was a little bit less pressure on Friday night than having Ben sat out in front. It was only the Middlesex team was sat in front of me on Friday.
Did they look like they're on holiday as well, like Ben does right now? He just needs a shandy.
Here's Anderson bowls, and this is eased away into the offside. There's no run.
I was going to say that. It's a change of bowling. Anderson from the City end.
Yeah, Corshall's down in front was there. He's done pretty well. Corshall, good start from him. Yeah, the Middlesex were given that. The Middlesex team and squad were given the area in front of us at Chelmsford. For those who know the ground well, where the commentary position is, basically that terrace was given to them as their player zone to watch. So they were all sat in front. I thought, I've got to ignore that they're here and just get on with the job. Here's Anderson bowls onto the pads. Is it onto the pads? No, I thought that was a dull thud. That must have been bat pushed up to mid-off. My apologies.
Can't call Ben Compton a dull thud. We have had some correspondence. Paul Harrison has emailed in not to complain about the standard. He actually says that the commentary is very good and he's enjoying it so far this morning.
Good man. Good to have you with us.
Yes, indeed. But
are you sure he's listening to us?
It's definitely to kencricket@gmail.com. He does say, do you think Kent are missing a trick by opening with Compton?
Yes.
He's never going to hurt a team or get Kent off to a flyer.
Anderson's in bowls, and this is clipped down to deep backward square for a single by Compton. They're going to turn for two, are they? They are. Corshall's throw, sorry, to Simpson. And I don't say that as a slant by Compton, because if Robson was open for Middlesex, I'd say the same thing. And Robson, was a test opener. But I think Middlesex have got it right. But I really like the way they've put Robson at 3 and somebody else up to open to say, look, there's a wicket there in the power play for the opposition. If they get it, great, because you're going to go at a slightly quicker rate. And if you fall, Robson will come in and play a little bit more studiously, as Compton is doing here from the off. Here's Anderson past the umpire, he bowls, and this is pushed up to mid on, and a quick single's taken. So not for one moment I was saying that Compton opening is wrong and he should be dropped. I'm saying actually you just think strategically you're probably losing a few runs in the power play. Well, there's a few too many dot balls.
Paul's solution is to maybe have Grant Stewart open.
There we go.
If Kent lose 2 or 3 quickly, then he can come in to rebuild.
Well, especially against Middlesex.
Indeed. This was written...
Tell him to wear pink tinted sunglasses, and he thinks a pink ball that they're bowling to him as well.
This is all Ben's fault. It's because he said Ben Compton had made 7 from 28 in a watchful innings. And ever since then, he's teed off.
Here's Anderson bowls. This is dabbed by Belldrummond into the onside, and there's no run.
You're still scarred by that pink ball game, aren't you?
I am still scarred by the pink ball. Oh, that's why he's gone out front, so he can just keep commentating. He's right next to the effects mic. I see what he's up to.
That's fine.
I'm going to do the same.
3 of us is fine. Oh, no, the sun's out.
Oh, no. But if the sun's in, I'll go and sit out there and heckle Ben from the...
I hope he's got some sun cream on. That neck is going to go very quickly.
Anderson bowls, and Belldrummond, crisp drive. So accustomed to seeing it from Belldrummond, aren't we, through square of the wicket. Quality cricketer that he is. Single taken, and that ends Anderson's first over. So Kent are 55 without loss, and De Carey's to continue, having gone for... Did he go for as many as 7 off his first, De Carey's? He did.
He did.
11 overs gone.
Indeed, yes. And Belldrummond is on... What is he on? He's on 30.
He's 30.
Nice. It's nice to hear...
yeah, I left that to you because it was quite difficult to see.
A rival... rival, that's not the word, we're all friends here, but another team's commentator putting some respect on Daniel Belldrummond's name as well. He's underappreciated around the circuit. I think so.
He's an outstanding player. Catford Wanderers, Ben, I'm looking at you. Catford Wanderers, his team.
What,
yeah.
Yeah. I was alright. I had a season at Catford, so I like Belldrummond.
Good stock, indeed. Yes, a little bit of a delay before this new set from De Carey's. He's found himself a new mark. Bowling to Belldrummond, who retained the strike with that single off the last ball of the previous over from Martin Anderson. In trots De Carey's now, and just nudged forward very respectfully by Belldrummond into the offside, and strolls through for a single. A runnable, as you were saying earlier on. I was very much enjoying listening to you and Ben chat. 2 of the best on the circuit. I was watching the cricket, essentially listening to the radio in my ear.
One of the best.
Well, goodness me, Ben is good. Yeah, it was a joy, but then I had to come and actually do it myself. As De Carey's comes in and just tickled away by Ben Compton. They're going to come through. Daniel Belldrummond made Ben Compton's mind up for that. Just keeping the strike rotated, the scoreboard ticking over. I presume it's ticking over. It's a very long way away, and I do struggle to see. There was a lot of scoreboard chat after the last week. De Carey's in again. That's a more expansive shot, drilled down. Straight to the man at mid-off though from Daniel Belldrummond, and there's no run there.
We've got our curtains mostly open in the marquee here, but they haven't to our left. And I had to do a commentary through the curtains like that, through that perspex, what would you call it? The
yes.
This ball's pushed down to long on for a single.
Thank you. I was too busy looking at the plastic window, trying to work out the word.
I did it with Danny Warren. It was a Sunrisers game. That was it. Danny Warren and I did it, and the two of us, we had a headache after 2 overs. We were like, we've got to get this open. I cannot see through that. My eyes are killing me. We both were developing a headache because you were looking basically at a blurred picture out in front of you.
Exactly right.
I won't name and shame who made us look through the plastic window, but
the carries in bowling to Compton. He's just cracked it down to mid-on and comes through for a single again.
But Ollie, who's tuned in, knows. It's a likely candidate.
I'm sure you've never darkened the door of Dorking Wanderers Football Club. However, the side of the stand is like that.
You know.
And the press box is in the back corner, and you can't see a kind of a corner of the pitch. Carries in again. Bell Drummond drills that past a diving extra cover. He's going to come back for a second. He is going to. There was a moment of hesitation. Throw was slightly wayward anyway, so Ben Compton was in no trouble. Two there for Bell Drummond.
Am I getting confused? Was Dorking one of the early Forest Green Rovers in that it was a very green stand? Didn't they have grass on top of the roof and everything was recyclable? I mean, this is going back 20 odd years.
So no, that was probably the old Dorking Wanderers ground, which was in a nice vineyard, it was lovely, just down from Box Hill. It was
Dorking. No, maybe it's not Dorking. Maybe I'm thinking of another. There you go. He's getting a headache now. Now I've mentioned it. He's getting a headache looking through the plastic.
Looking through indeed. That was the end of the carries over. I'm trying to think what there was. Is that 59? No, it's 60, isn't it? For no loss. 12 overs gone. Bell Drummond on 32.
Do you need help?
33.
Do I need to sit forward?
You can indeed. This is Anderson though.
He bowls. This is driven away by Compton, who moves to 15. Bell Drummond's 34 and Spitfires 62 without loss.
Do I need help? The answer is generally yes.
Right,
Whenever anyone says, "Do you need help, Alex?" Yes.
And you don't
almost certainly in every way.
You don't need to tell any regular listeners why I need to sit forward because I'm sitting back, feet up.
You'd be told off at school.
I was just about to say, teachers out there are all shaking their heads at the moment because I'm only using 2 of the legs of the chair.
I couldn't do that. I'd bend the legs.
As Anderson bowls and this ball's pushed away into the offside. And there's no. Well, I might do in the afternoon session because we've got meal vouchers for the pizza over there, haven't we?
Oh, good lord! I heard your ice cream van chat earlier.
Yeah.
I know why he's done that.
Why?
Because there's a bouncy castle right behind the side screen as well. I reckon he's put himself.
I did see that on the way in. A bouncy castle indeed.
Yeah, Ben's sounding very interested. You might stop sunbathing and pop round for let off some steam.
Steady. Here's Anderson, he's in, bowls, and this is run down to, mind you, you can't be steady on a bouncy castle, can you? Single down to fine, deep third, and they have 2 as a result.
That's nicely guided, just taking the pace off it, and that is a round of applause.
Just for good running.
That must be.
You were looking for a milestone, weren't you?
I was thinking there's got to be something.
I was thinking he's not on his 50. It's not. They've gone past the 50 partnership.
No, it's
good running.
Very knowledgeable crowd around these parts, so who knows, that could be a milestone in terms of career.
Or they like us couldn't see the other end of the ground and thought it was 3. Here's Anderson bowls and Bell Drummond clips it into the onside and there's no run. There's an overthrow though. Who's that coming from? Stoneman backing up was De Carey's, or he wasn't, or it was a bad throw. Either way, they're going to come back for 2.
I think 2 overthrows.
Davies running it. Davies going around. Well, there was goodness me, I tell you what, there was a moment at Chelmsford the other night. I can't believe it. This didn't occur to me, but it was such a mad finish. Now, Middlesex in the field, as Anderson, who is the fielder in question as well, comes running into bowl. And here's Bell Drummond. He runs it down to Corshall. It's straight to the fielder on this occasion, so just a single to deep third. Anderson was at deep square, round towards deep mid-wicket. He was just in front of the square. And somebody clipped over deep square for 6. Anderson went running around, he leapt up in the air, and it wasn't really, well, maybe it would have been a chance, but it wasn't an instance where you flick it back up, step over and then get back. It was just a case of shovel it back in. Now, we were in a pretty good position, Dick Davies and myself, and it looked all very clean. Leapt in the air, flicked it back in, landed, right, 4 runs, didn't try and get the catch. Here's Anderson, he bowls onto the hip of Compton. This is down to deep backwards square, and they have a single, good from Davies in hard, saving the legs of Cowshall from long leg as well. So the point being, it would have been 2. Now the square leg umpire turned around and said, well, that was 6. And I said, no, it wasn't. deep square. I think it was Jack Davies who'd just done the fielding there. He said, no, it wasn't. Dick Davies and I looked at it and said, that was really clean. There was no way that was 6. No way it was 6. And the square leg umpire was adamant. He said, no, that's 6. And everybody, Middlesex, Stoneman came to the standing umpire. He's like, what's he doing? He can't. Trying to think who it was now. Naeem Ashram maybe was the umpire. So that was given as a 6 rather than a 2.
They didn't consult you. I can't believe they didn't come to you as an impartial observer.
But we did say at the interval, which then we completely forgot at the crucial end of the match, if Essex win this by the tightest of margins.
Oh yeah, of course. Indeed, as De Caires comes in to open his new over, just chopped away by Ben Compton into the offside, but no run.
Because I think there was a slight misfield as well. I mean, we're talking about this because of the overthrow from Stoneman there that added 2. There was a slight misfield that added to 1. I think somebody had said at the end of the inning, I said, well, if they lose by a tight margin, it's not going to be that 1.
Indeed, it's funny how these things you can always manifest them at the time. A nice close finish.
Compton just drops the single there in front of
Indeed, I forgot I was supposed to mention that. I was thinking, yes, that takes the 69 for no loss.
But I said to them, it's not going to be the 1, it's going to be that 1 that was clearly a 4 and it was given as a 6. It was clearly 2. It was a clean stop.
As De Caires comes in, passes the umpire and bowls to Bill Drummond, who tries to guide it away, can't quite connect and goes through to the keeper.
But it was the nature, and this is the first time I've had the chance to talk about it, so forgive me that I'm going on, but it was the nature of the way the square leg umpire did it that was odd to everybody. He was adamant and said, no. The fielder said, usually you take the fielder's word.
De Caires in again. Bill Drummond takes a stride down, is interested in it, but can just prod it back and bowl a tumbling stop from De Caires.
I was waiting to hear what your description was going to be. A tumbling stop indeed from De Caires. He's so athletic and energetic in everything he does, De Caires.
He's a good player, one to watch. And this one is not defended. It wasn't the most expansive shot, but back to the bowler again for no run from Bill Drummond.
But yeah, the umpire turned around. It was a real finger-wagging moment from square leg. He was saying, no, that was 6.
Oh dear me. De Caires in once again. Bill Drummond down on one knee, tries the sweep and can only miss the ball, and comes back off the pad. And that's the end of the over. 69 for no loss, Kent, after 14.
And Mark Stoneman, again, he fell just short himself of going to the standing umpire and doing the Mike Gaddin finger wagging. Because it was, everybody's like, what's he doing? You can't, the fielder's clearly said, there's a deep square, as deep mid-wicket is saying, no, that was fine. We could all see it was fine. It was like, why is the umpire chosen to, square leg? He's got a fair job to turn around and see all that as quickly as it can at that level. To overrule the fielder and say, nope, that was 6.
Are you suggesting some kind of a god complex with an umpire here? Because it seems like a little bit.
It did feel a little bit that way. It really did.
The Mike Dean of umpiring.
Yes, yeah. What's the stop in the chat here at the moment? Corshall's thinking of coming in from deep.
There's a little bit
from long leg, but he's not going to.
Is that Stoneman?
It is Stoneman, the skipper.
Stoneman, the skipper, in the blue boots.
He almost looks sockless there, doesn't he? I'm assuming they're pink socks, though, for his Middlesex pink, as his full ball from Anderson, driven away by Compton, open face down to...
It's a very smart bit of fielding.
Points from Higgins, yeah.
Yeah, Higgins deserves the credit for that. It's lovely. Stopping on the roll, commando roll, threw the ball back and didn't actually miss the stumps by very far. I don't think it would have been a concern for Bill Drummond.
Here's Anderson turning to bowl again. This ball's on a length and run by Bill Drummond down to deep third for a single. Corshall does the fielding. One more to the total, 71 without loss. Oh, huge plane going in and out of the clouds away above what is the Crystal Palace Academy away to our left, isn't it? The large dome. We've got, so the training ground behind us is for the first 11, is it? And then that's the academy over there. It
is indeed. There was so many arriving this morning, 9 o'clock. There are so many sports grounds around here, and there are a number of kids turning up, getting dropped off.
Anderson bowls full of a length, and forward goes Compton, pushing back to mid-on, dot ball.
And you're just thinking that just lots of teenagers, footballers, cricketers. It's just an absolute hub of sport on a Sunday morning. Nice part of the world.
And a bouncy castle.
You've got a bouncy castle as well.
It is for the kids.
This is very true. The sun's come out to reward Ben Watts.
The walk to the ice cream van is a sport for the parents.
Get your steps in.
It's just full of a length from Anderson to Compton, drops the single in front of backward point.
I do feel that Ben Compton has taken umbrage to Paul Harrison's email somewhat, because I think that moves him to 19.
Or to Ben Watts himself.
Well, possibly. Yeah, he's
Many take
can be
umbrage
quite
to Watts, though,
offensive.
don't they?
19 from 43 for Ben Compton, who's absolutely put his foot down.
Although he's brought biscuits today, so we should...
Yeah, yeah. I've
dangerous,
seen
isn't it?
them. I know. I'm just going to look at them, I think, and try and test my mental strength until lunchtime at least.
Here comes Anderson. He's in bowls, and now Yorker length delivery. It was met on the full by Bell Drummond, who was closing the face into the onside, and a leading edge goes all along the floor into the offside. That was... Well, anything could have happened there to that one. Now, he prods away at the surface, but I thought he meant that on the full. I thought that maybe it did just hit the surface and onto the edge.
No, I thought he hit it on the full as well. It was like a slower Yorker as well. It was nicely done, a bit of variation.
Anderson of Berkshire in again, bowls, and down the track comes Bell Drummond. In the air it goes. Deep cover set back. He comes around to a deep extra cover, and they have a single. Davies again scampering around in the outfields. We're going to have to get Ben back in a moment, aren't we? It must be 12 o'clock now that we'll be hearing the update from...
I mean, I can... Do you want to do it, Ben, or am I doing it?
Oh, are you doing it?
I presume so.
They've got an inline and it says my name.
Yeah, they've got an inline. It says Ben's name on it.
I mean, that's fine.
You could pretend to be Ben.
I'm happy to take a back seat and just listen to the radio in person. Essentially, it's like a live theatre audience of a podcast.
It's been the odd time when I've had to stand in from somebody. I have been Clive Eakin in the past.
I have done it. I feel like I probably wouldn't mess it up, but I don't want the responsibility. It's fine. I'm happy to just watch the cricket and step in when needed. Although the last time I did this, it was Middlesex away in April.
Ah, yes.
That didn't end very well.
With Don Topley.
Yes, indeed. De Kerry's back in once again from the town end. Back foot carved away into the offside by Daniel Bell Drummond, who trots through for a single to rotate the strike. Ben Compton, we're there on 19. Bell Drummond's moved 42 from 48 deliveries. And Kentar 74 for no loss.
We haven't heard the start of the news bulletin yet, but I'm going to get out of the way and leave this delivery to you.
It's the news at the moment. That was De Kerry's guided away by Ben Compton into the offside. And there's another single again, just rotating the strike. The great men are swapping over here, so Ben Watts will be back any second now. Not sure if Kevin Hand's going to go and find the ice cream van right away. As De Kerry comes in, down the pitch from Bell Drummond, just guided down towards what's that long off, where is that Luke Holman? Fields gently, just another single. I
think Kevin was worried that I was going to steal his meal voucher there that he'd left on the table. Sean had tweeted us in as well.
Another ball down the track. There's no run there. It's driven back past the bowler by Ben Compton, but he decides against it. There's a throng of fielders coming in from mid-on.
Yeah, Sean had tweeted to say he was surprised I wasn't situated near the ice cream van. It's a long way around.
You couldn't be further away from it, really.
It really is a long way to the ice cream van.
The carrier's in once again past the umpire. And that's an expansive shot from Ben Compton in the air, uppishly, and it's not quite going to reach the boundary. As Holman's going to pull it in. It was in the air. Holman was interested. It went towards it. Down at long off. Got an update coming. Oh no, there's the travel first, isn't it? So that was 2 for Ben Compton. It was in the air. Holman tried to haul it in with a hand down at long off, but through for 2 more. 78 for no loss. The carries in once again, clipped away into the leg side by Ben Compton, and here comes the update.
Yeah, and it's been a pretty decent hour so far for Kent, winning the toss and choosing to bat first here against Middlesex, and they've put a 79 without loss on the board so far. It was pretty slow going for the first 6 or 7 overs before Daniel Bell-Drummond hit a 6 to really get things up and running, and then outside of the 10 over power play where they'd put 51 without loss on the board, they've moved the score now on to 79. 43 of those to Bell-Drummond, just shy of a run a ball. Ben Compton, pretty watchful innings from him so far. 48 balls he's been out there for, and he's got 23. So tried in the previous over just to get on with things a little bit, advancing down the track to the spinner, but didn't quite get hold of it. So very much at the moment Bell-Drummond who's leading the way for Kent. Middlesex mixing it up in terms of the spin and the seam at the moment, but this is normally a good batting track here at Beckenham, and Kent will need a good score on the board in order to be able to defend it come sort of 5-6 o'clock tonight. So commentary does indeed continue online via the BBC Sport app and website. Kent 79 without loss. So then we're going to see a bit of leg spin on Luke Holman from the City end of the ground. Compton forward and playing into the onside out towards mid-wicket.
Just seeing what Kevin Hand is doing. He's shunned your seating position and is going for a stroll instead.
I mean, it's not a bad idea. Stretch the legs. Pulled away here by Compton into the onside. Good stop, but they should still be able to walk through for a single. KentCricket@gmail.com for a few of you getting in touch. I think Lorne Hart might have been accusing you, Alex Hode, of making it rain.
Oh dear. It was raining on my drive up this morning. I thought this is not going to happen. It's not going to happen.
Yeah, it was raining on my drive actually, but I think the forecast for North Kent, South London is slightly better than some of the
Metropolitan Kent.
Yeah, some other areas of the county, which might be a little bit more damp today. But I think generally afternoons, wherever you are, looking a bit more dry. I think it was the morning we were meant to get a little bit of rain. So this one's defended away. I've had a few of you getting in touch. I think there's I think we're slightly out of sync in terms of the video and the sound, which I think which has just been reset. So hopefully that'll be better for you folks that are watching the stream as well as listening to our commentary on the BBC Sport app and website, as this one is a quick single into the onside for Bell-Drummond. They come through.
Should we could just kind of wait 2 seconds before saying anything. Would that help to actually kind of match it up for people? It normally takes me at least a couple of seconds to process what's going on anyway.
Just watch what happens. Mentally pause.
Yeah.
To examine your thoughts, and then
If only. That's live commentary on the live text on the BBC Sport website. That's how you do it.
Holman, the leg spinner, continues. Ben Compton trying to nurdle this away. And well, it probably does come a stage where Compton needs to try and up his scoring rate. At the minute 24 or 51. Just getting a little bit bogged down out there. This one defended away, a slightly jabby defensive shot from Compton. I'm surprised we haven't seen any of the little lap sweeps that he sometimes likes to play against spin, but maybe it's just saying a little bit about the pitch, which I think is just, I don't know.
They're on their guard.
Yeah, so it's slightly slower, slightly stickier than normal.
Yeah, they have the run rate's ticked up towards 5 and over.
Yeah, 81 without loss after 17, no?
The carries will continue from this town end, and we'll be bowling to Daniel Bell-Drummond first up.
Interesting, we haven't seen Ryan Higgins yet, have we?
We have not. In the field, he's looked pretty sharp, but we haven't seen him with the ball in hand just yet. In comes the carries. And Bell-Drummond has drilled that down to towards the long up, but there's a man there who returns it, just an easy single. Entirely sure who that is down there because I have a marquee in the way.
I believe it is Higgins.
There you go, perfect, absolutely perfect. Couldn't have scripted it any better at all. So that brings Ben Compton on strike again, the left-hander. Will face the carries. He's just bringing in Higgins a little bit up towards a more orthodox mid-on. This one's clipped away by Ben Compton down the leg side. He'll just trot through for another single, rotate the strike, keep the scoreboard ticking over. So 83 for no loss.
Mike Church in Halling getting in touch, saying excellent commentary as usual, guys. Thank you very much. He also says I think a question we'll put to Kevin soonish.
That's a very expansive shot. That's going to be a one bounce forward. I don't think there's anyone down there. Bell Drummond down on one knee, and that's gone to deep mid wicket for another 4 for Daniel Bell Drummond, who moves to, is that 49?
I think it is. And yeah, De Carey is of course his son of Michael Atherton, but doesn't share his surname, which is what Mike is commenting on. But I think that was a sort of deliberate choice to take mum's surname. Means, you know, growing up in the game of cricket, there's not the pressure of being an Atherton as such.
Absolutely. De Carey's in once again, and Daniel Bell Drummond just drills it back past the stumps at the other end, and that will bring up 50 runs from, I believe that is 54 balls, and there's a 6 and I think 3 4s in there.
Yeah, 4 4s, 1 6, 54 balls. Yeah.
Thank you, Ben. I'm very glad that you're here. Nicely done by Daniel Bell Drummond, who's, well, meshed quite nicely for Kent. This is a solid platform you were talking about with Kevin earlier on, building the foundation wickets in hand. Good base. De Carey comes in, and Compton once again chops down and bounces over the stumps, and then we'll get a single for it, but not the most authoritative. Trying to cut it away, just gets a bottom edge and bounces through for another single to him. He moves to 25.
It's a little bit old school, isn't it, really? The way that Kent are going about things.
Indeed. Bell Drummond clips this one away. There's not going to be a run there. It's a good sprawling stop down at mid-wicket. I don't know if he's done himself a mischief there. I can't quite see who it is. Stand up and turn around.
Number 11, Mark Stoneman out there.
It is the skipper. Indeed. He's holding himself. He's down on his haunches. Gets a pat on the back. As in shake it off. I don't know what he's exactly done. What's he holding? He got up looking very gimpy indeed. I'm not sure. He's got a hand on his side. I'm not sure if that's the front or the back, a hip or a gluteus maximus, perhaps, something like that. But he doesn't look particularly happy and comfortable as he strides away. That's the end of the over. And that is 89, is that? For no loss. Forgive me, the scoreboard is a very long way away.
It is 89, yeah.
Thank you very much. And Luke Holman is going to continue from the city end.
There we go. Ben Compton gets the little ramp shot out to Holman, tucks it down towards fine leg. For those of you that have just joined us, I was saying in the previous over, I'm surprised Compton hadn't got that shot out against the spin yet. And there we go. Almost right on cue.
And Kevin Hand is indeed going to take up your seating position,
yeah,
just in front. He's brought a little...
Gone to get some sort of hot beverage.
Yeah. Got a butterfly following around as well. He looks like a fairy tale creature from woodland with the butterflies floating around him.
Holman bowls. Cut away by Compton into the onside. Should come back for 2 here, yeah. It's going to be a comfortable second in the end. Moving on to 29 and the Kent score on to 93.
So it gives you options. When you were having your conversation earlier on, when you've got the likes of Grant Stewart, you can move up or down in the order as you need him. You've got Alex Blake, obviously very expansive. Jack Leaning, who played very well at the Oval for his score. These are all very capable hitters. So if you've got a foundation, you can kind of free them up a little bit, can't you?
Holman to Compton. Again, there's the shot behind square. This time a reverse. Bamber the one chasing it down towards the rope, and it will be 2 more to Compton. I think as much as anything, obviously Bell Drummond and Compton are natural openers, but Bell Drummond obviously is technically only being allowed to play for Kent because he's being released from that other competition. So it was previously Compton and Marcus O'Riordan. Maybe Joe Denley would have opened if he was fit. As Holman bowls, and it's clipped away behind square in an orthodox fashion this time by Compton for a single. So I think Compton is almost the constant, isn't he, at the top of the order. If you're going to put him to 3, I think the man I would have potentially put as opener would have been Joey Everson, having done it a bit last season to good success.
Very well. I remember Glamorgan.
And then in the final he got 97, didn't he? So Bell Drummond off the back foot punches his way out towards cover, but then he got a fantastic 100 at Scarborough, albeit he came in pretty early from number 5, 6 or whatever he was because of the top order wickets that were lost. So yeah, I potentially would have, if anyone was going to be shoehorned into opening, I think Everson would be the guy for me. So Bell Drummond skips down the pitch and drives up towards long on. But someone like Stewart, for example, I think he's hoping to be in T20 cricket for Italy. But other than that, he more is a kind of finisher type.
He finished a couple last year in some style.
Yes, he did. Oh, it was the 6 off the last ball
Yeah.
against Yorkshire at Canterbury, which set Kent on their way.
It was it really did set the tone, because everyone, down and out and making plans for the next couple of months. Then all of a sudden, one ball, and all of a sudden the calendar's come out. The dream is alive.
So 97 without loss after 19, and Compton has actually moved on to 32 with a few 2s in that over. So his score looking a little bit more respectable now. But Drummond there on 51.
Who do we have coming on to bowl here?
I think we're going to see
Sam Robson having a bowl.
Interesting.
Yeah, indeed. From the town end, the Crystal Palace training ground end. I haven't seen you sneaking off to look over the fence so far this morning. Just will they be in for a little debrief, a little cool down? I'm not sure.
Potentially, but I didn't see anyone on the practice pitches.
Yeah.
Just the ground staff or whatever. Mowing away, always mowing.
They are indeed. I think you can hear the hum actually in the background. So Robson, a couple of practice bowls to Martin Anson, gets the ball back in hand.
There might be a generator behind.
Oh, fine, possibly. I know there's a Portaloo not very far away.
Yes, that's always.
Hopefully that's not the noise.
Nearby.
Robson comes in tentatively into his run up. Bell Drummond to face and slapped back down. It's a tumbling effort to stop from Anderson. He's taken a sting off it. He's going to not make the boundary. They'll get through for 2. They'll think about a 3rd, and they will not attempt the 3rd.
Yeah, good
a comfortable
save.
2. It was a good save, Anderson. He's probably saved a couple there.
Mm.
I don't think it's the fastest of outfields, but
No, I
it
think
had a lot on it.
Seems to be maybe slightly slower than normal. I think.
Maybe that sprinkling this morning has had an impact. That's Bell Drummond on to 53.
Yeah, it definitely would have been 4, wouldn't it, if he hadn't got a hand on it as it was. His mate was able to come round from deep mid-wicket to assist.
It's a team game indeed. In comes Robson again. And Bell Drummond on his back foot this time. I don't know if he got bat on ball then, but it just dropped down into the leg side. A little swipe at the stumps from John Simpson. I don't think Bell Drummond had left his crease at any point.
No, I think he was just trying to nurdle it into the big gap on this leg side.
No connection. In again, this time sat up. It's a nice stop, cut away by Bell Drummond. Nicely.
Again, that probably should have been 4. If it had been that man, it would have been.
Got 2 hands to it. There was a man at coverish, I guess it is.
Stoneman again, yeah, the captain.
And that does bring up the Kent Spitfires 100 midway through the 20th over. My math suggests that we're over 5 and over in the run rate at the moment. Heading in the right direction from a Kent perspective.
And it doesn't feel like they've taken on too many undue risks so far to up the rate and to get to this kind of score. So
a couple of balls in the air, I guess, and that 1-6. It's not been hugely risky so far, but they've got time to be risky if they wish. As Robson comes in, this one's dabbed into the leg side by Ben Compton. Will come through for a single. I'll move him on to 33.
Yeah, absolutely.
From 59 balls, I think that is.
I think arguably, other than, on the Kent side of things, Daniel Bell Drummond is sort of the most dangerous player. He's capable of going on making a big score. But having set and can up the run rate, but in terms of setting a platform, they will want to have as many wickets in hand going into the final 20 and then almost play it like a T20 and go big.
Exactly. Bell Drummond down on one knee, tries the sweep, can't quite time it well, but he does get a single. Simpson will just stride over and pick up the ball.
And obviously it was Jack Leaning who was kind of playing the anchor role a little bit at the Oval, but it just shows what can be done if you have someone like Alex Blake to come in with 20 overs to go. Yeah,
I think that's very much the plan for today. If you've got Blake and Grant Stewart, if you're able to say, right, okay, just go out and enjoy yourselves for 10 overs. Robson in once again. This one, Ben Compton down in front, just nurdles it again, leg side for a single, rotates the strike. If you're Daniel Bell Drummond, I'm not going to use the H word in front of Kevin Hand, but if you're Daniel Bell Drummond in the position he's in where he's not getting a gig elsewhere, do you come here and use it as an opportunity to showcase your white ball skills, or is it because it's such a longer format, do you not, essentially? As he slaps the ball down, that probably would have gone for a 4. Ben Compton's stomach might have saved 4 there. drilled back down the track by Daniel Bell-Drummond to complete the over from Sam Robson, and Ben Compton could not get out of the way.
I was thinking when you said the H word about a different type of, well, the same word, but...
Oh, chemical element, no.
No, I was thinking about the same word, but a score rather than the competition.
No, I would never say that, and I'm not thinking it. And why have you done that? I would never. Please don't blame me if anything bad happens.
That's what. But in Daniel Bell-Drummond's mind, that's what he'll be thinking. If I'm not playing the shortest format of the game for my team, rather than use this as an audition, he could come out and bat a lot quicker than this. But I think he's thinking about, I want to score big here for my team, because he's
team player.
Yeah, he's a Ken man, isn't he?
Yeah.
And he very much is a team player, and he's signed that new contract for next season. And ultimately he wants to score match-winning runs for Ken.
What a guy.
Compton on strike then as Holman continues, and that's a little bit of a drag down, but more good fielding in the outfield by Middlesex. De Kerr is now the one saving some runs. The last couple of overs or so, they've saved probably 8.
6 or 8, yeah, definitely. I'm not sure, maybe he gets that kind of, those reactions, cat-like reactions and energy from his mum. I'm not sure I've ever seen his dad do so quite as spectacular as that. Back
goes Bell-Drummond and cuts 2 De Kerrs. Out of a point. My son definitely gets his energy from his mother, because I will quite happily sit still and chill out for a bit. He doesn't stop moving. It's nightmares. It's all over the place. This was pulled away into the onside by Bell-Drummond. That might even go for 4. Yes, it will. Fielder out there in the deep on the boundary, but he can't cut it off. Well hit by Bell-Drummond off the back foot, and he moves on to 58. And the Spitfires score. I can see some overs, and I can see power play 2, and then I can just see 1-0, and then there's I
think a 9 maybe.
I can't quite see the next digit. I don't think is that even visible on the scoreboard at the moment. Bell-Drummond comes down the pitch, up in the air. He might not have got hold of this, and it's caught by the long off fielder running in, and Bell-Drummond, having decided he wanted to get on with things and looking to go for a straight 6, really, was trying to clear it over the bowler's head, just skewed it slightly to Ryan Higgins out at long off, and it was a really fine catch running in from the rope. And Kent, as we were mentioning a moment ago, having not really taken on too many risks thus far, Bell-Drummond makes one mistake, and unfortunately that's life as a batter, isn't it? You can make one mistake and that can cost you your wicket, and he's on his way. So Bell-Drummond gone for 58.
Yes, and I should point out again, it was not us mentioning the H word in relation to that in our previous conversation. It was about another format that is currently ongoing elsewhere. But that platform is 109 runs.
Yeah, he'd have been thinking about 3 figures today there, Bell-Drummond, and I think he's walked off pretty slowly there, because he'll have known that this is a decent batting wicket, and he'd almost done the hard work up against Bamber with a new ball, etc. It was a case of kind of milking the spinners and keeping the run rate ticking, hit the odd boundary, and he's tried to, well, it hasn't quite worked out for him against Holman going aggressive there, and it's another score. Well, like against Surrey, it's another score between 50 and 65.
It's a good start.
When he could have gone on and got a really big one.
He was timing everything for the first 19 overs. He timed everything perfectly, and then there were just a couple in that last over that weren't quite as well timed. And then that one again, he went for the expansive shot. He was going for the ice cream bat, to be perfectly honest, wasn't he? And just didn't quite get all of it. And it was a nice, neat tumbling catch from Ryan Higgins. He's good at everything at cricket, really. He's one of those annoying chaps.
Yeah,
just really good at everything.
Just good at batting, bowling, and fielding. So leaning the new man to the crease then, and this will inevitably just lead to a slight lull, you would have thought, because Ken will allow leaning time to try and play himself in a little bit. Holman with an important wicket, as that one's very nicely played. A little back foot punch by leaning, fresh off scoring. Did he make 87 the other day?
Sounds about right.
Against Surrey on Friday night.
Took the liberty of having the scoreboard on hand for it. It was 87 from 94 balls.
There you go. So yeah, so he'll just want to try and get up and running nice and quickly, try and settle back into the same rhythm, really.
Indeed, maybe we see Ben Compton cut loose now. He's the main man.
He's on 35 at the moment. He'll tuck into the onside. That was very ambitious. Ben Compton cut loose. Are you sure? End of the over. 110 for 1, Kent, after 21.
It's very important to realise that he can do it. He's done it in second 11 cricket. He's got the shots, he's got the ramps, he's got the Dilshan scoops. He can do it all. It's whether or not in the game situation he ever finds himself in a position where he's allowed to, or he's encouraged to, or decides to. And generally, I would say for him and for Kent, it's better for him not to do it. For him to just do what he does, rotate the strike, allow the perhaps more, how do you put it? The more expansive players to have their fun, and as long as he's on the same wavelength. We have Sam Robson returning to bowl his second over from this town end. He's resetting the field as he faces Jack Leaning, sending someone right back to the deep square boundary. And Leaning, it's cut him in half. I think it's hit him a bit high. That's up on the thigh pad. That was quite a short delivery from Robson. It bounced up high. Leaning played across the line, trying to work it into the leg side. Didn't get any of it, I don't believe. But the ball is back in Robson's hand again. This one's just punched through, timed beautifully by Jack Leaning, straight off the bat into the offside, and comes back for 2. Nice running, and nice fielding as well. Cricket's the winner.
It's always good.
It is indeed. I think, what's that, 112 for 1 now, the Spitfires. And as you say, Jack Leaning looking to pick up where he left off at the Oval. Robson in once again, this time shot down by Leaning, wide of off stump. There's no run there. Yeah, Kent's had a very strange campaign so far. Start with a win, a couple of defeats that quite painful.
A couple of very heavy defeats.
If you add up all the net run rates of every club in the competition, it's probably not as bad as Kent's. Swept away by Leaning towards that deep square. It's backward of square on the leg side. They come back for 2. Nicely done once again. Yeah, just a horrendous net run rate from those 2 defeats, and bounce back at the Oval, which is quite nice as well. And it's all up for grabs in terms of Group A in the Metrobank One Day Cup.
Have you got One Day Cup fever, Alex?
I wondered what it was this morning. That slight rash. Yes, worked away by Leaning into the offside again. Just a single this time off Robson. Is that completely over?
I think it turns out we're Group A, aren't we? I thought it was Group B, but it doesn't really matter. Anyway, you're right.
I like to think of it as Group A as in the best.
The net run rate is almost minus 1.8 for Kent.
Yeah,
which is pretty horrendous.
What's the next closest?
Well, I was going to say, just for contrast, Leicestershire's is +2.
Yes.
This is the team that scored 380 here at Beckenham, and they got 400 the other day.
Yeah, there's one game in particular which has contributed to both of those statistics. The last one here. Robson did have another ball to go, sorry, and this one's just tapped away by Ben Compton. No run there.
Yeah, so in terms of net run rate, Kent are going to have to win almost going to have to win an extra game to overcome that bad net run rate, aren't they?
There's a lot of teams on 4 points as well. Have you got the table in front of you?
Yeah, I do, yeah. So Leicestershire and Hampshire are top, both with 6. Notts third with 5.
Big one on Thursday.
Lancashire, Kent 4, Essex 3, Yorkshire 2. Middlesex and Surrey have both got 1 point, but Yorkshire, Middlesex, Surrey, Hampshire played 1 less game than everyone else. Yeah,
these 2 games, Middlesex here and Nottinghamshire at Canterbury on Thursday, and then Essex, of course, on Sunday as well. Big week in terms of 50 over cricket for Kent. 1-1-5 for 1.
Yeah, all the home games, haven't they? After having had a few away so far, Holman. Oh, that one turns and beats the outside edge of Leaning, who didn't come forward to it. Sat in his crease and watched as it turned past the outside edge of his bat. Yeah, so the Beckenham defeat here last time around against Leicestershire, the only home game that Kent have played so far. Scarborough, Blackpool, the Oval they've been to. Again, a bit of slow turn, but wide the off stump and Leaning not particularly convincing as he tried to play it. So yeah,
it's a bit of bounce as well though. It's slow, but it's getting up a little bit as well.
Yeah, maybe just the pitch holding slightly.
It's kind of, it frightens me. Just think, I'm not a cricket player myself, but it puts the willies up me.
Because he's edged and dropped here. Jack leaning at first slip, and there's why. Because leaning not looking convincing at the moment against the leg spin of Holman, and almost dismissed.
Robson, he'll want that one back.
I mean, it was a decent reaction. It's hard to take a slip catch when it's off the back foot like that, because it comes so quickly. Tossed up and driven away by leaning for a single this time into the covers. So they get one. But yeah, Kent have got 2 games at the Spitfire Grounds at Lawrence to come, and then they go to the Isle of Wight.
They do indeed.
I've got my ferry booked.
That is fantastic. Are you just going for the day, or are you staying over there as well?
No.
Make a week of it?
Well, a few days of it.
Nice. Very nice.
So yeah, it should be good. Thought it'd be can't get a bit fine to get ferries on the day. Bookend the game itself. There's a reverse from Compton. No run though, because the short third man fielder is quite fine. We might do some musical chairs in the commentary box in a minute. I might jump over to where you are and let Kevin come in here.
That's absolutely fine. Just tell me. Give me a hand signal.
We'll do it at the end of this over, I think. As Compton comes down the wicket and clips through the big gap in the mid-wicket square leg area for a single. So, end of the over. Spitfires 117 for 1. Thanks very much to Alex. He'll be back with us in about half an hour's time. I'm going to take up his seat, and Kevin Hand will come back in. There we go. We've got there in terms of the musical chairs. Kevin's back with us.
So basically that's your seat, is what you're telling us?
Well, no.
Because you have a better view. You don't have the stanchion in the way and the curtain. I see, put him rank, that's fine. Host commentator, you know, it's a very Martin Emerson move, I must say, but fair enough. That's the way we want to play.
Thought I'd just save you squeezing in behind the other chair.
What are you saying?
You know.
I've only had 5 of your biscuits so far.
Looks like Robson's going to continue. Do you want to take this over?
Oh, I'd love to. Sam Robson as well.
Yeah.
Right arm filth. Who wouldn't want to? Nice golden arm Robson.
He's bowled all right so far.
No, he's good. He's worked it really hard on his leg spin. Here he comes, right arm over. Bowls and Compton cuts. Little late cuts to short third, deep gully. What do you call him? One or t'other.
One or the other.
What's the total?
One or the other, whichever one you prefer, really, that position.
Deep mid-wicket, deep square, long on and deep cover of the 4-back. Good catch by Higgins, wasn't it, to get rid of Bell Drummond. Really important catch, you know, for everything we've said about, you know, their decision to go with Compton at the top, and he is 37 off, what, 66 now? There's still a proof in the pudding, to be fair, with a strike rate like that at the moment. As here's Robson, he's in, bowls, and this ball's cut away out to deep cover for a single.
You think ideally someone bats through and then everyone else can bat around them, can't they?
They can. Now, hold on a minute. Since I've been on, Spitfires have gone to 3 figures. The scoreboard currently says they're 11. How are you guys working this out?
Well, Alex had his laptop on, so I was looking at the score on his laptop.
What do we reckon they are now? 118. Oh yeah, stream 118, thank you. Robson, reverse sweep, single taken.
Update on the way for BBC Radio Kent. Yes, indeed. Spitfires 120 for 1 here at Beckenham, and they have lost the 1 wicket. Daniel Bell-Drummond, who has been released from the 100 to play in this competition. Well, I sort of suggested on commentary he might have been even thinking about 100 the way he was going along, as Leaney plays a nice little sweep shot here down towards fine leg for a couple. In fact, he might even go all the way for 4 here. Yeah, Bell-Drummond, the way he was going, he'd have been thinking about a 3-figure score. It's a decent batting pitch here normally at Beckenham, and had gone to 50 off, 54 balls with 4 fours and a 6, hit another boundary before he tried to smack the spinner, the leg spinner of Holman, over his head into the sight screen, down towards the ice cream van, in fact, if he'd have properly got hold of it, but instead he sliced it, and long off, running in, Ryan Higgins took a really good catch. So Bell-Drummond out, Leaning has come in to replace him, and has just played that lovely ramp sweep for 4 runs. Ben Compton is up the other end on 38 not out. Pretty watchful innings from him so far, but he's playing the sort of anchor role to allow the batters up the other end to play their shots. So Kent moving on from 120 to 124 for 1 in the 24th over. Commentary to continue online.
This one's run away. Fine of the short third, and that'll be 4 more. Good from Leaning. Robson being put under pressure here. Spitfires rattle along. What did you just say they were? 119? Was that they were on to? So is it 1, 2, 3 now?
No, I think.
Oh, hold on! Don't put your laptop in the bit where I've spilled all the tea, Alex. Look, I've made a right mess.
It might be 128 now. I think
128.
Yeah, I think there's a
steady.
Have I gone early on those?
Here's Robson. This ball's onto the pads. Tempted sweep from Leaning, but dot ball it is. Leaning has 16. Compton has 38. Leaning 16 from 14. Compton's 38 from 67. Yeah. And the Spitfires, there we go, it's up there now. Look, 128. They've heard of us, so they fixed it.
Good work.
I mean, it's not just us, it's anybody on this side of the ground.
Yeah, it was saying 12, wasn't it?
Although, to be fair, probably everybody in the ground has a view of the old score box apart from us.
Yes, they do.
So maybe they have just fixed it for us. 128 for 1, the Spitfires, and that. It's the end of the 24th over, so yeah, halfway. Again, you know, the 300 is there, you know, for everything we've talked about, of whether you go with Compton at 3 or Compton opening. The 300's there for the taking, for Kent again. But is 300 enough at Beckenham, which can be a very high-scoring ground?
Yeah, that's a good question. Do we need to see 350 for it to be competitive? Winning score has been 320 in Kent's last 2 games. Lancashire getting it at Blackpool and then Kent at the Oval on Friday. This one's clipped into the onside dot ball. Here at Beckenham, yeah, maybe you do need a little bit more than that.
Have you sorted out the bouncy castle yet? Have you found it?
No. So it's behind the sight screen.
Yes.
As Holman bowls. Really good stop again by Stoneman at mid-wicket. I think Daniel Drummond was trying to land the ball on top of it, but sliced it and was cool.
The idea being, you see, if it clears the sight screen, it'll just bounce straight back.
Yeah,
so
nice.
Might take a few kids out on the way, but
health and safety to have the bouncy castle there. Holman bowls. Compton in the air. Flicks it into the onside, but past Stoneman. They'll come back for 2.
No, to be fair, it's a long, long way away. You can see behind the ice cream van there's a lot of grassy knolls here, isn't there?
Yeah, there are somewhat. One of them's being used as a car park for all the spectators that are here today. Alex Hode had texted me before this game saying, is there car parking? I said, yeah, don't worry about it. Loads of space here at Beckenham for cars, which is nice. They used to be at Canterbury and then they sold off all the land, which... This one's a slog sweep over the top. And short, fine leg chasing it back towards the rope is Corshaw, and they come back for 2 more. So Compton sort of dealing in 2s in the last few overs.
Just you can see the marquee over there, actually, where the car's coming, can't you? Over the back, just in front of the new extension that's being built to the west wing of Matt Cole's house over in the distance.
I was going to say, I don't think I've seen that building before. It might have even be sort of fairly newly erected. As this one's tucked away into the onside for a single by Compton, along with the massive, great big dome that is beyond the green seats, which has gone up in the last few years. The new Crystal Palace Academy facility, which is rather nice. I'm still waiting for someone to... I haven't actually had gone round for a little tour, which would be nice at some point.
Oh, you're a Palace fan, aren't you?
Yeah, I'll have to try and talk my way in at some point. Leaning on 16 then. Nice little sweep shot from him. Played particularly fine down towards the boundary, so they come back for 2. He almost played that quite wristily. Set himself up for the angle to sweep, but then with extra wrist on it. Free hit.
No ball.
Front foot overstep from the leg.
Oh.
That's a bit silly.
He's a bit giddy. Wimbledon got a late equaliser yesterday against Wrexham. Holman, he's very happy today.
I think most of the neutral fans in the country are happy about that one. Slogged away by Leaning into the leg side for 4, so a costly mistake in terms of that front foot no ball from Holman, because Leaning is tucked into the next ball with a boundary to move the score onto 141 for 1 at the halfway stage. Yeah, on 5 Live last night, they were going through the divisions. And in League 2, the headline was somebody won 4-0. Notts County won.
Oh no, Leighton Orient League 1, aren't they?
Yeah. So the headlines in League 2 were somebody won 4-0. I can't remember who it was. Notts County won and Wrexham drew. So apparently Wrexham drawing is a headline in League 2 at the moment.
Have you watched the documentary?
Don't worry about Gillingham being 2 from 2.
Have you watched the documentary?
I've seen bits of it, yeah.
It's brilliant.
Oh, it is good.
I love him.
Ryan Reynolds is fantastic.
Well, exactly. How could you not like it? How could you not like him?
He's a very affable guy anyway, isn't he? But it's just
Should
great
we ask
to see.
Luke if we saw Ryan Reynolds yesterday? He's in front of us at the moment. Luke, did you see Ryan Reynolds yesterday? No.
No, disappointing.
He was in an executive box yesterday with his dad Pete. Yep.
I didn't see Ryan Reynolds. Didn't see Deadpool.
No. Or the fella whose nobody's name you can pronounce.
McElhenney.
Oh. But that's the whole joke of the documentary.
Okay.
Ryan Reynolds never says his name right once. And of course Hugh Jackman was in town, Wolverine, so he was there as well with Deadpool. But he was, I don't know if he was at Wimbledon, I don't know if any of them were at Wimbledon yesterday, but I have to admit I tried a little late, I thought, can I get from Selhurst Park to AFC Wimbledon with BBC Radio London be able to get me a pass up the back there?
Well, I'm quite looking forward to going to Wrexham in a few months' time with Gillingham. I'm wondering which Hollywood celebs are going to be there.
So you could be on shot. You could be in shot. One of the.
Could be.
Make sure you do your hair.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, absolutely. Who knows?
Although we're used to it now with Comscam, aren't we? You know, radio no more. Everything's Comscam now, isn't it?
Yeah.
Apart from Beckenham.
Not a big fan of Comscam, I must admit.
Well, I can see why, but you know.
You know, face for radio and all that.
But yeah, I did think, BBC Radio London will be able to get me a late press pass. There could be 2 of us there reporting, just because it's a big day.
Yeah, well, absolutely.
Comscam, I like Wrexham. They've done well. It's a great documentary, that is.
Speaking of Comscam, the other day, Scott Reed was doing his updates for BBC Radio Lancashire on his phone while commentating, and he was shoving his phone on the inside of his headset. So I brought this to attention, and then Comscam was on him the next time he did his update, and he was speaking like this on his phone.
Yeah,
he doesn't. Funny.
He doesn't look great on Comscam either.
Bless
Good old Reedy, be down at Lords in a week or so. Lancashire lads coming down.
Yeah.
Drinks break here, by the way. Have we mentioned
that?
You're there. As we're
nothing
about everything else going on.
Which talking nonsense.
But yeah, Luke Holman, he was in one of the executive boxes with his dad yesterday, watching the game. So when BBC London didn't get back to me on the press pass, I thought, should I call Luke and see if his dad's definitely going? I'm not sure with Luke Holman.
Get you in as well.
Yeah, after finishing duties for another employer yesterday morning, not far from here.
Were you at Selhurst Park or at the training ground?
At the training ground.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty good employers. Crystal Palace, their stream team. Everything's a stream, isn't it? Especially Ken commentators' eyes when Middlesex win here at Beckenham today. Eyes will be streaming.
His Alex Hode levels are bad. He's just left the commentary box. As all the BBC Live Text gang do, they love a good pun. Where's he going?
He's sunning himself.
He said, well,
Harry's been on about you about having some tan on the back of your neck. I didn't say it.
Would you like some sun cream, Mr. Hode?
I've got a bad reputation that Alex knows exactly where I was going with that comment. When I first met Alex, he was doing a shift at BBC Radio London, and I walked down and I kind of looked and I thought, it's James Scowcroft. And then I thought, it's not James Crowcroft. And I thought, is it? And now I've done commentaries with Scoey over the years, so I thought,
that's a very niche.
Hold on a minute,
reference.
this is awkward.
That's very niche.
What do you mean? Here's Banbury's right arm around the wicket, bowls to Compton, and running the ball just backward of Pointy picks up a single.
See, I know who he is because he used to play up front for Palace, but you might need to explain who he is.
Ipswich Palace?
Yeah.
Was he Leighton Orient as well?
EFL centre forward back in the day.
Yeah. He played Premier League as well, didn't he? He must have.
I'm not sure if he did. Maybe a little bit, but...
Suffolk legend. Aren't many of them.
Ed Sheeran, full stop. So.
Ed Sheeran and James Scowcroft. And Nick Godwin of BBC Radio London Sport.
And Matt Cole being an Ipswich Town fan as well.
Oh, he is, isn't he?
There's loads of them knocking about.
Here's
Ali
Bamber.
Bruce Ball is as well.
Bowls, and this is down the leg sides and off the pads. They'll get a couple here. Long leg comes around to fine leg.
Something about BBC
144
commentators
for one.
being Ipswich Town fans.
Well, that's where our careers have gone wrong. If we were Ipswich Town,
apparently.
and we'd have been out of the Women's World Cup right now. wouldn't we?
Maybe, yeah. That would have
I
been
mean,
a
look
good
at how
gig.
far Coles and Goblin have got on pretty limited talent, to be fair.
Oh, shots fired. But yeah, the World Cup. Good to see Kent Celestia Russo on the score sheet the other day. Putting England into the semis.
Bamber halfway through his run up. Bowles leaning, runs off his hip. Perhaps even off his glove that to the keeper. Let's see what the umpire signals. It sounded like, yeah, I think just lifted onto the gloves and falling away down the leg side. Simpson shying at the stumps but missing. I think they'd have been alright anyway. But a single is taken. 1-4-5 for one. So anyway, I walked into the office and I was only quickly just to say hello, and Alex just sat there and I thought, is it Scully or not? And I didn't say hello to him the whole time. And we'd spoken previously on Twitter and on email about BBC Sports stuff. So here's Bamber around the wicket, he bowls. And this ball's cut to point for a single. 146 for one. So anyway, walked away. And next day, I think we were chatting or whatever. And then I worked out, oh my goodness me, that was Alex. I thought it was James Scowcroft. And then I thought, yeah, no, it's not Scully, surely.
I'd take that if I was being compared to a former professional footballer, yeah. He says he'll have that.
What are you saying about Alex?
He's more of an NFL guy.
Sam Parkin as well, like.
Sam Parkin. Oh.
Do you know that? And they're both BBC Radio London commentators now as well. Here's single for leaning, who's dropping this into the offside, and there's no run. Now I thought that as well. It did throw me. It was like, is it Scully or is it Sam Parkin? And it turned out it was neither of them.
That was
But I thought it was going to be too niche if I said he looked like two former footballers who both work for BBC Radio London. So, yeah, Sam Parkin as well.
You don't get out much if there's your only references.
Yeah, it was. It was Parkin and Scowcroft. I was like, wait, hold on, what's going on here?
They'd have been a decent front two for an AFL team once upon a time. Dean Ashton.
Well, they were both the big fellas, weren't they? You need the fox in the box. Here's Bamber around the wicket, he bowls, and this ball's turned to
Parkin
square
scored
leg and there's
quite a
no
few.
run.
Parkin probably more prolific than Scowcroft. 147 for one.
No, I just meant style of play.
Yeah.
As opposed to profligacy.
Yeah.
But you throw that a stone if you want.
Subfielder on?
Nathan Fernandez is coming on for Sam Robson.
What a lovely day to be
Left
doing a
arm
bit of
spinner.
sub-fielding duty. Sunny here at Beckenham. It's a little bit cloudy, sort of beyond the big Crystal Palace dome, towards the city.
How many of your biscuits has Alex had, by the way?
Don't know, but
Zero?
I think you and I have had most of them, haven't we?
Yeah.
I've only had one.
No, I've had a
Fifth.
I think I had two
1/3.
before the game started, to be honest. Here comes Holman. Leading goes back and cuts. Now towards the carers at point.
It's getting to that time of the innings for these matches, isn't it? It's lunch, isn't it, really? It must be nearly, what was it, 12:30?
So at Blackpool...
There you go, see, it's nearly 1 o'clock, it's lunch.
At Blackpool, at midday, they brought sandwiches out for those in the press tent that could get off
And
mic.
they were gone.
And then at mid innings, out came some sort of Lancashire hot pot. This is cut out towards the covers. So yeah, so we were obviously sat there.
So no pressure, Kent.
We were sat there, and it was just Scott and I, so I couldn't get into the sandwiches. And then the hot food came out as well.
Lancashire hot pot. What's the
It's like-
what's the dish of Kent?
Oh, okay. So you were going to get me to explain the Lancashire hot pot there. This is what's driven away.
Gypsy tart.
Gypsy tart. It's more like, sort of cakey
What
type
did he call
stuff.
me?
There's like a Kentish tart, isn't there?
A gypsy tart, apparently.
But there's like a Kentish, yeah.
Can we say that on the BBC?
I mean, is it a Kentish tart? Is another? It's like a, yeah. I mean, what other things are sort of quintessentially Kentish? Fish and chips at Whitstable.
Oysters.
Oysters.
Oysters, there we go.
Oysters, good. I like that. Certain type of beer, ale, the old hops. Pulled away by Compton into the onside for a run.
Yeah, it'd be old Whitstable Bay up in the is it cockles and mussels. Alive, oh.
Whitstable Bay is also a type of alcoholic beverage by somebody.
Whitstable Bay Brewery Company. Other Whitstable Bay
It might be.
beverages are available.
One of them sponsors this Kent team, of course. One Kentish brewer. This one's off the back foot by Jack Leaning. And the ground itself, not this one, the one at Canterbury. 150 up. I digress. Lots of other beers and ales are available.
And ground sponsored by them.
Well, there's even some hoardings over on the far side, actually, which is an East Coast Pale Ale. The blue background. Ben Compton plays a reverse here. Down towards Tumbling Fernandez for a single.
Eels and things like that, is that more West End? Is that more Essex? Dish of Essex?
Yeah, it's more...
The Essex Eels, that's what they should have been called.
They should have been, yeah. Instead of tarnishing the Eagles' name. 151 for one at the end of the 27th. Compton is there on 47 now. 47 off 77.
Oh, it's warming up a bit, isn't it? Or is it just that I've drunk this cup of tea and I'm getting hot
Well,
now?
no, I think our tent is warming up a little bit here.
Well,
actually.
they do. They get sweaty, these marquees, don't they?
Yeah,
We might
'cause
have to
we've
open
got
up the
this-
back of it and get an air breeze through or
Yeah, it's
something.
not a bad idea because we've got the sun coming from over the top of the hedge at the back for the marquee. It's warming things up a little bit in here. Maybe it's just my personality.
Bamba's around the wicket. Bowling to Compton. Down the track he comes and defends into the offside. No run, Compton. 47 from 78 deliveries now.
No, that's nonsense. It's definitely because the sun's coming through out the back. But lovely day to be a spectator. I do enjoy going and sitting at the top of the green seats on the far end.
Oh yeah,
really good view from up there. Actually,
is it a bit like the top of the Compton or Edrich at Lords? Is it?
Not quite that high.
More like the top of the OCS at the Oval. It's not the OCS Ever anymore. We get told
Yeah,
off
I
for
know
calling
what
it
you
that now, aren't we?
mean.
Top of the Vauxhall end. Here's Bamba around the wicket. He bowls, and this is heaved away out to deep backward square for 4, and that is Compton's 50. 51 from 79 deliveries. And that was his first boundary. Well, there we go.
Really?
There's a talking point. That was his first boundary. He's faced 79 deliveries opening in a white ball competition, and after 79 deliveries, he's found a boundary.
Literally brings up his half century with his first boundary.
Well, I quite want to say he's in a bit of a pickle here, but he needs to up the scoring rate a bit, in my opinion. As here's Banbury bowls, and that is driven, but only as far as backward point. He was following it really.
I think he does, but as long as guys up the other end are scoring at a strike rate of like
But that's the
90
problem.
plus,
It heaps the pressure on. And I know I'm the away commentator and throwing you under the bus here, as he'll turn around later and go, "You, the BBC one that said I'm scoring too slowly."
No,
but
I think yes, on the one hand it does, but I think everyone
I guess
within
now
the Kent
Drummond's gone.
Yeah, and I think everyone within the Kent team knows that's how Compton bats.
So you play around him.
Yeah.
Bamba's in, bowls, and this ball's pushed 2 point. Quick single taken, 156 for 1. And to be fair, again, partnerships win games.
Yeah, exactly. And
that's-
normally, if he gets out, Kent collapse. So
well, that was what I was going to say. He's anchoring the innings, isn't he? So, but the proof's in the pudding. If you're going to play at a strike rate of this, you've got to make sure you come off more often than not in this competition.
You've probably got to
And you
walk off
haven't.
100 not out, haven't you? Almost.
But you can't do it every week. But the white ball doesn't seam and swing as much as we see in the Championship, the Dukes. This is Bamba. Bowls and a swing and a miss from Leaning at a length ball just outside the off stump. Through to Simpson it goes, looking to carve through the covers, but a dot ball it is.
Yeah, Leaning at the moment 26 off 25, possibly, after that ball. Or 24.
He's 26 off 24, isn't he?
So yeah, I think, like you say, it's about building the foundations, and Bell Drummond tends to score quite quickly anyway. Quite naturally.
Well, the old
scoring player.
double your score at 30. What are we in? We're in the 28th now, aren't we? So, again, they're on for the 300.
Yeah, well, like I was saying, Lancashire the other day scored 60 more than doubling their score at 30 because they're wickets in hand.
Bamba bowls. This is run down to fine leg for a couple. Good tumbling stop down there. Who's that? Anderson, I think. And they've taken 2. Nice little tickle by Leaning. He moves to 28. 158 for 1. Yeah, I say the old adage because it is now. It's dated because it used to be 30 overs and then last 20 go a bit quicker with wickets in hand and double your tally off the back 20. But it's not only back 20. It's what's capable off the last 10 now, even with 5 back. In the day and age of T20 cricket, if you've got 6, 7 wickets certainly standing going into the last 10.
Yeah, like you say, you can score at 10s.
I mean, what can happen with that though is you collapse. We saw with Middlesex, it doesn't necessarily work that day, and it is easier to do that setting than chasing. 100 off the last 10 setting.
Yeah.
If you're chasing is a lot, and that's why 300 is a big chase. But that's what the sides roughly go for, there or thereabouts.
Gonna see Corshall come back on.
Martin Anderson with a banana down in front of us, getting his energy level going. Ready for another spell. Let's go through the bowling figures in a moment. And the last time you've analysed the performance of the Middlesex bowlers at this stage.
Lorne saying who's scoring, he said the Kent net run rate, Alex and I were talking about it, apparently it was minus 3.5 after the other game.
Colshall's in.
Game.
Bowls, and this is your over, sorry, a singles run just in front of Stoneman at cover by Compton, who is 52 on the board now, and that's the 50 partnership as well, of which Compton has 18 and Leaning has 28, coming up in 46 deliveries, I think that says over there. 32 minutes.
Yeah, correct. So despite losing Bell Drummond, Kent have managed to reset now. Leaning, looking to build on his 87 on Friday at the Oval. The skipper, Corshall bowling to him, just runs this into the offside for a single. Those shots that Bell Drummond was playing down towards third man, the little late cuts, you don't see enough late cuts these days. Well, you do if you watch me bat, but it's because I can't hit it in front of square. But it's
called an edge in your book, isn't it?
It's kind of it's a shot that's gone out of the game a little bit. Everyone's trying to smash it in front of square these days when actually a little rundown can be just as effective. Who else is playing today? How many other games are going on?
Oh, loads. I was just looking at that as well.
Corshall bowls, pulled away aggressively by Compton. There's a man out in the deep. Hampshire 151 for 1 against Leicestershire at Southampton. Gloucestershire 197 for 1 against Somerset. Essex 211 for 6 at Chelmsford against Yorkshire. Those are all the other. Not the other game in this group. Surrey 27 for 1 against Notts. This is pulled away by Leaning in the gap. This should be 4. Through mid wicket, nicely played. Moves to 33. Can score up to 165 for 1. Sussex 146 for 5 against Glamorgan at Hove. Worcestershire 97 for 9 against Warwickshire. That new road. The Surrey game.
Must have been delayed by rain, wasn't it?
Must have been. It's at Nettleworth. There's Corshall bowls and Leaning drives into the covers, and there's a misfield for a single.
Yeah, bumped up and through the fingers of Stoneman, that one.
You ever been to Nettleworth?
No, they Grantham last year.
Yeah.
What's the other one? Something Colliery? They play out.
Yeah, quite possibly. A little bit cloudy here at the moment at Beckenham, which seems to have moved across from the city. There's Corshall bowls. Pulled away by Compton in the air, but square leg is out at deep square rather than in the ring. So it's 1 taken. He moves to 55.
Are we expecting any rain today? I thought there might be the small chance of a shower, but
I don't think we're going to get any this afternoon.
I mean, there's a heavier cloud around at the moment, but nothing really.
Yeah, if there was going to be any in Kent, it was this morning, I think.
And also, you don't want to be bowling, batting first, winning the toss if there is a threat of a little bit of weather later on.
Yeah, so Kent's win at Scarborough was a Duckworth-Lewis assisted one, and if they managed to win the game because Baisley took a wicket just prior to players coming off the field, and that dipped Yorkshire below the DLS par score.
Oh, that's what I was going to do. The Middlesex bowling figures so far. There's
29 gone, 167 for 1.
Ryan Higgins returns.
I don't think he's bowled yet so far.
Forgive me, enters the attack, Higgins. They've tried spin options first, haven't they? And actually the spin options have been the more expensive. So Corshall is none for, is that 30? None for 30 off 6. None for 32 off 6 now. Bamba none for 28 off 6. So good from Corshall, because Bamba's a pretty good benchmark. This is Higgins, right arm over, he bowls, and this is hit up into the air and out to deep square, but mistimed. So just a single for Compton and safely short of the fielder. If Bamba's going at 4.67, which he is, then as the other...
Corshall's bowled well.
Bamba's usually very hard to get away in any format, although he doesn't play T20. I think because he's line and length in this, especially opening the bowling, he just boom, boom. Whereas in T20 he'll get hit off the length.
Pace on the ball, yeah.
So Corshall, 5.3 his economy off his 6 overs. Here's Higgins. Bowls, and this is cut out to deep cover point for a single by leaning. I'm going to stick with the seamers before I come to the spinners. Anderson's gone at 5s, none for 15 off his 3. So again, between Bamba and Corshall, he's done okay. And then the spinners.
He'll probably roll deaf.
De Carey's none for 26 off 5.2 his economy. Holman 1 for 35 from 6. The wicket taker removing Bell Drummond, caught by Higgins, who's running in now. He bowls, and this is scooped, or an attempted scoop, and ends up being more of a paddle to long leg by Compton, and a single more for Kent. So De Carey's going at 5.2. Holman's going at 5.83 from his 6 overs, and then Robson 3 overs, none for 23, going at 7.6. So that's where, what are those? 23 runs off 3, and Higgins has only just entered the attacks. They obviously fancied giving a Robson a go before Higgins, who was Middlesex's leading wicket taker in the championship when they headed to Warwickshire, but Bamba's 9 for has overturned that.
I suppose you could almost back end Higgins here and almost bowl 10 overs. Like, he can still bowl 10 overs if he bowls the majority of these final 20.
He's in bowls outside the off stump. That's a wide.
I'm not sure he necessarily will bowl unchanged from this end before the close, but he could.
What's that? How many wides now? Middlesex have bowled 8. Goodness me. Extras are 20. So it's 6. That's leg wise. That's not so bad. So 4 no balls, 8 wides and 2 byes.
Yeah, a little bit untidy.
Higgins in bowls, and Ford goes leaning, pushing single just in front of cover, which is Fernandez, the sub-fielder on for Robson. Didn't see a problem for him when he went off. But this will be an interesting spell from Higgins now, a late to come into the attack.
Durham 108 for 5, by the way, against Northamptonshire. Hadn't read that on their score.
Higgins bowls, and this is driven, bumped past Stone, and he got fingertips to it, but nothing much more. Single out to Anderson in the covers, and it's 173 for 1 now. Compton's 58 from 87, leaning 38 from 30. Sun probably given a welcome shade, this cloud cover at the moment. The sun disappears for a while for those sailing those green seats over there. So it's driven away by leaning, just full of a length from Higgins, single more. And again, you tick along at 6 and over in this competition, well, there's 300 runs. So the singles are a huge part of it, and kept moving along nicely at the moment. Their run rate just below 6, 5.8. So they'll look to get that up by at least 0.5, I'd suggest. Set in 330 or so.
Yeah, I think so. That'll be sort of a roundabout.
For Beckenham, you probably do usually think you need a few more runs than a few.
Yeah, I mean, if they can get 350, talking about the old double it at 30.
Double it at 40.
Double it at 40 would be quite something, but yeah, 174 for 1 after 30. So essentially in a good position to go and get 350.
Yeah, and again at Beckenham, that's not unusual, is it?
No, not at all. It's not out of the question that you could see.
And Middlesex's strength in this match is with the bat rather than the ball.
You could quite happily see 700 runs today if both teams bat well. Corshall to Leaning, smacks him over his head for a 1 bounce 4 into the sight screen. And that was almost T20-esque length, just smacked.
Well, boundary at the start of the over. Stoneman's gone across to have a chat with Corshall. That was in the slot, wasn't it? At 4 Leaning. The worm steadily growing. Even with the loss of Bell Drummond, it's kept at the same trajectory that it's been all the way through.
That's the fancy graphic that's on the stream for those of you that are only listening via the BBC Sport app and website.
Surely everybody knows what the worm is. I actually wasn't referring to the stream. I've got my own notes here that I've been...
Are you drawing your own worm? This one is pulled away by Leaning for 4 more. Short ball dispatched. So Corshall, having bowled a little bit too full the previous ball, was overcompensated. Update on the way for BBC Kent. Yes, indeed, and Kent going along pretty well. 182 for 1 in the 31st over. Traditionally a good ground to score runs on, and Kent having been smashed here by Leicestershire earlier on in the competition, wisely perhaps deciding to bat first this time around. And Daniel Bell Drummond setting the platform with 58. Just under a run a ball, his half century coming in before he was caught at long off. But Jack Leaning has come in, the skipper, and well, continued his form on from his 78 score, or 87 rather, that he scored against Surrey at the Oval on Friday night. 45 off 33 balls for him, just as he takes another single. Ben Compton up the other end has been watchful, but is playing that anchor role that he likes to do. 50 for him, coming off 79 balls. Actually, with his first boundary of the entire innings, he brought up that half century, but since then he's moved on to 58, the same score that Bell Drummond departed for. 87 balls he's now faced. So yeah, kind of started slowly, but just growing this innings nicely now, and setting a really good platform to probably try and score over 300, maybe up towards 350 if they can finish well. So 183 for 1, Kent against Middlesex. Commentary continues online. Corshall bowls to Compton, tries to flick this away leg side, but the ball collected by the bowler and is followed through. And the 4 men out now are at deep cover. Third man, fine leg, deep square for Compton. So for the next 9 overs, of course, only 4 men allowed out before you're allowed the extra one. So this one's off the bat of Compton and away for a single out towards deep square leg. Yeah, before you're allowed 5 out of the circle for the final 10. So be interesting to see how positive Kent look to be in this back end of the second power play.
Richmond player, Compton, isn't he? Richmond's his club. We mentioned Middlesex's outgrounds earlier.
Is it?
One that got away for Middlesex, Ben Compton.
Plays a bit of club cricket for Sevenoaks Vine these days.
Or has he moved?
When he's not. Yeah, for
Splitter.
Well, he's done it because it's a Kent team.
No.
Short ball from Corshall, slower ball as well, which has been helped on its way down towards fine leg by Leaning.
Although Richmond, of course, is not a Middlesex team. It's a Surrey team, but they play in the Middlesex League. Sunbury, on the other hand, are a team in Middlesex, but they play in the Surrey League. It's because of the river. And geographically, the way the river goes, one's the wrong side of the river, the other's the other, and then it was felt that, if you're Richmond but playing in the Surrey League, you've got an awful long way to go to certain places.
Well,
Similarly, Sunbury.
If you're Beckenham in the Kent Premier.
Well, I played a game for Catford Wanderers away at Dover.
Yeah, that's the thing. You go to East Kent
during Euro '96.
Holland
were playing France that day. The famous penalty shootout. Drove all the way to Dover to watch Holland versus France in full because it was rained off.
Well, there you go. Corshall bowls, short ball. Compton pulls it away with a hook shot into the onside for a single.
Couldn't make it up.
It's a long way to Sandwich Town or to Whitstable from.
Yeah, I played at Sandwich as well.
This part of the county.
I got out a left-handed Kent opener in that. He played for Kent, and I never. You should have noted down the name. Never noted down the name, whoever it was. Sandwich is a lovely ground. It was renowned back then as as possibly the finest surface, wasn't it, in club cricket? Sandwich, but all the way to Dover from Catford, so for it to be rained off, get back in the car and drive home. But at least we got to watch Holland France.
There you go. Small comfort, silver lining. End of the over, 188
It
for
wasn't
one.
much, to be honest.
To be honest,
It was
sometimes.
a long way for a rained-off game.
I mean, that is annoying. You'd rather not have to travel. You'd rather it rained a bit harder earlier on in the day, wouldn't you?
I think they knew. They just didn't want to. Let them travel down.
Yeah, that's never good, is
Catford
it?
lot, other side of Kent.
Well, that's a good point. Alex Ho's waving at me. Yeah, you come and replace me, and I'll get out of the way.
Yeah, go on, Ben, get out of here. Here's Higgins in bowls, and forward goes the left-handed Compton. Time flies. Time flies, doesn't it? How many overs gone in this innings now? We are 30. This is the 32nd over of the innings as Higgins turns again and sets off away from our marquee in our leveraged position here. This is hit back in the air and gone. Mid-on takes the catch. Compton looking for some leverage himself. He couldn't get it. Straight to Bamber at mid-on, and a dolly of a catch for Bamber. Straight to him. It's well, almost just plucked it in front of his face, fingers pointing to the sky as Compton completely mistimes it. He's gone for 60 from 92 deliveries. Kent 188 for 2 in the 32nd, and he probably had just reached the stage of the inning, his innings indeed, the Kent innings as well, where he needed to get on with it because no more time for dot balls. There's plenty of batting to come, and Kent will want plenty more runs than this. Welcome back, Alex.
Thank you very much. What a way to come back as well. I've been on the chair for less than a second, I reckon.
Actually,
probably.
when you came on the first time this morning, didn't it nearly lead to a wicket?
Yeah, people blame me for everything around these parts. I don't entirely.
What was it, Ben? Was there a drop or
yes,
near running?
yeah,
Was
with
it a drop?
the first ball. Near.
It was Higgins. Yeah, put it down at backward point. Yeah.
Yeah, people seem to think I have some kind of.
There you go. First delivery. Yeah. We would all wait. Well, actually, Middlesex fans, I'll make sure he's not near the line for.
Oh dear, Yeah.
Well, the start of your innings will have to be a drinks break or something.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's fine. Or I could just
Middlesex
sit here, and it's perfectly nice listening to you two chatting away. The new bat for Kent is Alex Blake. Kent fans will be surely hoping for a Blake Kano moment, and maybe that's it. Ben Compton's thinking, right, done a bit. 32nd over, 188 on the scoreboard. Let's let some people come in and have some fun. Leanings there. What is he? 47 from 35. Alex Blake has the capability of hitting it very big. These are possibly, arguably, Kent's two biggest hitters, along with Grant Stewart as well. And if they're choosing to go through the gears now, then hey, who are we to stop them? It'll be good fun to watch, hopefully. But it feels like a new phase of the game now, with Compton gone and these two here.
188 for 2, leaning 47. Blake, the new batter, and Higgins about to set off. Blake, who I remember innings he had against Middlesex a few years ago at Canterbury in a T20. He's got this one to his hip first ball, a dot ball falls back up the track and there's no run. He and Billings went nuts together for Kent a number of years back against Middlesex.
He's got everything in his locker. He's been a frustration for the last kind of year or so. I mean, I can't believe someone of his talent is here rather than doing something else this month.
Similarly, Higgins and Simpson.
Yeah, exactly. Well, you got Higgins to Blake here, which I personally would say that would grace any kind of format this calendar month.
Is Higgins past the umpire bowls and slower ball pushed by Blake to mid wicket.
Of course, Blake is as well a very, very fine fielder, possibly, I'm going to say one of the best fielders I've ever seen in my life.
Really?
Pulled off absolutely stunning catch at the Oval on, was that only Friday?
Well,
was that
that's
only 2 days ago?
itself,
Was it Friday or Thursday? It must have been Friday. Goodness me, time is flying. I've been working all weekend. Yeah, he's fantastic in the field as well. Might be useful later.
Higgins bowls, and this is nudged fine mid wicket for a single. 189 for 2, leaning off the mark. Blake off the mark, the ball. You're on football duty yesterday, or covering one day cup?
I had 3 football games yesterday.
Oh, what were the 3?
I had, I can't remember, what was the first one? I did Coventry Middlesbrough at lunchtime.
Oh, what was the score in that?
It was Coventry 3, Middlesbrough 0. This is a very delayed football results service. Coventry very good.
Higgins bowls, and this is punched away in front of backward point. They'll pick up a single. Cover points deep on the boundary, comes around to a deep backward point as they take 2 indeed. It was finer of the fielder than I believed. And leanings onto 49. So Middlesbrough, they were high flying, weren't they?
They were indeed, yeah. They've now lost, well no, they failed to win in 7 matches in the Championship, 4 of which have been against Coventry, because of course they played in the semi-finals of the playoffs
there we
last
go,
year.
look at that.
There you go. This is what you came for, anyone tuning into Radio Kent and BBC Radio London. Get your Middlesbrough chat in now. I did do Millwall, which of course not a million miles away from here as well, at 3 o'clock.
Team of Kent?
Well, yeah,
kind
traditionally, yeah. Played in the Kent Cup for some years. Of course.
How did they get on?
They lost 1-0. It was an emotional day, paying tribute to the late chairman, John Berylson. Really emotional day, and then they lost in the 94th minute, which is not ideal for them.
Who
well.
to?
To Bristol City.
Oh.
Yes, that was a surprise, because of course Millwall beat Middlesbrough 1-0 on the opening day, just to complete the link.
And the third game?
Third game, oh god, what was it? Preston Sunderland. See, it wasn't even that long ago. It was less than 24 hours ago. I can't even remember what I was watching. Right, we have a change of bowling, and I'm trying to see who
Luke
that
Holman.
is. Luke Holman,
Holman,
I think, returning from the City end. He was there earlier on.
He picked up Bell Drummond down there, didn't he?
He did indeed, and he's bowling to Alex Blake. First up, he just clips it into the leg side. Easy single. Was a shy at the stumps there from Corshall.
So any regular cricket listener right now be thinking, "Oh, is Martin Emerson happy or sad today? How's the legend of the Roca Riviera feeling today?"
They have lost. For the second game in a row.
So it's always very
actually
sad.
Third, because they lost in the cup as well. They've lost all 3 so far this season.
It's very sad, Martin Emerson today.
Yeah,
I'll have to message
the
you.
phone is out immediately.
Yeah.
To send a message. It's their the first time since 7 years ago since they've lost their opening 2 games. Another a delivery from Holman, who's guided away. And that is Jack Leaning's 50. Just guided into the offside, back foot punch, and goes through. Raises the bat. Helmet staying on. His business is not done. Alex Blake runs down for a little fist bump. I've got a feeling, is that 37 balls and 6 fours? I think I heard the 6 fours. I think that's 37 deliveries for Jack Leaning to get there anyway. Alex Blake on strike now for the next ball from Holman. Identical shot at the other end, and scampers through for 1. Just guiding it up towards. Well, it's gone back towards long off now. But rotating the strike, as you said, the singles are important. They did get up to 6 and over run rate, which was the first time since the very first over of the day from Ishan Kaushal. Got back up there, have just dropped back under it since big hitting Ben Compton got out. It's going to be another dot ball there from Holman, carved away by Jack Leaning, but there's no run there. Straight to the fielder. 2 to come from Holman here, and that is carved away much more tidily from Jack Leaning this way. Just cut away square on the offside, and we'll trot through for a single.
The void. Good afternoon to you. On the 6 that was 2, this being Anderson pushing the ball back in the other night at Chelmsford. On watching the replay, I reckon Anderson had stepped outside the rope before leaping to knock the ball back in.
There's been a bit of that as Holman comes forward in defence goes Alex Blake with the end of the over.
So if your foot steps outside the rope before you leap, that's 6. I mean, I'm not denying it, the void, but is that what he's saying? Because he was in the air when he knocked it back in, but the void saying that he steps over the rope, then he leapt to push it back in. Is that against the rules and regs then?
It sounds like it probably is. There was a similar one at I think it was Neath, where Glamorgan were playing the other day, right at the end of the business end, and Glamorgan were playing Warwickshire. A fantastic game, and it went down to that. And there was who was it? Van der Hoogten, I think, it might have been caught on the rope, over the rope, sort of one side of the rope and then the other side, and he was given out, but it should have been a 6, supposedly. But it's one of the things. It's something to chat about. You need controversial moments like this to make the conversation spark.
Higgins is in, he bowls, and this wraps on the pads. Maybe the little inside edge there from Reading actually falls away into the onside loop for a moment.
I didn't say it was 195 for 2 after 33 overs. That was remiss of me to not mention that.
The biggest debate at the moment is pizza. What else is over there? The ice cream van. You're not going to waste a meal voucher on the ice cream van. There's the sweets stall that looks like it's an advertisement for the Barbie movie.
It does indeed, very much so. That is.
It looks like a little bit of Barbie Lego, actually, doesn't it? Here's a full ball pushed back down the ground for a single.
Have you been to watch it yet?
I have.
Have you?
196 for 2. Yes, took my daughter.
Oh, very nice.
To watch it. Have you?
You needed an excuse to go. So
Yes, exactly.
I haven't got the time, unfortunately. My little girl's a little bit young still. She's not quite 8. So yeah, not quite old enough. I'm not sure for that. Some adult themes in there apparently. So I've been warned. It was discussed.
Relatively, it's 12 plus, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, the gag at the end needed explaining. The punchline, and it quite literally was the last line of the movie. Here's Higgins bowls, and this has worked through square leg for a single by the left-handed Blake. Moves to 4, 197 for 2. Kent nudged towards 200.
Indeed, the calm before the storm, perhaps, or so Kent fans might be thinking, with the 16 and change left.
Ooh, 16 and change. Does that mean there's 99 deliveries left of the match now? So here's Higgins bowls, and this ball's pushed to mid-wicket, and there's no run. That was 33.3. That's 33.4 now, so there's 98 deliveries left of the match.
You sound like you've reverted into a different format entirely,
well,
Kevin.
That's
not like you.
Other than the wonderful coverage that women's cricket gets now, that's probably the only thing it's done right. It's taught us all that 16.4 overs remaining of the innings is 100 balls left.
This is true.
Here's Higgins in, bowls, and leadings forward, pushing to backward point. No run. This is good tight stuff from Higgins. 1 for 12 from 2.5 now.
Alex Blake, of course, this is his manner, having played for many years for Beckenham with great success in the Kent Premier League, and I'm sure there'll be plenty of the Blake.
Was Rob Key Beckenham as well?
Yes, he was, indeed. Yeah, I'm not sure what he's up to these days. It's gone quite quiet, hasn't it?
Higgins past the umpire, he bowls, and this is eased into the offside. Point coming around to field, 198 for 2. So have you been seeing Oppenheimer yet?
I had, honestly, this is going to feel, I feel almost like it's a humble brag, but I've had too much going on lately. I had to go to Cornwall for holiday, family stuff. Had to, and it's not the kind of thing.
Is that in-laws then, as opposed to your family? There you go. Had to. There we go.
Had to.
We all knew as soon as he said had.
I did rock up actually at BBC Radio Cornwall, who let me into the office very nicely to do some work from there, just because I needed to get out of the house for a little while.
I've been called into the office. Which one? Anyone?
Exactly. Yes, I may have had a 4-hour shift that turned into an 8-hour shift as well.
Oh, nice.
Just chuck an extra game in there. As Holman returns from the city end
into the office for a 4-hour shift.
Yes, it doesn't always happen, but I honestly I was looking for the excuse.
Okay,
it was fine. What's that nicely? Very nice people down there.
Tuned in right now, then.
I doubt it. If they are, hello. Worked into the offside by Jack Leaney off the back foot, punched away. He could have crawled through for a single there.
If they are, hello and goodbye after that comics. I'll probably never see you again.
They're coming up very soon, actually. There was some discussion
tuned in
that they might want to pop up and head in for a game at Canterbury.
Ooh.
I think maybe next Sunday they're up to visit.
Who's the visitors to Canterbury other than your in-laws?
Essex, who will win this until a couple of days ago. Yes, Battle of the Bridge, the latest instalment of that. As Holman comes in, that is a lovely back foot. Is that going to go all the way? It is indeed. Doesn't bother to run, straight over the head of long off from Alex Blake. Absolutely dispatched, I think is the word. And that takes him into double figures. Beautifully timed. And I think they call it a no-doubter. He's just standing there waiting for the ball to come back. I'm not sure it was there at long off, but they probably strained his neck muscle watching it fly over his head towards the hoardings.
I want to say it's Jack Davis, but then he's doing mid-off to mid-off if it is.
Yeah.
I think it is Davies.
Yes, I couldn't quite see. Holman comes in again, bowling to Blake. But this time he goes on the back foot, just dabs it, and he gets sent back by Leaning. Good communication from Leaning. Hasn't always been the way in the last month or so for Kent, in terms of they've had some horrendous run-outs, mainly in the Red Bull game. This time Blake set off, but Leaning sent him back. He had a better view of it. Safety first. In comes Holman. Blake has gone for an almighty big sweep, and is he gone? Has he bowled him? He has indeed. Down on one knee, almighty swipe, looking for another 6 this time over, long on, and no connection. He has gone. Kent 205 for 3. Blake goes. Was that just 10 for Alex Blake? Here for a good time, not a long time. unfortunately, from a Kent perspective. And that's another wicket down.
Hello to Peter Mead on Twitter, who one or two have noticed this as well. He says the fun thing about the live streaming is that the live channel is a couple of seconds ahead of the video. So the audio channel is a couple of seconds ahead of the video. It gives you the appearance of prescience. So at this point we could say, just to tease him, oh, he's been called back. They've had a VAR. He's not out.
Yes. We could do
and
indeed.
they'll hear that, but they'll still see him walking off and think, oh, he's coming back.
Yes.
Then they won't, because he keeps walking over the rope.
No.
And I did tune in the other week to I was thinking about coming along last Sunday, actually, when Leicestershire were here.
You would have been treated to a lot of runs.
Yeah. I was thinking about popping along, and were you here last Sunday?
No, I was not. No, I was in...
Oh, was it just two of them then last Sunday?
I was in Cornwall.
Who was it? It was Ben and Richard Ray, I think, last Sunday.
I think so. Yes, indeed. Yes, you missed out on a lot of runs. There are often a lot of runs here. Kent are past 200.
Yeah, I tuned in and noticed that as well.
The loss of Blake for 10 is, it is a blow. I think it is safe to say. Who do we have coming out? We have Harry Finch, who is coming out to bat at 5.
Finch hitter.
Look at his face. That is smug. Are you a Peter Drury? Did you have that written down for a couple of days beforehand, or?
That's slanderous.
No, I know it is. I'm sorry. Particularly because we've got.
He's loved, isn't he? Nobody dislikes Peter Drury.
The chairman of the Peter Drury fan club is sat, I think, probably not too far away from us as well.
Fantastic.
I know. He also denied that he did that, so I should point that out. That he denies writing his stuff in advance.
Yeah. The poet laureate of English football.
Yes, indeed. But most poetry isn't invented on the spot immediately, but never mind. Anyway, Harry Finch is out to Finch hit, and Jack Leaning is still there at the other end. He's on 45 balls. It's going good guns, and Kent will need Harry Finch to do the same as well. Don't want Middlesex to get any momentum. 205.
Well, this is the thing, isn't it? You kind of put yourself in a position. You got wickets in hand. You're sitting there, even in the T20. You got you're 2 down in the back. 8 overs to go, right, everybody starts swinging and all of a sudden they go in a heap.
Yes, 1 brings 2, as they say. Holman comes in again, and he's got a second. He's on a hat-trick. Finch goes first ball. Has he chopped on? He has. And Finch goes for a first ball duck. Holman has 2 in 2 deliveries. He has 3 for 46 overall in his 8th over. And the last ball of this delivery, of this over, will be for a hat-trick. So 1-6 wicket so far for Holman in this over. That is a very, very, very slow walk from the Finch hitter.
Yes, the life of a wrist spinner. Those.
Yeah. Well, this is the
miracles
thing.
You've relayed.
You take it was as clean a strike as you'll ever see from Alex Blake, and 3 deliveries later, the game has changed very much so. 205 for 4.
So the hat-trick ball will be faced by
17-year-old Jayden Denley. Of the strike rate of 400.
And he'll have faced a bit of leg spin in the nets over the years from his uncle.
Yeah, in the nets and in the garden and in the front room and various other things.
He's a master of playing leg spin after all those years of Joe sending down some leg spin.
The Denley dynasty lives on. It's a proud dynasty. It's not quite in the Cowdrey ranks at the moment, but who knows? One day it is a proud heritage. Nick down to Joe and Sam, Jayden's dad, is a very, very good cricketer and footballer. One of those annoying multi-talented people as well. Very proud dad and has played a big part in Jayden's development as well. He mentioned that 1 ball he faced at the Oval was dispatched for 4. He shares with Keith Barker the best strike rate in this competition. They both hit their only ball for 4 so far. Can he keep it up, is the question, and let's hope so, all the way through to 50 overs. Holman on hat-trick. Do you want to take this ball? You can take it if you want.
Oh, it's a Holman hat-trick.
You can clip it up, go for it.
Kind. Very kind, thank you. Luke Holman, he's around the wicket, he bowls and turns and bounces outside the off stump. Good leave by young Mr. Denley as it's through to the gloves of Simpson, and hat-trick ball negotiated safely enough. So that is 205 for 4. The way that Ben Watts is looking at me, it's nearly time for him to come back. It is. So a couple of minutes and we'll get Ben back onto the mic with this Ryan Higgins over and get out of the way. But this is it. This is the crunch stage of this innings now, isn't it? 205 for 4, and much like Middlesex the other night, No, it wasn't because Middlesex went slowly. The collapse came. You know, that collapse shouldn't have come. But the innings are rarely these linear playing out of
ebbs and flows.
Exactly. Yeah. And well, not only that, it can be a real roller coaster, can't it?
Yeah. Well, that's Kent cricket for you as well. It's never
it's
plain
cricket.
sailing.
It's cricket, yeah. You know, and that's why there were a lot who were saying, Middlesex have got it tied up. But Chelmsford, I sat there thinking, no, they haven't. They absolutely haven't. 300 runs are a lot of runs to score, and that's what Essex are looking to post here. They will want something beginning with a 3 at Beckenham. As Higgins moves in, bowls to the very upright leaning, which is quite ironic, really, isn't it? He pushes back down the track and there's no run.
Upright leaning. You makes me think Pisa.
Yes. 205 for 4. Leading is on 54. They must have done that before, surely, the upright leaning.
I mean, I've not encountered it.
It's probably beyond the wit of Matt Cole, but Ben was, I'm sure.
He's ferociously making notes, possibly about Denley's strike rate
the upright
being
leaning.
halved.
I'll use that myself. I'll use that myself.
Feel free. Get someone to clip it up for you.
When they come to Sports Extra, I'll use that one, upright leaning. Here's Higgins. Bowls, and he's in now. Leaning forward, pushes this one to point. There's no run.
Is he leaning forward also paints pictures with
leaning
words?
Leaning forward, yeah. Kent fans will hope that he's not leaning backwards anytime soon.
No, I was just trying to think of a Gary Balance leaning combination at the crease.
Balance and leaning.
Yeah. Good fun, isn't it? Wordplay.
Here's Higgins bowls, and this ball's punched away out to deep point for a single by leaning. The best balance one I came up with, well, in my opinion, the best, but well, to be honest, it's the only balance one I've come up with. So was when he absolutely terrorised the Middlesex bowlers in a championship match at Lords. If memory serves, it was the match where Chris Rogers went on to hit 241. Middlesex chased 472, I think it was.
Good Lord.
To beat Yorkshire. But then what you forget in that was that Balance he'd literally torn into the Middlesex attack on the third day, and they declared at tea on day 3. Game looked as though it was pretty much won. So he's Higgins bowls and onto the pads. Off the left-handed Denley, it falls for a leg by just wide of Simpson. And Rogers came out and scored an incredible knock, and Middlesex won the game. But Balance had taken Middlesex to all parts of Lords. Super Balance goes ballistic. I did not write that Middlesex are atrocious.
No,
I just left it at that. I just left it at that.
You kind of need to really finish it off.
Well, fortunately I didn't, because Middlesex won the game as forward goes leaning, and they pick up a single down to long on. 208 for 4. What was the famous Scottish one that did it? Super Cali are fantastic.
No, Super Cali go ballistic. Celtic are atrocious.
Yeah, yes.
After the Inverness Caledonian Thistle won 2-1 at Parkhead, I believe. That's one of my favourite ever. I live for that kind of stuff. As a former newspaper journalist as well.
There you go. Live
for it.
A former newspaper journalist. Surely the BBC Sport website allows you such. Higgins in bowls, and this is turned into the onside. And no run. 208 for 4. You have your hands tied behind your back on such things at the BBC? Surely
I have a reputation
is
for trying to be creative, but there isn't always the scope for it. The live text is a lot of fun, I must say, and you get a lot more leeway than you do in certain reportage.
I shall leave you to mull as many puns as you can as I tentatively hand the mic to Ben Watson.
Welcome back.
Thank you very much.
You've missed plenty.
I didn't think he was going to let me come in before my update then.
Oh no, you've got plenty of time. I haven't heard anything so far.
Holman bowling. 2 leaning, having taken a couple of wickets in his last over. 3 for now for Luke Holman. After Finch dragging onto his stumps, trying to play a little back foot push for 1 really. Wasn't trying to do anything fancy with it. Blake was obviously trying to smash him out of the ground, having done so the previous ball with the 6. So Holman now 8 overs 3 for 46. And now bowling to young Jaden Denley, 17 years of age. Had to have a chaperone with him to be interviewed after the debut on Friday. Chaperone, of course, was Uncle Joe. He said, yeah, he's a bit average, isn't he?
To be honest, his uncle needs a chaperone a lot of the time as well.
also asked about getting his county cap as he plays reverse sweep here. Straight to backward point. He was given his county cap by his uncle. It was suggested that Joe was quite emotional about it, and Jayden said, yeah, he's a bit soft, isn't he?
He's going to be a good one. He's got good stock.
Certainly a confident kid. A wicket maiden as well, with the ball starting off. Holman bowls to him. Back he goes, clips his one away, high and square on the onside for a single. Matt Cole was suggesting maybe there's a new Denley dynasty on the way.
That is exactly
carrying on from the Cowdreys.
Yeah, I was just mentioning that to Kevin as well just a moment ago. Sam's a great cricketer as well, and footballer as well, football manager.
Back goes leaning, punches off the back foot out towards deep cover for a single.
So Uncle Joe is the Whitstable War, and maybe we'll have a Whitstable War, maybe, as well, if Jayden can bat and bowl as well.
Holman to Jayden Denley. Again, flicks leg side for a single.
A lot of leg side flicks from left-handers so far.
Crikey, they're only just going to the travel. It's 1:34.
I mean, yes.
Sunday
yes.
radio, eh?
Maybe with the gardening show, did it overrun? It wasn't live or anything. It wasn't.
Yeah, so I think they're not quite as
hibiscus
tight
drama or anything that caused it to overrun.
Obviously not quite as tight on timings on a Sunday. So 2:12 for 4, the Kent score. 37 overs gone. BBC Radio Kent, BBC Radio London, BBC Sport Online. That kind of works, doesn't it, with myself, Ben Watts, with Kevin Hand and Alex Hode alongside me. There's Jayden Denley goes back and plays this one into the offside.
What you mean as in
continuing? You're the BBC Online representative.
Well, that is it. Yes, novelty here. Yes, it's nice to be talking about things. Although I did point out the last time I was allowed out of the dark cupboard to come and commentate on cricket was the day 3 at Lords when Kent was skittled and lost by 9 wickets to Middlesex.
Well, these things happen when you commentate on Kent.
Yes, I don't want people to think that.
Here's Higgins, full delivery, driven away, square up towards point. So 2 from 9 balls so far, Jayden Denley.
Strike rate's dropped like a stone, unfortunately.
Yeah, in the last couple of overs, Leaning's had to go into his shell a little bit because of the loss of wickets at the other end. Yeah, just trying to negotiate a tough little period at the moment because Kent have gone from having been going along very nicely as Jayden Denley does indeed drive very nicely down the ground for a couple. The fact that he is in tells you they've lost a few quick wickets. So Ben Compton out for 60 after Bell Drummond made 58. The 2 openers but have gone 109 for the first wicket. Jack Leaning going along well on 58, not out the skipper, but men have fallen around him. Blake up against the leg spin of Holman, hitting him for 6 down the ground, but then was bowled the next ball, trying to hoik one away. Finch chopped onto his stumps, just trying to play a back foot push and got an inside edge. And then Jayden Denley swinging at this next one has got an inside edge down towards long leg, but he's got 5 from 11 so far. So it has meant that the run rate has just dipped slightly, albeit that Kent have still got plenty of time to try and still up this rate because they've got 12 overs to go, 12 full overs before the innings is out. So 215 for 4, still the target will be upwards north of 300, hopefully trying to get up towards 350. Jack Leaning's wicket becomes the key one for Middlesex with the Kent skipper still there, but the mainstay at the moment with the likes of Baisley, Stewart, Kadri still to come as this one is drilled down the ground for a single by the skipper. Commentary continues then online from a sunny Beckenham with Kent 215 for 4 here against Middlesex. So leading to 59, Denley on 5. I've only just realised that on the scorecard in front of us it even says One Day Cup Group A.
It does.
So there you go. Jayden Denley into out towards point. Another dot ball at the end of the over. 12 to go, 38 gone, 216 for 4.
Forgive me, I was going to say, I like to think of it as Division 1 of the One Day Cup, but I'm sure other people will probably say that's not the case.
Well, who's in Division 2?
I'm just offending half of the BBC by saying that.
Well, is there an argument to say that this is the stronger of the two groups? I don't know.
I mean, Leicestershire have been pretty potent so far, and it's not a north-south divide quite, but...
No, there's some good northern teams, the likes of Nottinghamshire, Lancashire, Yorkshire, Essex, Middlesex, Surrey. I mean, on paper, that's a very strong group, isn't it? When you look at traditionally Division 2 teams, there are more, County Championship, there's more Division 2 teams in Group B. This one's pushed away. Holman continuing, sorry, I'm butting in on your over.
No, I'm not sure what's my over and what's not. I'm happy to listen to professional commentators,
no,
to be perfectly honest.
You carry on. But
I did remember the etiquette of handing over to Kevin when he was on a hat-trick, so if
good
he's
work.
clipping up, then comes Holman again, and that's guided away nicely by Jack Leaning. Think about a second, they're not going to push it, which I think is probably very sensible. It's a good bit of fielding out there in the deep.
I guess the thing is, though, if you look at Group B teams who are, say, Division 2 counties at the moment, Sussex, Derbyshire, Glamorgan, Gloucestershire, Worcestershire, Durham, obviously top of the league, they are statistically probably less likely to have lost players to the 100, and therefore might have full teams out, as Leicestershire do pretty much.
Indeed. Holman, that's Jaden Denley's come forward and tried to play it across the line into the leg side, not got all of it. I think he's come off the top of the thigh pad, thinks about pushing for a leg by, and is sent back pretty quickly by Jack Leaning.
His strike rate of 400's coming down quite rapidly.
It is. He was. I was annoyed to find out as Holman comes in once again. Danny down on one knee, swept it just square on the leg side for a single. Keith Barker had also done the same thing, so he wasn't. He was the joint best strike rate in the competition this morning. It's dropped off, unfortunately, significantly now, below 400. But that shows you what kind of stock. He's in great company there. Big hitting Keith Barker.
Yes.
Holman will bowl to Jack Leaning, who comes forward and just guides it away, rotates the strike. Another single into the offside. And Kent are, what's that, 219 for 4? With 11 overs and 2 balls to come. I'm sure the accelerator will go down at some point, perhaps not now. Denley tries to put it down, gets down on one knee, tries to sweep it over his own shoulder, can't quite connect, and that is a dot ball to finish the over actually from Luke Holman. 218 for 4, 11 overs.
I mean, with that thought in mind, does Leaning try and bat the innings, and guys play around him, say to Jaden, look, play some shots, see what you want to, see what you can do, like show this crowd what you're about. Or does Leaning have to be the one as the senior player to try and kick on?
In theory, yes, but it might be tricky to keep the reins on a 17-year-old who's quite excited as well. I should have mentioned just then that Holman's finished his set. That was his 10th over, finishing with 3 for 53.
Nicely done.
And he's changed the game in that one over, the Blake 6. And you're kind of thinking, Kent has set fair and putting the foot down, and then 2 wickets and 2 balls, and very much the tide has turned.
If Blake had batted for any period of time, Kent would be on 250 by now, wouldn't they?
Yes.
So
yeah, and then you'd still have Finch and Denley and Stewart, and you can tinker with your order, can't you?
Yeah. Instead, as Leaning places one off the back foot, he's had to almost rein in his desire to get aggressive.
Yeah. Are they bowling Higgins all the way through, do you think? Yeah, that you called that.
I
given the last
suggested
10
it, didn't I? And
you did. I think maybe they are.
at the moment, he's on course to do so. Often you come on in the 30th over of a one-day game, bowl your 10. He's in here to Leaning, turns it away in the onside for an easy single.
So there have been a lot of singles. I've obviously not been keeping count. I'm not Lorne, but there have been a lot of singles just keeping the strike rotating, and that's all well and good if you're looking to get to 300. But if you want to get to 400, there comes a point where you need to be expansive, and we've seen DBD had a 6. Alex Blake had that beautifully timed one, but there have not been too many big risks. Jack Leaning's not really had the ball in the air.
No,
I can recall at some point.
not too often.
No, at some point. they probably will have to if they want to get up towards the Leicestershire score.
Jayden Denley 6 off 15 so far. Tries to swat a cut shot, slower ball as well, wide signalled by the umpire. I think, yeah, I think somewhere in the middle of those two scores you mentioned would be the aim, 350. But like you say, even that they're going to have to go some at the back end of this innings with the run rate really stalling.
You kind of want one of your Grant Stewart or your Alex Blake to
come off. Bowled him. Higgins to Jayden Denley, who was trying to up it, having used up a few balls to get his eye in, but plays and misses at a straight delivery, trying to heave into the leg side, and he goes for just 6. So another wicket for Middlesex, and Kent 220 and 20 for 5.
Yeah, it wasn't a lot in the way of footwork for that one. It's a steep learning curve, I guess, at this level. Now, people say it's a good competition to come into, and it is, of course. But it's still against the likes of Ryan Higgins, who's a very, very good county cricketer. And that's one that he will learn from. Is that Nathan Gilchrist bringing the drinks on?
Yeah, it is indeed.
It's a shame that he's bringing the drinks on, and you can't rely on him, because his career best first fifer and his career best figures came against Middlesex the last time these two sides met. That was at Radlett a couple of years ago. We won't be seeing him today.
Oh yeah, I remember that game. I think it was Kevin and I doing it.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Don't do that day. Oh yeah, Kent won by 21 runs. That was the first win in the competition that year.
Yeah, needed it at that point.
Yeah, 5 for 45. I've done him a disservice there for Nathan Gilchrist. That was that a couple of years ago when he was really coming through the back end of that summer, August, September. He was really starting to come through, and it's just such a shame that injuries have kind of hampered his progress so far this year, because he may still be key for Kent in the last, what have we got, 5-6 weeks of the summer. That's depressing, isn't it, saying that?
I know, right?
The middle of August, we've only got 6 weeks, and then what?
I mean,
back to hand warmers and going around the country for you.
Yeah, I know, it's already a bit depressing that the football season's back.
Yeah, yes. It takes its toll when you've got the overlap. I know it does, obviously, for you and Matt Cole as well. But yeah, it definitely does. Jumping from one ball sport to another ball sport is quite tricky within 24 hours.
Yeah, I normally get Sundays to rest my voice. Bit croaky today.
You're a bit like Adele. You need a little rest. Just not paid quite so well. Not quite so handsomely. Yeah,
quite. So Baisley's the new man. Yet to really see Baisley come off with the bat so far in this competition, the Australian for Kent, who's coming in to face Higgins. Turns this one away into the onside. Did wonder if they might promote Grant Stewart ahead of him, but maybe they're thinking that 10 overs is more than they want Grant Stewart's bat. They want him to come in with complete freedom towards the back end of the innings.
I think that's possibly it. It's kind of a stick or twist moment at this point. We're still 10 overs left. I'm interested to see, but I haven't seen Baisley in the flesh. I'm looking forward to seeing him.
Playing this nicely off the back foot, out towards extra cover. Yeah, so far he's had some useful contributions with the ball in this competition for Kent, but yet to see what he can really offer in terms of the batting.
Maybe saving it for today, who knows. It just feels like there's a bit of pressure coming on. The fielders are pretty close for Middlesex as well. It feels like a key spell, this.
Yeah, obviously one of them will go out after this ball, if they so choose. But the end of power play 2, and Middlesex ending it the stronger, thanks to those 2 wickets and an over from Holman, and then Higgins has removed Jayden Denley, having also got rid of Ben Compton. So the Kent innings, after a steady start from the top order, middle order haven't got going as yet. So 221 for 5 at the end of 40.
As Kevin Hand was saying earlier on, it's not a kind of a linear progression. It's not you're not taking the stairs through a cricket game. It's very much a roller coaster of ups and downs and momentum swings and changes. And Baisley and Leaning are just having a little conversation now about quite how to play it. Is that change of... Oh, it must be a change of bowling because Holman's finished. Who have we got up there?
Anderson.
This is Martin Anderson returning from the City end. Just had a little word of instruction from his skipper, Mark Stoneman.
I mean, in theory, Anderson and Higgins could bowl out the innings here.
Yeah. Yeah.
If that was the choice of the skipper. Albeit that Ethan Bamber's got over his left as well, so I wouldn't count on that happening.
Indeed. Let's see what he's got. He's charging in now, Anderson, past the umpire. His bowling is guided away square by leaning into the offside for a single. Yeah, I mean, a runner ball is not going to do Kent a lot of good now. That would be 281, a runner ball from here.
Yeah.
They'll be looking for at least one boundary and over, you'd be thinking. And I guess the earlier in the better. Was that Thomas the Tank Engine I just heard in the background as well? It's slightly strange.
That was a bit random.
Indeed.
I think it was the arrival of Matt Panting into the box. That was.
I wasn't calling him Thomas the Tank Engine. In comes motor, a bouncer from Martin Anderson.
I think he might have creaked up the stairs.
That's that might be it.
Yeah.
Making it creak. Yes, just ducked under that did James Bazley. A short one from Anderson through to John Simpson behind the stumps. 2-2-1 for 5.
He's also pointing out that the floorboards are a little bit.
They are very
up and down in our commentary tent.
I used to feel a bit seasick looking at that when they wobble.
Looks like he's surfing.
Looks like the Matrix. Actually, he's got the Matrix glasses on as well.
Chipped into the onside. Is that catch? Yes, held on to it. And Bazley, well, continuing to struggle with the bat, really. And departs without scoring, in fact. And that's a pretty innocuous way to go. Just a little nudge into the onside that he's just scooped up for the fielder. So a wicket for Anderson, another one for Middlesex, and Kent well, they've kind of gone from stalling in terms of the run rate to now sinking, because that's a real cascade of wickets from 187 for 1 now to 220.
Oh, sorry, 222 for 6.
Yeah, 222 for 6. So Grant Stewart, you'd assume, will come in next, but it's just a bit of a strange one why this is sort of playing out as it is, and that leaning is there.
I hesitate to say this given all the conversation so far this morning, but it kind of felt like a change when Ben Compton got out. It was like having him there was just kind of a steadying presence, and it has.
Well, and I think you're spot on, to be honest. Compton is that anchorman in the innings, isn't he? And he probably felt like he had to up it.
Yeah.
But in hindsight, if he was still there
Yeah.
on 75, leaning could be 20 runs better off, because he's playing that bit more aggressive with the foil of Compton up the other end. So actually, it probably begs the question, does Compton need to try and go up through the gears? Actually, just bat through, and guys at the other end, it gives them the chance to, well, at the moment leaning's just sort of hitting ones, getting off strike, and then getting bogged down or losing wickets at the other end.
For the last 5 wickets for the addition of 34 runs, and that was Compton started that run.
That's a pretty meek way to get out as well for Bazley, isn't it? I'm not really sure what he was quite trying to do.
No, it is unfortunate timing as well, because now you're looking at Grant Stewart. What's a good Grant Stewart would be what, 60 off 30 or something like that is a good return, and that's only going to get you to 280 odd. You're going to almost have to ask him to play a slightly different way as well, given the fact there's still plenty of time left. The run rate's dipped to under 5.5 and over as Martin Anderson comes in again, just guided away into the leg side, straight to the fielder by Grant Stewart, no run. 1 for 16 for Anderson in his 4th over. They have definitely tightened up. The pendulum swings one way and then the other. Here comes Anderson once again. Stewart just taps it into the onside, straight to the fielder again. Just trying to negotiate the rest of this over, I think, and then probably have a little chat with his skipper and work out where they go from here in the last 9 overs. 222 for 6, having been 188 for 1.
I think they've got to rotate the strike better. We're seeing leanings getting stuck at the wrong end.
Yeah. This is just guided away, just jabbed into the onside by offside by Grant Stewart. There's no run there. Little scuffle forward. Wanted a single, wanted to get off strike, wanted to get leaning onto it. It's not going to happen.
Getting a bit bogged down or not rotating the strike well enough. And yeah, leaning's in, and at the moment Middlesex are just like every time leaning gets on strike, they just say, yeah, go on then, you have one, and we'll bowl at the chap at the other end.
Yeah, leaning comes down to have a little chat there. The umpire had a word with Anderson as well. I think they replaced the bails. I'm not sure if Anderson was so close to the. Well, there you go. That's what it was. It is a free hit. No ball indeed, and the bails have been replaced. Anderson will bowl the free hit to Grant Stewart. He likes a free hit, doesn't he, Grant Stewart? Have a swing, see what happens. Stoneman goes out to the Middlesex skipper, goes out to talk to Anderson, give him a plan for this free hit. Surely just try and york him. He's a big guy, Grant Stewart. You know he's going to be swinging for the ropes here.
Could go short, got a man at deep square and fine leg. Could go short enough.
We'll find out any second now, and he comes. It was short as an almighty hit from Grant Stewart. I'm not sure it's going to carry all the way, is it? One bounce, and it did indeed find the ropes. It's 4 runs. I actually thought that was going to land a little bit closer. He hit it so hard. It wasn't one out of the textbook, I don't think. He just absolutely sent it into orbit.
Rather than going for a hook shot, he's backed away and chopped it up. And as it was the mid-off fielder chasing it backwards that made you realise that he did actually have a bit more distance on it than we perhaps realised from our angle.
Yeah.
But yeah, like you say, it could have quite easily just plugged.
Yes, indeed. Well, he's a strong man. It came down like one of those meteors that everyone was talking about this morning.
You don't really want to be bowling. Giving Grant Stewart too many free hits in the early stages of his innings to free his arms and get himself going with a boundary, but Kent needed it.
228 for 6 at the end of the 41st over. Higgins will continue from this town end.
So loads of wide open spaces, it feels like, for Jack leaning. With men out at deep square leg, mid-wicket, long off, long on. He's off the field at the minute. Davis chatting to his mate Robbie White. Driven by leaning, but only as far as cover. So yeah, Higgins has got men. He's got his fine leg and third man up in the circle, which is allowing him the 2 on the leg side plus the 2 straight and the deep cover. But changes his pace well, Higgins. So you shouldn't see too many flying down towards third man or fine leg. He's trying to knock this one around the corner. Jack leaning. Stewart comes through for a quick single. There was almost a little bit of a.
It was a bit of Aussie rules in there, wasn't it? Yeah, just trying
on.
to just taking the racing line, I think, is probably the way to put it from Grant Stewart there. He knew exactly what he was doing.
As it was Ryan Higgins deciding that he wasn't going to put up a fight about a single that was taking Jack leaning off strike. So they're sending third man back. Wicket comes in for Stewart.
It's a chess game, isn't it? At this stage, it really does feel like.
Fine leg might even be going back as well. So who else is going to come up mid-off? So where's he looking to bowl here? It's Stewart, maybe into the pads. It's clipped away out towards that mid-wicket fielder who's just been brought in. A dot ball. .229 for 6 then, Ken. Stewart off the mark with that 4 off the free hit, but not rotating the strike. He even needs to hit boundaries or rotate the strike at the moment. Too many dot balls. Higgins bowls, driven past cover. That's better from Stewart. They might even get 2 for this.
The boundaries have certainly dried up. I was just looking through that free hit boundary from Grant Stewart as the first in. I think it's a good 6 overs, I think, since the last one. Which is not really what you want in the back end of a 50-over innings.
Is it probably the only boundary since the Blake 6?
I guess, yeah.
Of course, he was out for 10, Finch for 0, Denley for 6, Baisley for 0, and then this one a dot ball again because Stewart unable to steer it into the leg side for a run. Getting a bit bogged down. 231 for 6.
Is this good bowling? Is this poor batting?
I think it's a mixture probably. I think it's good bowling. Middlesex have fielded well, but at the same time, it's a bit loose from Kent really. I think, without being too critical of Blake, that was a rubbish shot.
It was.
He got bowled. And Stewart's chipped this in the air and he's going to land safely, trying to manoeuvre it into the onside. They're going to get back for 2. That's a slightly fortuitous couple because it was a leading edge over the bowler's head. Yeah, you look at Compton's dismissal and him getting caught for 60 and saying that was a turning point. It probably wasn't a bad time to get Blake in.
No.
And
the shot 2 balls before was absolutely perfect. The timing was imperious.
The difference was he hit that straight, sort of up and over, long off, whereas it was a bit of a mow. It was a bit agricultural, the one that bowled him. And from that point onwards, Finch playing on. I mean, those can happen sometimes, but he was all he was trying to do was really just push it for 1, and he's dragged it onto his stumps. So a little bit of a sorry way to get out. And then young Jaden Denley couldn't quite get going. Baisley out for another 0. So Jack leaning back on strike.
Oh, you're saying this is my over. I'm so sorry.
That's right, no worries.
Me.
But leaning has barely had any strike. It feels like in the last period where all the wickets have been falling.
He struck it then, bump balled it down to Stoneman, who took a neat catch at was that extra cover. In comes Anderson again, past the umpire, and he bowls. Just clipped on the bottom edge. It was wide of off stump. And Leaning wanted to guide it away into the offside. It gets the bottom edge and through to the keeper. Bounced on the way. But this is not a particularly enjoyable, comfortable spell for the Kent Spitfires.
Yeah, and Higgins and Anderson bowling plenty of cross-seam stuff, seemingly.
Mm-hmm. They've both got overs to come as well. This is Anderson comes in, guided away down towards long off by Jack Leaning. Gets a single for it, rotates the strike. Anderson could bowl through as well from this point.
He could do if he wanted to.
He's only bowled. This is his 5th.
I think if they get into the tail, might bring Bamber on to try and blast through
Higgins
them.
has had 7, so he's got 3 left. And that's pretty much it, yeah. Bamber, Higgins and Anderson all the way for Middlesex. Can they make further inroads? In comes Anderson. And Grant Stewart just carves that one away into the offside. He's got a lot of that. It's going to go all the way for 4. It's cut away to deep extra cover boundary. And it's a precious boundary for Grant Stewart. It just shows he's so strong. It was just the arms.
Honestly,
all the power.
So hard, doesn't it?
It really
ridiculous.
does. I didn't think for a minute. I thought that's probably just guided into the offside for a single. No. It's gone all the way to the rope.
It was a slower ball, wasn't it, from Anderson? A little bit too much width, which allowed Stewart to throw his hands at it. But like you say, to most mere mortals, it probably would have been a couple when Higgins would have got there.
I'd never want to arm wrestle that guy. In comes Anderson again. This one's Fuller and guided away square, jab to point, and there's been no run there for Grant Stewart. But yeah, there's a lot of. I mean, sometimes his technique is absolutely incredible. Other times he doesn't need technique because he can just hit it.
Yeah, got a few at the Oval, didn't he, on Friday night, Stewart? And a few of the shots, the commentary team for the stream were almost comparing him to Joss Butler, the power that he was getting from the sort of whip down the ground.
Indeed, Anderson in once again. This is clipped back down the track towards long off, and they'll be singing. They're thinking about a second. They're not going to go for it, which I think is quite wise as well. Stewart stays put, and scoreboard ticks over again. Yes, when I was doing the Middlesex game, Grant Stewart did hit a 6, possibly the biggest 6 I've seen in the flesh, actually, to Old Father Time at Lord's, over Old Father Time. He's definitely got it in the locker. That was the end of the Anderson over, and let's see what we have as a score. Is that 239 for 6 after 43 overs?
Yeah. So 7 to go. They've got to get at least 300 here, surely, if they're going to set something competitive. Anything under that, 270 to 290, Middlesex will be very pleased. Higgins to Stewart off the back foot, manages to get a single out to deep cover.
I'm looking through the Kent bowlers and I'm thinking, who's going to suffocate them on this deck? Who's going to restrict Middlesex? And I'm not 100% sure of what the answer would be. So I think yes, sure. 300. We were thinking 350 earlier on. I was thinking personally kind of 380 earlier on, and
clipped away by Leaning. Should be a run into the onside. Only one though. It's fielded at deep square leg. Yeah, I mean it could have been any kind of score when they were 174 for 1 at 30.
Yeah. I remember you said double it, and now it's 348.
But 348 looks a long way off now, doesn't it?
It's 108 runs away. If they could get to there from here in the last 6.5 overs,
it will be down to some bombardment from Stewart, you'd assume. Full delivery from Higgins, which he drives hard. In fact, too hard because it's a top ball. That's the problem with grass, Stewart. He hits the ball so well to fielders that can't actually run singles. If you miss-hit them occasionally, you can't get there. Fielders can't get there quick enough to stop the singles. Higgins bowls. Stewart again digging it out. Wideish Yorker. So Stoneman at cover doing the fielding. Another dot ball.
Sun's come out again and the temperature's gone up. It feels like about 3 or 4 degrees almost instantly. A lot of clouds scudding around over southeast London and northwest Kent today, but the sun's out, baking that pitch.
So 2 balls to go in the over. Higgins bowls, cut away by Stewart. Again, it's a dot ball. This failure to rotate the strike. Leaning's getting stuck at the wrong end. Leaning's still only on 65 because he's not facing any deliveries at the moment.
No.
241 for 6. It's all going perfectly for Middlesex in terms of containing the score.
Yeah, he's still better than a run of ball. That's the annoying thing as well. He's faced 64 balls. Stewart's already up to, I think, 15.
Denley faced a similar amount, didn't he? Baisley only a few. Finch was out first ball. But yeah, Leaning getting stuck at the non-striker's end at the moment as Higgins comes in and bowls. Short ball which Stewart pulls away out towards deep square leg for a single. End of the over. And going to get Kevin Ham back in, thanks to Alex Hode. Going to do some musical chairs in the commentary box again, but yes, 6 to go.
Hello, folks. This just moves along quickly.
Ben Compton got out and it all went wrong.
Well, again, we'll weigh it all up at the end of the match, won't we? As, here goes Anderson from the City end. He's right arm over the wicket with a deep third, deep cover, backward point, extra cover, long off, long on. This ball's heaved away over the top of mid-wicket for 4. And over the head of mid-wicket, I should say. And Kent's move along to 246 for 6. 45th over of the innings, the 300 still there, but it's going to require these two to keep going. And, well, Stewart, 19 from 17. Middlesex fans need no reminder of what Grant Stewart's capable of with the bat. So here comes Anderson to him once more. He hits the crease now, bowls just short of a length, slow ball up in the air, long on coming around, long on's underneath it, and over long on's head it's 6. Tumbling backwards, Davis tried to take the catch, gave himself every chance that he could, but it burst through his fingers, leaning back, and that's the 250 up. 250 on the board for Kent, and well, if Stewart tees off, he can quickly put this mini collapse behind Kent.
I don't think you've really totally got hold of it.
I thought it was a top edge, to be honest.
A massive top edge, but Grant Stewart just seems to get distance on top edges.
Well, he does, yeah.
Even the free hit that went over.
Well, they all do now.
mid-off.
The size of these bats, it's extraordinary.
The size of the bats and the size of his shoulders. But yeah, the fact I thought that was going to be caught, I don't know, 5-10 yards in from the boundary rope, and the fact that it's cleared down towards the green, cleared the rope down towards the green seats, and 6 more.
Anderson hits the crease, bowls. Oh, that's gone again.
Got hold of that.
Over mid-wicket, and only just, actually. It's funny, isn't it? That's only just gone slightly further than the leading edge. But I think the boundary's a little bit wider square of the wicket than it is to cow corner.
Again, he's looking at the toe of his bat, so maybe he has towed it a bit.
Well, that was the thing. As it started to go, I thought that's not quite going as far as I thought. And maybe deep square was going to get underneath, or deep mid-wicket, I should say. He didn't. So wide long on in Davies, and a deep mid-wicket in Holman. Shadon Nasser with his dad very quickly. Saw him on the boundary a few moments ago. 258 for 6. Holman obviously picking up a couple of wickets, helping slow Kent for a moment, but this man Stewart speeding things up again. 31 from 19. 258 for 6. Anderson bowls, and Stewart goes high and long again. It's another 6. Over long off. 3rd consecutive 6. That's the 4th ball of the over. I'm trying to remember what happened to the first ball of the over now.
Went for 4. Ever since Alex Hode's come off commentary, Grant Stewart started spanking it everywhere.
It's true, when he's on commentary it goes wrong, doesn't it? Get him back. Can we gaffer the effects mic to Alex? Does all that work? 264 for 6. Goodness me, it'll be nigh on 300 at the end of this over. 2 balls left of it. Anderson needs to get out of the over. 1 for 50 from 5.4. Here he goes. He bowls now, and it's a low full toss, and it's hit. Oh, just in front of extra cover, and it was a chance, although a very difficult one for the skipper, Stoneman, low to his right. Did well to get a hand on it, which probably saved the boundary, to be fair. As Stewart slapped at it. So 24 off the 5 balls so far in Anderson's 6th over. 1 for 52. He turns again, and he still has Stewart to face. 39 from 21 for Stewart now. Carnage for Kent here at Beckenham. Anderson in bowls, and Yorker dug out, well bowled. He's done well to get out of the over with 2 off the last 2 deliveries. Well done, Pasty. A cry from somewhere in the field, Pasty Anderson. 266 for 6, Kent. Nonetheless, 2 off the last 2 balls of the over, but 24 off the over in total.
Yeah, more like it from Grant Stewart. Well, I was criticising his lack of strike rotation, but probably doesn't matter if you're going to stand there and whack 6s instead. Thanks to Charlie, who emailed earlier on. He's listening to the commentary on the M11 on the way from a sleepy deal up to Yorkshire to see family. Apparently he's been told off several times by his parents for getting overexcited when Kent batters have reached landmarks. As this is a short ball from Higgins, cut away by Leaning. At the moment, Jack Leaning faces 1 ball, hits it for a single, and then spends the next 5 minutes at the non-striker's end.
So Stewart has 39 of this 41-run partnership.
Yeah, because Jack's just been getting 1s, and then
he's got 2. He's got 2 runs.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, there's really hasn't been much or enough rotation of strike. When you've got a man who's in on 60 odd not out, for him to not be facing deliveries is a bit of a waste. Albeit Grant Stewart's the man you want on strike right now. 267 for 6. Short ball, goes for a pull shot, edges it into the floor.
If I'm Leaning, I'm not stopping Stewart at the moment. I'm thinking chop a single and go for it.
You're saying you do your thing. Charlie comparing Ben Compton at the top of the order almost to Alistair Cook and Ian Bell when they used to sort of bat up the order for England in white ball cricket.
But yeah, I mean,
old school.
Yeah, exactly, and that's all right still in domestic list A cricket. You wouldn't get away with it in international list A cricket anymore. But when you've got a county squad set up for a whole season,
in this competition, it's worked fine for Kent to have Compton as that anchor man, as this one's dragged away into the onside by Stewart for a single.
Well, Robson is no slouch when he comes in at 3. He gets on with it, and perhaps you could argue, well, we should have slowed down a little bit. Middlesex would have won that game the other night if he'd have batted long. I mean,
well, that was what
Robson
I was
or anybody,
thinking when Kent were collapsing
the
a few
proof
minutes ago, that if Compton hadn't got out and leaning...
But the flip side being, are they going for too many shots because there's been too many dot balls in the innings so far?
Maybe, but...
The proof will be in the pudding.
It will be, as this one's played away by leaning for another single. If Compton hadn't have sort of taken it upon himself to up it and was still just nudging along, leaning would have been able to play a bit more freely. He's had to kind of go back into his shell because of the loss of the wickets to the other end.
We'll only know at the result.
We shall.
4.2
overs to go. Decent comeback this from Higgins after the carnage of the previous over. I wonder if Bamber might be coming back on in a moment. This is a short ball over the head of Stewart. He's trying to help it on its way. Umpire's happy with that.
Slower ball as well, wasn't it? Which meant it didn't climb quite as much before it dipped through to the gloves of Simpson again. And again, Middlesex's strength in this match is their batting. No doubt about it. They've got far more experience with the bats. So for Kent, probably the same, isn't it? Your batting's stronger.
Here comes Higgins, bowls to Stewart. I think probably... yeah, just about certainly that top order is the experience, and then with the ball, the experience is with Parkinson, really, the spinner. Young bowlers in the likes of Jazz Singh and Hamid Kadri, James Baisley, sort of inexperienced in English domestic cricket, but has played a bit of Big Bash. So yeah, probably is the sort of top order batting, which leaning is continuing on well with 67, and then Stewart on 40 off 26, 4 to go. So what can Kent do at the back end of this innings? Minimum they've got to get up to 300, you would say. In fact, it's going to be Corshall who's going to come on from the city end of the ground.
Well, this will be an interesting move. Corshall to Stewart. When the time comes, it will be leaning on strike first, won't it? Yes, it will. But again, if I'm leaning now, I'm thinking, drop the single, keep going.
Yeah.
I mean, if Stewart keeps going at this rate from here, then, boy oh boy, if this is a Stewart special, Kent will have 350 on the board nearly. Another over like that, and they're up at 300. So
you know, sometimes when commentators think that certain individuals only score runs against their team, or fans of it.
Stewart does it against everyone. Corshall's in, bowls, low full toss, swung away into the onside, just a single, which again I don't think anybody in the ground would be particularly disappointed with, other than Middlesex.
I actually was going to say the flip side. He just does tend to always do it against Middlesex, doesn't he? I mean,
I've seen him do it recently. Well, he did it at Lords, didn't he, in the Championship game? Didn't he get he got a couple of sixes away, I remember?
I mean, I've seen him do it against other teams like Yorkshire at Headingley and Northants. But it does seem to be Middlesex more often than not.
Middlesex's nemesis on strike. Stewart on 40, Corshall's in. Slower ball bouncer. Slaps hard in between deep square and deep mid wickets. So they will get 2. And Stewart is moving on to 42 from 27. 272 for 6. That's the 50 partnership, of which Stewart has 42. Leading has 5.
Well done, Jack. Contributing a tenth of the runs to the 50 stand.
You can't imagine Leaning has ever contributed fewer runs to a 50 partnership.
When he's 60 not out.
Well, yes. Cowshall to Stewart. Bouncer again. Slow ball up in the air. Chance. Deep mid wicket charges in. Just short of the fielder. Just a single taken. Holman runs in. Oh, throws down the stumps as well. And it's going to require some repair, but fortunately for Middlesex, it doesn't result in an overthrow and keeps Stewart off the strike. So well done, Cowshall, because he's had 2 mistimed pulls, one of them in the air, one of them went away for 2. Well, I said he mistimed pulled the previous one. It was a slower ball, which you could say well done, Stewart, for getting 2 off it.
Yeah, rare that a Grant Stewart mistime goes straight up and not long.
Cashel to Leaning. He goes for it now. Deep backward square is there, and deep backward square takes the catch. Leaning's gone for 68. Kent 273 for 7. And that is the end of a fine innings from Leaning. His 68th delivery. So he falls with a strike rate of 100. And he's done an outstanding job for Kent.
I think he's slightly annoyed that he hasn't finished the job. And he can't quite believe that he's managed to pick out the fielder in the deep, to be honest. He stood there for a moment, Jack, Leaning, as if to say, how on earth have I either not cleared him or have I picked him out in quite such fashion? So, Leaning, who got to 50 so quickly, really, and was the aggressor in the partnership with Compton. As soon as Compton got out, Blake coming in, made 10 very quickly and was out. Finch 0, Denley 6, Baisley 0. Leaning was almost forced to go, take it down a notch or two, go out of 5th gear back into sort of 3rd, and obviously he's played second fiddle in this partnership to Grant Stewart, and as soon as he's played his first shot in anger for about 10 overs, he's managed to pick out the fielder and be caught and get out. So bad time for Kent to lose Leaning, good time for Middlesex to get the breakthrough. Kadri comes in at 9, who can still hold a bat, but if Middlesex can get one more wicket, then they might even be able to keep Kent under 300.
Yeah, I was just looking at the scores elsewhere. Essex all out for 2-2-1. Yorkshire 26 without loss at Chelmsford. Hampshire 275 for 7. Surrey 150 for 3 in the 30th. Cashell's in, bowled. This is clipped away out to deep mid wicket by new batter Kadri, which means Stewart has strike. Oh, they're going to come back for 2. Well, it just died really by the looks of it, unless there was a misfield. I think it just took a while to get to Holman. Yeah. Who's coming in from deep mid wicket, so it's a couple for Cowdrey.
It's actually sensible cricket from Kadri.
Cowdrey.
Somebody emailed in the other day saying, good to see the Cowdrey dynasty continuing with Hamadullah.
159 for 3, Surrey after 30, but that's a rain-reduced match at Nottinghamshire. Durham 198 all out, home to Northants. Corshall's in, bowls down the leg side. He must just come off the hip.
Pad, yeah.
And a dot ball to end the over. 275 for 7. Good over from Kadri. Under pressure coming back there, replacing Anderson, who'd gone for 24, and the youngster picks up the wicket of Leaning, but Stewart's still there. Kadri has 2. Stewart will have strike on 43. Kent 275 for 7. And that was the end of the 47th over, so 21 deliveries left. Elsewhere, Sussex 276 for 9 at home to Glamorgan. Miss Gloucestershire 382 for 2. Whoosh. In the 46th. Yeah. What is going on there? And now where is that? Bristol or... Yeah, it's Bristol.
Who's got the runs?
Bracey has got 202.
Wow.
From 140 deliveries. I mean, that must be a List A record for Gloucestershire, isn't it? Surely.
Yeah.
202. Here's Higgins in, bowls, and this is through to the keeper, sorry.
Big swing into the offside. It was a slower ball.
So Dent had 65 from 38, not out Tector 29 from 14, a strike rate of 207. Well, Ollie Price really let the side down. He had a strike rate of 92 for his 77. Those are the 4 batters.
Side down with 70.
387 for 2. Bracey's strike rate 143.
Stewart on strike, Higgins to him. Oh, that's a full delivery and it's knocked him over. And Stewart goes then for 43, and Kent's innings is almost grinding to a halt.
But it does happen this way though, doesn't it? When you see, again, saying Middlesex the other night, why Middlesex at Hampshire thought they were going to have the victory. How many times do you see it in T20 where, a partnership gets going at the beginning, you think, they'll all come in to do this. It doesn't work that way, does it? They come in and you see a few cameos, but you also see a bit of a collapse unless somebody can really get in and keep it going. And Leaning did that after the fall of Bell Drummond, who gave it a good start as well, Bell Drummond. But Kent, by Beckenham standards, you would feel are a little short here unless something can happen in the final 20 deliveries.
Yeah, I think you're right. At one stage, 174 for 1 after 30.
Now have I got my maths so wrong? 20 deliveries, 16 deliveries left.
How can you go from 174 for 1 after 30 to 275 for 8? Well, by losing wickets.
Are you talking about Chelmsford on Friday night?
No, I'm saying...
That's what happened to Middlesex the other evening. It is... as Middlesex said, they should not have lost that game. Kent will say they should not have collapsed like this, but it's the way cricket works. It's why we turn up for sport. It's linear, it's fun, it's exciting stuff. Things do roller coaster this way, up and down.
Well, it's those quick wickets for Holman. Higgins has taken some important ones as well, and you look at Leaning getting out in the previous over in a pretty innocuous fashion. Higgins now to Jazz Singh, slower ball outside the off stump, the number 10.
But again, we got not only wait and see the results of the match to judge it. You know, we'll know halfway through the Middlesex chase. We'll have an idea. But
here's a slight curveball. Apparently, this is the same pitch as the Leicestershire game last week. So it's effectively by Middlesex.
What was the total number of runs last week?
So it was 380 from Leicestershire and 116 all out from Kent. It's Jazz Singh's bowled. And Higgins has got another one in the over. 275 for 9. Jazz Singh out second ball for 0.
Well, the Higgins introduction's been a masterpiece, hasn't it? He's, what is he now, 4 for 31 in his 10th over? And he's bowled through these 10 overs, hasn't he? Unchanged?
Yeah.
They've been a late comer to the attack. Because they put Robson on ahead of Higgins, didn't they? So, look, it still runs on the board. 300 runs, which, all right, they're going to be just shy of now probably, but 300 runs is still a lot of runs to get. You know, they've got runs, but the interesting thing will be the start. You know, how Middlesex go about the power play. Cracknell opening, if Cracknell comes off and is there for 10 overs, then Middlesex will have a pretty decent score on by the end of the power play. But equally, if he goes early and Robson and Stoneman, they then have to pace their innings. We'll see. There's a lot of cricket to be played in this game, and Kent will hope there's a lot of cricket still to be played in this innings as their last pair are together.
Yeah, 2.2 overs to go. Yeah, like you say, last over for Higgins, and he's going to end up with an economy rate of 3 point something. You compare that to everyone else who's, you know, even Holman, 10 overs 3 for 53.
Yeah, it's not easy to go out and hit 300.
Everyone else has gone over that, you know, 5, 6 and over run rate.
You have these projections, but again, you know, Middlesex and Kent, how many times this season, I mean, Kent have probably had a better season with the bat than Middlesex have, but, you know, how many times this season have Middlesex hit 300 runs in championship cricket? When you're pacing yourself, you're playing a long game, you get through the new ball, bowlers are getting tired, 80 overs, they're out there 120.
Kent have struggled as well to get big scores.
And that's what I'm saying. So, you know, 300 runs, you know, it's all well and good sitting here saying, you know, Middlesex should have chased it down the other night, Kent should have got over 300 here, but it's a lot of runs to get, and somebody's got to go out there and get them, and it's not that easy. You know, especially when there's a time constraint on you, as there is in this competition, which is the beauty of the limited overs format.
So Parkinson facing Higgins. Actually plays this quite nicely, a little tickle into the leg side for a single. In fact, they'll come back for 2. So well worked by Parkinson for 2.
With that, Middlesex will, I'm sure, be saying to themselves here, look, having got yourselves into a great position twice against against Essex. Essex for 121 for 5. But still set Middlesex 300. And then Middlesex 200 odd for 2 and lose the match. So having got into 2 very good positions against Essex, they'll be looking at this now, 277 for 9, and saying, do not let this innings slip. We'll see how we go in our own innings, but do not let this innings slip.
Yeah, Parkinson, last ball for Higgins then. Ball goes for the Yorker and beats the bat, but doesn't take the stumps out, so ends with 4 for 277 for 9 then for Kent at the end of the 48th. 2 to go. I mean, without being too harsh on Jazz Singh or Grant Stewart, in hindsight, you say, with it being the last over for Higgins, maybe should have been a bit more watchful for that one and make sure you bat the next 2 and go big against the more inexperienced Cowshall.
Yeah, you pick your bowlers, don't you? So I think that's fair. Now they, by Beckenham standards, should be light unless the pitch has changed significantly from last week. And it is the same track. That's confirmed,
what we're being told, yeah. So whether or not it'll get a bit more turn for Kent, as I said, Parkinson's probably their main weapon with the ball.
Corshall's in, right arm over, he bowls, and down the leg side. Is that a strangle? No, it's a wide, so we got nothing on it. Ha! And there you go. The Beckenham crowd enjoyed that little bit of theatre, a little bit of pantomime. Oh no, it isn't.
Oh no, it isn't a wide or caught behind. It is a wide. I'm just trying to think what. At this point, 12 balls to go, can I be thinking of trying to
whatever you get. I mean, look, you know,
whatever can you get, yeah.
You talk about the mental milestone, don't you, of 300 as his. Corshall bowls, chipped out to deep cover for a single. Parkinson to 3, Kadri on to strike, which is what Kent will want. And again, you know, it's, well, do you get 300 nudging it up? So, you know, do you get another 12 runs nudging it around, or do you get 12 runs by Kadri stands there now and just, or Parkinson stands there now and just tries to thump it out of the ground?
I think the pitch is big enough that there's twos available, isn't there?
But that's what I mean. Do you just drop a single and take a run of ball here and
Probably
get 10 runs? Or, but equally though, if he swings and he gets a couple of boundaries, well, if he keeps swinging, he could get quite a few runs here. As in comes Corshall, he's in, and that's well bowled, just back of a length, and Parkinson riding behind it, pushing back up the track. I've got my batters mixed up, haven't I? My apologies.
It was Kadri that chipped it over cover. I just think the way that these two bat, there's that big gap on the leg side.
Tip and run,
and you could probably get two, can't you?
Oh, strike rate of 200 through here. Well, there you go. Off goes Corshall again from the city end. He bowls, and a bouncer that's going to be close, and it is signalled a wide. A no ball. A no ball on height. No ball on height is not a free hit, though, is it?
No. It was well over the head of Parkinson, though.
Now, the other thing, the man warming up to bowl the final over right in front of us is Ethan Bamber. So, Middlesex's premier bowler in Division 1 this year. Do you try and get the runs this over off Corshall? That's the other part of it. As he's in, bowls, and good line and length delivery, play to backward point. This is excellent from Corshall. He'll be disappointed with his no ball, but
I think when you're numbers 9 and Jack, you just get bat on ball and see what you can do. And particularly with Bamber, get bat on ball because he's going to have a bit of pace about him.
Yeah.
See if you can run it down some awkward areas into spaces. 281 for 9.
Corshall is in, bowls, and this is hit back in the air over the bowler's head, and that will be 4. Nice shot. And nudge of the gloves, Parkinson giving a little bit of tap here. Just a little bit fuller from Corshall and towards the slot, close enough to the slot for Parkinson to go back downtown.
Yeah, that was good batting actually, wasn't it? Because I think he had sort of guessed that Corshall was going to have to pitch that one up a little bit more, having bowled a couple of short ones to him and bowled the no ball. So sort of back that it was going to be 4 and chipped it over him.
Corshall's in, 2 balls to go. The over, slow ball hit in the air, wide of Robson, and Robson gets a smothering parry, holding them to a single. So 1 ball to come of the over, and Parkinson moves to 7. Kadri, the number 9, has strike now with 3. So, well, what does he do? Does he try and take the single to have the final over, or does he go for the boundary here and say, well, you haven't done a bad job of it so far, Parkinson?
I think you maybe pick a shot that you would back yourself to hit for 4, and if it's in that slot, you go for it. If not, get the 1.
Kadri's in. Down the track comes Kadri and pushes out to deep point for a single. 287 for 9 with 6 balls left of the over. And well, again, 287 for 9. You go back to the start of the innings. They win the toss. You're going to set Middlesex 300, all right, give or take. You're going to set Middlesex 300 to win. Are you happy with that? Yes. So we'll just have to wait and see for the reply as to how Kents have paced this innings and how they've timed their attack.
Yeah, I think so. 10 off that last over?
With the no ball, you must be close. Yeah.
So Bamber then coming back on for just the 1 over. Can he knock over this final Kent pair?
So he'll be disappointed with his wide and his no ball there, won't he? Corshall. Yeah. Otherwise, it was a good over. Look at that card, just seeing it up on the stream in front of us at the moment. Interesting one.
Bamber turned away into the onside by Kadri. Little tickle for 1.
It's very top heavy, but for a Grant Stewart Middlesex special.
Yeah, middle order ripped out by Holman and Higgins.
I mean, without that Stewart innings right now, goodness me, they would be light. Desperately light. So it took a cameo.
I think the criticism would be that one of the top 3 should have gone and made 100 as well. When you got in and set yourselves, somebody needs to go and make 80, 100. Edged from Parkinson, should be caught. Short, third man takes it. And Kent are all out for 288. Parkinson with a little cameo at the end of 7, but the last man to go. So Kent leave deliveries out there and leave themselves short of 300, which at one stage they looked on to quite clearly get to. But Middlesex have really fought back, and credit to them the way they've done so with the ball. And it'll be 289 that they'll need to try and win this game here at Beckenham.
Yeah, I mean, look, they've got runs on the board, and Middlesex, what was it, 298 that Essex set in the other night. So, yeah, there's plenty of runs there, isn't there? A good start for Kent with the ball, good power play. Equally, flip side, but as we've seen, cricket, an innings is a long time, 50 overs is a long time, and 300 is a lot of runs. So there's plenty of cricket in this match. That's the heavy roller, I think, squeaking its way out to the middle, isn't it? That nasty screech on our effects mic. I might turn the effects mic down slightly, because I'm sure that will be grating everybody's ears at home the way it is ours. Oh, dearie me, listen to it. It's a WD-40.
Yeah, absolutely.
Creaking it is. Right, we've only got 30 minutes, haven't we, Ben? We can weigh it all up at the start of the chase.
Let's do that.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to Beckenham, and the chase is about to get underway, where Kent bowled out inside their 50 overs. So, did they do well to get up close to 300, or are they a little light? We shall have to wait and see. BBC Radio Kent, BBC Radio London, in town for this one at Beckenham. The umpires are just checking all is well, as Robson and Stoneman, Cracknell and Stoneman are out there to open. So used to saying Robson and Stoneman. Stoneman and Cracknell are out there to open up. And it's going to be Grant Stewart running in from the city end to get things going. It's Ben Watts, myself, Kevin Hand, and Alex Hode here with the commentary for you as Stewart's right arm over the wicket. He bowls to Stoneman, who edges first ball with a late cut down to deep third and a single to get Middlesex off the mark in the chase. Welcome back, Alex.
Thank you very much for having me back. It's very nice. 288 more runs required. Pretty simple, isn't it? Less than a run a ball. It's just tick along. Any team can do 5.8 and over, can't they, Kevin?
Nudge and Nurdle. Where's Neil Fairbrother when you need him?
If only every team had a Ben Compton.
Well,
hey, he was there. 188 for one. He was there after all the bad mouthing earlier on this morning. However,
two slips go down. Here's Stewart to Cracknell, and this ball's clipped down to short fine leg, where Parkinson does the fielding to the delight of his teammates, and it's just a single when it could have been four potentially. So two without loss. Stoneman back on strike again. The proof will be in the pudding in this one, won't it? Was the patient approach to begin with the foundation the right one? We shall have to wait and see.
Did the tortoise win or the hare? I can't remember.
Indeed.
We will find out. See. Stay tuned.
Here's Stewart bowls, and this is driven by Stoneman back to mid-on. Bell-Drummond fields. There's no run. Bell-Drummond, who gave it a real start at the top, didn't he, with 58. He and Leaning were going at a good lick.
It was a good foundation, but unfortunately the mansion was not built on those foundations from a Kent perspective anyway.
Yes.
288, we were talking 350, I was thinking 360, 70 in my head and not saying it out loud. 288.
It's a short one cut away by Stoneman, and there's a boundary. A little bit of width. Backward point couldn't stop it. Deep third, much finer. Middlesex's first boundary, they're 6 without loss.
They're all pretty similar deliveries as well, all ending up in the same place, and it took a flying stop from Matt Parkinson previously to prevent that same outcome probably, and not this time.
Stewart about to turn again, slip in place. And he sets off now midway through his run-up. He bowls, and this ball's turned, finding the mid-wicket fielder for a single. Think about two, back they come. And 8 without loss it is. One ball to come in the first over, so a solid start here from Middlesex.
Indeed. Not entirely sure if we're just talking to ourselves at the moment, or if there are people out there in the ether that can hear us.
We will, of course, be on the stream as well, even if we're not on the BBC Sport website. So
whoever is listening, you're very welcome here, as the clouds have come over at Beckenham.
Stewart's in bowls, and this ball gets an inside edge onto the pad, falls away into the offside, and a dot ball ends the over. 8 without loss. Stoneman has 7, Cracknell has 1. And we'll continue on the stream. BBC listeners will have lost us for a moment, but if you just tuned across from the BBC Sport website, then the audio coverage alone will be back. If you're out in the garden or somewhere and think you only need the audio and not the stream,
looks like
good match brewing.
Indeed. Jack Leaning, I think, is going to take the ball himself, is he?
It looks as though he is.
He is indeed. A couple of conversations, opening with the pace of Grant Stewart at one end, at this town end, Jack Leaning taking the ball. 8 off the opening over for Middlesex. Kent at the same stage, where 6 without loss means nothing, of course. What is that? Cracknell on the strike as in comes Leaning. Respectfully nudged back across the track into the offside. No run there. There was a little bit of turn we saw earlier on for Holman, I think in particular. Found some early turn. Leaning, looking for something here with the second ball. Cracknell charges down the track and just guides it down towards. Well, man was long on, but he's come in to field it at mid on, and I think he's going to be asked to stay there now. A single off that one, rotates the strike. And Jack Leaning's just reorganising his field. Sending Daniel Drummond back to the edge of the circle on the offside. Is that a slip in place as well, or is that a wider second slip? In comes Leaning to Stoneman. Stoneman just slashes it away square on the, or just backward of square on the offside. And we'll trot through for another single. That's all that Middlesex really need to do. Pick up the singles here and there. A boundary would be a bonus at this stage, but build the same platform that Kent had earlier on. The platform that Kent had fell apart really. 114 runs at it for the last 9 wickets. Leaning bowls, and that's going to be a wicket. It's a mistimed, attempted sweep by Cracknell, and it's gone straight to the fielder at as a kind of point, and he has to go. Leaning has the breakthrough in the first over, or in his first over, sorry. That is, I can't see what that is. Is that 9 for 9 for 1?
10 for 1.
It's 10 for 1. There's an extra single as well.
Yeah, well, there we go. This is what we talk about, isn't it, in the power play? Do you go for the shots, try and take advantage? Proof will be in the pudding, we will see. Disappointment for Cracknell, who's sent up to open in this day cricket this year. With Stoneman Robson at 3, so the championship opening pair put together out in the middle. Early in the chase here at Beckenham.
It was, yeah, just a really routine catch for Daniel Bell-Drummond over there. It was trying the reverse sweep, just didn't time it, got a top edge, floated it up right into the meat and drink, right into the breadbasket for Daniel Bell-Drummond, who is an accomplished fielder as well as he is a batter. An early breakthrough for Kent. Anyway, and Sam Robson goes out to join his old mate Mark Stoneman. They spent plenty of time together. Of course, they wouldn't have wanted to be together quite so early. 10 balls into the innings. 279 more required. And Jack Leaning is his decision to bowl himself first up vindicated, I think is safe to say. Not sure there was an awful lot of turn, or he got an awful lot out with the pitch from that one, but he certainly got Cracknell to mistime it. He'll be looking to do the same again. So Robson takes his guard. In comes Leaning past the umpire, and again just respectfully, just seeing what Leaning has to offer. Batted back to the bowler from Robson. No run there.
How many of Ben Watts' biscuits can I eat before I've eaten too many?
Yeah, as long as you don't blame me, I don't mind. Clipped away by Robson off his thigh into the leg side, and they'll scamper through for a single there to complete Leaning's over.
Well, you've had about 6 of them. So.
I have not had 6, and that's completely outrageous accusation. Middlesex 11 for 1 after 2 overs, and Kent have something to work around. A power play wicket. Oh, well, sorry, I forgot you were munching away and you turned your mic off. I should have continued talking. Forgive me.
Exactly that. Is that for my fault for blaming you?
No, it's fine.
The wicket comes early in the power play, which should slow the power play down a little for Middlesex, especially after the other evening. They'll have known at Essex somebody had to go on. That was the point. I think Mark Soames said that in the interview at the end. And he went through the list of anybody should have got on and scored those runs for Middlesex, the winning runs the other evening. So getting in and going on.
Started really, really quickly, didn't he? And then he kind of slowed down the pace, I think, Stoneman at Chelmsford.
This ball's just short of a length. Dabbed into the onside by Robson for a single wide of Bell Drummond. 12-1 is the score as Stuart starts the new over. What I asked him, I said at the beginning, you know, it really looked as though you had the bit between your teeth, you know, very much in the zone. And he said pace on was the time to score. So, you know, when the quicks were on at the beginning, it was the time to get going.
Well, interestingly, most of the Middlesex pace today came at the back end. Kind of kept it up their sleeve.
We did. Here's Stuart. And single turned into the onside as Bell Drummond comes around just wide of mid-on. A single taken. Somebody's brought their dog. Who's brought their dog?
That is, I thought it was Ben just complaining about the technical issues, but it is a distressed dog.
Biscuits.
Does. Once again.
Sounds similar to a distressed Ben.
Don't look at me. And that's Ben when he gets very excited when something wonderful happens. That's like a good commentator.
When Matt gets the beers in. Is he tuned in this afternoon? Do you know
he sent a message saying he hopes everyone's having a nice afternoon.
That was probably in reply to one of my digs at him then. One slip, crashed down. As Stuart comes in to bowl to Robson. And this is work for a single, fine and mid-wicket. They'll think about 2. They'll settle on 1 as Robson moves to 3. Loopy throw comes back in.
They've learned the lesson from Friday, because I thought there were 2 there, but they thought, no, let's not risk it. Let's not be too gung-ho.
Do you know, one or two have mentioned that. Why did they go for the second? But I do, you know, off the bat, I thought that's 2. Because it was so far fine of the fielder. He had so far to come around, and likely it was 4. Ended up only being 1. And there's Stuart bowls, and that's clipped in the air through square leg, just backward of the umpire. Deep square coming around is Kadri. Taking a couple. Short fine leg nowhere near it. 16 for 1 Middlesex. But yeah, you know, it was one of those that off the bat you think, well, there's 2 there. You know, deep third's got his work cut out. Dive. The fact that, as I say, he dives, you flick it back in. You know, chances of getting up, it's close enough for you to grab it quickly, get the throw in quickly. The City end, Stuart bowls. He's slammed down the ground by Stoneman for 4. Really threw the bat at that one, Stoneman. And well, after his fine innings the other evening out in the 90s, he'll be desperate for a victory for Middlesex. Get up and running in the One Day Cup here. He's on to 15, Middlesex 20-1.
Indeed, yes. Not going to say ominous signs, but if Stoneman is the main man at the moment, when you're missing...
That was the phrase used by Paul Newton on the commentary the other evening when Middlesex got off to a good start. I said, well, it's only a start.
Well, it worked out well for them, so hopefully
I've
I've talked us into some good luck today.
Stuart bowls, Stoneman turns into the onside. There's no run, mid-wicket fields, into the over. 2 from Stuart. He's gone for 17 off those 2, so a little bit of payback from Middlesex, what Stuart did to Anderson. When he hit 3 consecutive 6s at one point, taking 24 off an Anderson over, and 20-1 Middlesex after 3.
Indeed. I presume Leaning will be returning to bowl, having picked up 1 for 3 from his opening 6 balls. And indeed he will. He's going to be returning from this town end. A bit of wind kicking around at Beckenham. The clouds are in there, gathering over. I don't think there's any threat of imminent rain. It's just nudged away the opening delivery by Sam Robson into the onside. No run there. Leaning comes in again. Robson on his back foot, trying to work it away into the offside on his back foot. Doesn't get bat on ball. Goes through to the keeper, Harry Finch. A few gasps, strangle cries in and around the cordon. No run. Leaning back in again, rattling through his deliveries, clipped into the onside, just off his thigh, and again another dot ball. I'm not going to say precious at this stage, but they all help. They all contribute. Every journey starts with a single step, and the more dots that Kent can pick up at the moment.
Well, apologies to anybody at BBC Online who haven't been able to hear us. This is pushed down to long on for a single by Robson. Only just with us.
Well, welcome. Welcome indeed. That was indeed, yes, Sam Robson pushing Jack Leaning. Jack Leaning, who made the breakthrough in his opening over, the second over of the innings, ousting Joe Cracknell. Sam Robson together with Mark Stoneman. Stoneman is on 15. from 10 deliveries so far, a couple of 4s in there. Leaning, preparing to bowl to him now. He's just worked away, no thought of a run, worked away into the offside towards extra cover. And returned to Harry Finch behind the stumps. Another dot ball for Jack Leaning. There's, I think, one more to come from this over. And he comes just worked into the leg side by Stoneman. There's one there, they'll think about a second and they will stay put indeed. So I think that's just 2 off the over, having gone for 3 off the first over that he bowled. Jack Leaning, 22 for 1, is that from 4 overs?
Yeah, so a better over for Kent. Stewart going for 17 off his first 2. And will he continue? He does. Well, Drummond comes across, having a natter with him. Stoneman and Robson leaning on their bats. Joe Cracknell been and gone. Jack Davies in next. And Higgins, Simpson, Holman, De Carey's, Anderson. It's quite the middle to lower order.
Yeah, they do bat very deep, very deep.
And then Bamber and Corshall, the 2 that were together at the end at Essex Middlesex. We hope it does not come down. He certainly can.
A whack, can't he?
Well, he's probably better than that. I'd say he's, you know, he's a 46 not out against Surrey recently, his highest first-class score. He's a decent bat. And wouldn't be afraid to use a bit of bottom hands. Absolutely correct. But yeah, I'm sure Middlesex will.
We'll be hoping it doesn't come to that. Yes, indeed.
No repeat of Friday. But then if it is required and it gets them over the line this time, they'll take it.
Well, I'm sure the fans here will be hoping for a bit of a blockbuster finish.
Stewart begins his 3rd over. He's right arm over, he bowls and lifts on past the edge of Stewart, and that lift also got it through the gloves of the keeper as well. So Finch not able to hold on, and he's hurt his. I'd suggest that must be somewhere around his the bottom of his thumb. As it lifted towards his right hand.
Yeah, almost burst through the webbing slightly, didn't it? It wasn't the most comfortable. He's not. He is an accomplished wicketkeeper. However, it's not necessarily his first role in the game. 23 for 1. Stewart to Robson, who cuts to backward point, looking just to dab really either side of the fielder. Be a single down to deep 3rd. If it's in front of him, they'd think 2, but dot ball it is. 23 for 1 in the 5th. Already at the halfway point of the power play by the end of this over. It's flown by. Incredible. That's opening with spin for you.
Well, indeed.
Stewart's first over seemed to be a bit wide of off. The second over was a bit wide of leg. And maybe he's found the sweet spot.
He's in now, bowls, and Robson over the top of this one. Pushes defensively into the onside. Kent will hope so, because of course there is a little bit in these white balls at the start of the innings, but it doesn't last for long before they go soft and it's over to the batters. That's why I've got 2 different balls at either end to keep them harder for that little bit longer. Again, another good ploy in the List A game, which just evens up the power play even more and forces the side to play through the innings as Stewart comes in, bowls. Robson's over the top of it again, turning to the onside. Again, no run.
Do you think that BBC Radio London listeners would appreciate a score update from the Middlesex derby in the Premier League football today?
Oh, go on then. Did we decide it was the Middlesex derby?
Oh, well, no, Tottenham's a funny one. They used to be. I think that they've been booted out, however.
They're a bit half and half, aren't they?
They are, but I mean, it's London anyway, I think we can probably say.
Go on then.
But it is, or it was 2-2 at half-time. They've just started the second half. No, it remains 2-2, but yes, they've just started the second half, so at half-time it was 2-2 between Brentford and Tottenham.
Stewart bowls, and this ball's punched by Robson. There's that little bit of width that we know. Serve that up to Robson on the back foot. He laps it up, square of the wicket either side when it's short enough. 27 for 1, Robson's first boundary. He moves to 8. Stoneman's on 16, and there's 1 ball to come of Stewart's 3rd over, number 21.
The cricket angle on that football score update, of course, is that Ange Postecoglou, the new Tottenham manager, has likened his playing style to that of the B-word ball.
He hasn't.
He has.
Really?
That's how he wants to play football.
This one's just short of a length to Robson onto his hip, but I think pace off from Stewart, and it's a dot ball to end the over as it falls back safely up the track off the hip guard. 27 for 1. And number for 21 from 3. That's what we need, more cricket references in football.
Indeed. I'm not allowed to say the B word, otherwise I'd have to put £1 in the jar. So that's not happening. Don't have a spare £1.
But you are allowed to mention the 100.
I haven't mentioned that either. No, I called it the H word earlier on, and then I was accused of jinxing Daniel Drummond, which is not what I meant in any way, shape or form.
I see.
There's Jack Leaning, having taken the 1 wicket to fall so far and conceded 5 runs from his opening 2 overs. He's back for a third. 27 for 1 on Middlesex after 5 overs. In comes Leaning. He's bowling to Stoneman, who's just worked it away. Oh, he's gone past the diving fielder. They'll think about a second note. There's just one there. Diving fielder at backward point couldn't quite corral it. Didn't cost them anything in the end. But Stoneman moves to 17. And that brings Sam Robson on to strike. Leaning's already accounted for Joe Cracknell. He's just reorganising his field. Is he sending back out there? Is that sending James Bazley back towards long on? That's sliced away uppishly in the air for a little while. It's going to find the rope though, I think. It's carved it past. It was wide of off stump, carved past backward point. It's going all the way to the ropes. So that brings Sam Robson on to 12, 31, 32 now for 1 Middlesex.
Afternoon to Neil Smith. He says no match for me today, so watching the coverage of Middlesex versus Kent at Beckenham on the YouTube feed with commentary from Kevin Hand and colleagues. Good to see so many players I've scored for the seconds for Middlesex playing for the first today. Shame a wicket fell as I was typing, but plenty of batting to come.
Indeed, Robson charges down the pitch and then kind of just glances away into the leg side. It's going to come back for a second as well. There was a stop out in the field, pretty smart stop as well, which prevented any further damage. I'm not sure they wouldn't have got to the boundary. You've got Hamid Kadri sweeping out there. But it's a second, another 2 for Sam Robson, who moves on to, it's going to be 14. And Leaning continues. Leaning over more expensive than his first 2 combined. But he did make the breakthrough in the opening in his first over. Can he find another one? Facing Robson, he's put another man across into the offside square. Robson, a couple of steps down, punches into the offside. Thinks about risking a run, doesn't, sensibly. Is sent back by skipper Mark Stoneman. Last ball of this Leaning over to come. Robson back, just that's a textbook cover drive, high elbow. They'll come back for 2 there. No need to risk it, can pretty much walk the second one. Fielded out in the deep. Nicely done. And there is one more ball to come from this this Leaning over. Leaning over, there goes another one. We've got all kinds of Leaning mentions today. Scoreboard just ticking over nicely for Middlesex at this point after the early loss of Cracknell. And once again, Robson just guides this one down to it's fielded at mid-on by James Bazley. Throws it in another single, and that will complete the over. I think it's 37, is that? If I can keep count. 37 for 1. 6 overs gone.
So 4 left of the power play, and that early loss of Cracknell, that'll just slow Middlesex slightly. We shall see, but see ball, hit ball, I imagine would be the tactic for Middlesex at this stage. They won't take unnecessary risks. See how it goes. Have a look at the games elsewhere. See what's happening. Essex are all out for 2-2-1. Yorkshire 110 for 3 in the 26th. Stuart bowls an open face from Robson as he looks to punch on the back foot as far as backward point, no run. Leicester 29 for 1, chasing 297 to beat Hampshire at Southampton, I assume, unless they're an outground for.
I'm not sure. We're in the Isle of Wight
Ooh.
for our game, for Kent's game there, because I forget who I'm working for today. Sorry. You must do that all the time, surely.
I try not to. Yes, Stewart, he's in bowls and past the edge of Robson's late cut. It goes through to the keeper, 37 for 1. I mean, there's a royal we when we are watching.
That is exactly what I meant.
But exactly,
yes,
exactly.
When you and I,
when BBC Radio Kent are at the Isle of Wight.
Yeah, indeed. Ben
is that an overnighter? The Isle of
Ben,
Wight.
I've asked Ben Watts earlier on. He's making a little trip of it, I think.
Is he?
Yeah.
Camper van, Jolly Boys outing.
I'm not sure. He's a young father, so I'm be very surprised if he got away with that.
That's the whole point, isn't it? Stewart's in bowls, and this is punched away beautifully by Robson again, and that'll be 4 more. Just a little late offering outside the off stop from Robson. It's a big scoring area. They've got to keep it tight outside off to him. 41 for 1. Robson 21 from 21. Stoneman 17 from 14. And actually that's starting to make a pretty good start for Middlesex now.
Absolutely. Any width that Grant Stewart's offered has been punished really so far. I can't think of one that he's got away with.
Well, we talked about 60, 65 for 1 being a decent power play. As here's Stewart. Bowls, and this is cut again, but only as far as cover on this occasion. No run. 2 balls to go. Stewart's 4th. He's gone for 25 so far.
I think, what did we say? Kent were 51, were they in the power play? Possibly. It wasn't too imposing.
So Surrey 2-4-4 for 7 between innings, reduced to a 40 over a side match because of rain in Nottinghamshire. Stewart to Robson. Turns single to deep square. Makes 42 for 1 here with 1 to come off the over.
I suspect we're going to be seeing James Baisley bowling the next over from this the town end, the way he's been warming up very energetically indeed.
Just noticed a Harry Potter notepad. Is that your choice or your son's?
No, so this is, yeah.
So it is your son's notepad?
It is my son's notepad, and he's put this on because he went to school for Careers Day. And
but he's covered
believe it
over
or not, he did what I
Harry
did.
Potter?
Yes, with a sports reporter notebook.
Ah, nice. You went to school with one as well, did you? Here's a full ball to Stoneman from Stewart to end the over. Defended to point, there's no run, 42 for 1. What do you mean he did the same that you did?
Well, no. So he went to, believe it or not, this is desperately embarrassing. He went to school wanting to be a sports reporter for Careers Day, which is very nice.
Did.
Which is, well, when I was,
I
know. I'm essentially.
No, but I'm saying, back then, did you go to school wanting to be a sports reporter?
Yes,
is that what you said?
Yeah,
did you?
I always wanted to. Yeah, that wasn't what I was trying to do. But I know this.
It wasn't what you were trying to do. So was it or wasn't it? I'm confused.
No, I went to school and always wanted to be a sports reporter, and so I'm very lucky to get to do what I do. It is a dream, and I thank my lucky stars every day. He, inspired by me clearly.
The paycheck comes in.
I'm not going to say anything. I'm grateful to be here. It was Jack Leaning, indeed. Sorry, that is not being replaced by Baisley. Jack Leaning is bowling this over from the town end, which is worked away by Sam Robson. There's no run. Yes, he went to Careers Day and wanting to be just like his daddy, which is very cute indeed. But he's covered over a Harry Potter notebook with the word sports reporter notebook to make it seem authentic, because that's what we're supposed to do. Clipped away by Robson this side, square on the leg side. There'll be a single there. Scamper through, thinking there might be 2 there. They were not. Hamid Kadri cut it off. So just a single of Jack Leaning, and Mark Stoneman will take strike. Yes, I don't have my own notebook today, or I couldn't find one, so I just picked up the first thing I could find to bring with me today.
Well done.
Yeah, I thought it was good to have. Leaning is just trotting in now. Bowling to Stoneman, who works it away square. Slight hesitation at Sam Robson's run through. There was a shy at the stumps by Grant Stewart at the non-striker's end. I think he'd have made his ground, Stoneman. He did have a slight hesitation as he set off, but it is just a single. And no great alarm. Sam Robson back on strike again. Baisley continues his warm-up, so perhaps it's Grant Stewart that he'll be replacing, rather than Jack Leaning, or just maybe he's trying to send a message to his skipper, saying ready when needed. In comes Leaning, guided away, back foot punch to point. It's fielded by Daniel Drummond, and with no run.
Just finishing those scores, Northants 89 for 2 after 15, chasing 199 at Durham. Somerset 27 without loss in the 5th, chasing 455 to beat Gloucestershire.
No, 455. Carved away into the offside, no run. That's Sam Robson there.
Bracey finished with a not out 224.
That's 455.
We're going to have to look that up now.
That's got to be.
What records
there's going to be records books being rewritten. As Leaning comes in, on to Robson. Just glanced away into the leg side for a single. Hamid Kadri comes in from deep square to field. Just the one there. Baisley is trotting in as though he may be getting the ball now.
Well, I remember when one of the Aussie greats said, one of these days someone will hit 500, and back then it being kind of like, no, nobody ever will do that. Bracey finished with a strike rate of 148 for his 224 not outs. Van Buren was his last partner, not out on 35 from 12 deliveries. Tector went on to hit 37 from 17. As I say, the slouch of it all was Ollie Price, a mere 77 from 83.
Wow.
But Dent above him opened with 65 from 38. So that partnership, the opening stand, was 105, and the first wicket fell at the fifth ball of the 14th over. So there we go. I need to get out of the way, don't I?
I'm not sure, unless you want me to go. I don't.
No.
Don't particularly mind. But 45 for 1 are Middlesex from 8 overs. James Bazley is indeed taking over from the City end, replacing Grant Stewart. You're welcoming back Ben Watts, who's been on technical overdrive for the last half an hour by the sounds of things. I'm glad to have him back with us. Bazley comes in, and it's ball wicket from his first ball. Catch by Hamid Kadri at point. It's just been guided. Robson has just picked him out absolutely straight to the throat of him. Wicket with his first ball by James Bazley. As Kevin Hand walks away disconsolately, but can have another breakthrough. A second wicket falls, and it is Middlesex at 45 for 2 in the start of the 9th over.
That was a good change in the commentary box.
I think so. Maybe we can actually affect this game by doing this, by rotating our own strike.
It's like changing the bails, isn't it?
Yeah.
Swapping the bails over.
Good luck,
the
John. Where's your headband, Ben? We need whatever we can do to get a little bit of luck. Impartial as we are, of course. The BBC, but a timely breakthrough as well. The bowling change worked as Robson departs. 24 for him from 29 deliveries, 3 of which found the ropes. Jack Davies is the new batter for Middlesex, joining Mark Stoneman, who's still there. 18 not out from 16 balls. Just a couple of those have gone for 4 as well. He's your man, isn't he, Mark Stoneman? I know it's as nice as it is to get Sam Robson and Joe Cracknell. If Mark Stoneman's back in the hutch, you feel a lot better about things if you're the Kent Spitfires. Yeah,
absolutely. I was chatting to Kent's junior journo for the game, George. He's from Greenwich, 12 years old. A really nice initiative actually by the club to do this for young lads or young lasses aspiring to get into sport journalism and get the opportunity to come and do this for a game. And we were just having a bit of a chat mid-innings about the situation, and he himself was saying about Mark Stoneman's been in a good bit of form, so feels like he's the danger man. And Bazley striking, good luck charm for Kent. He got another one here. Might have nicked him off first ball. Yes, the big Australian celebrating. Davis out first ball, thin edge through to Finch, and Middlesex all of a sudden 45 for 3.
And Bazley's on a hat-trick. Forgive me, I thought you might want that over, but I'm happy to continue with it. Well, no, actually, you can have it now because he's on a hat-trick again. I'm handing over on the hat-trick ball twice in one day, which is very, very strange indeed. But a very timely bowling change from Jack Leaning. Bazley was warming up for a couple of overs, and he's made immediate inroads. This is a slightly hastier walk-off from Jack Davies. We saw Harry Finch go this morning. A very slow trudge. This is a get me out of here quickly walk. Ryan Higgins, in theory, is the new man. A very dangerous hitter in his own right. But even someone of his immense talent is not particularly going to enjoy coming in.
For a hat-trick ball, as you say.
Indeed, yes.
We need somebody
fired
new
up
to
Bazley.
We need Kevin Hand back. Let's see if we can get a wicket every ball with a different commentator for the hat-trick.
That's fine. Well, where's George? He can come in. He's a wannabe Watts. That's what they should call the junior journos. A wannabe Watts.
I think he was more comfortable on camera than I was, to be honest. It's a bit out of
no, this is the problem.
Fish out of water for
I
me.
see these things, I think, what a great initiative, and I think you're going to take my work away in 5 years.
I'm already...
Harry Fulton, I'm worried about.
I'm already worried about Harry Fulton, to be honest.
Exactly. I think we all are. Can't type as well, can he? Ugh.
No, I think you're probably safer than me in that regard.
AI, Ben, that's the problem. We've all got
AI. Kids and AI
I know.
taking our jobs.
It's fine, if only I don't enough to retire. Never mind.
Well, Bazley then on a hat-trick. Do you want it?
No, it is all you, professional.
Here comes James Bazley in and bowling to the new man. Ryan Higgins steps down the track, lets it go.
Wow, what a leave that was. That was not that far away from that off bail.
He's left it on length as much as anything. Confident leave from Ryan Higgins as the ball passes the stumps through to Finch. But what a spell of bowling this is. And what a bowling change.
What a treat for the Beckenham fans as well today. Two hat-trick opportunities in the space of 3 hours, I guess. Nicely needed. Would you like me to complete the over, or would you like to continue?
I might as well carry on now.
Yes.
I've weighed in, haven't I? This one is driven down the ground by Higgins, again taking a step forward to that Baisley delivery up towards Jazz Singh at mid-on. So, yeah, Grant Stewart taken out of the attack after 4 overs, number 26. Jack Leaning continuing what he started, really, at the Oval, having opened the bowling in the power play. And 1 for 18 from 4. And this bowling change to get Baisley on, and he's already picked up a couple of scalps. The Australian overseas, as Higgins angles this down towards Kadri, the catcher earlier on in the over at backward point.
It's a tactic they've used in the blast as well, isn't it? Jack Leaning. They've used Denley, I think, in the past as well, opening the bowling in the blast to some degree of success as well. So why not give it a go in the 50 over as well?
Yeah, Denley's often bowled the first over, hasn't he? And if there's a right-hander in, they want to try and see if he can get one to turn past the outside edge. I think he's had Josh Butler stumped in an opening over, maybe Banton certainly. As Higgins gets a single into the onside. With Leaning, I think it's potentially more about control. It might well be due to left-handed batters at the crease as well, but as Baisley gets a really good hand after the 2 wickets in that over he's picked up, Leaning just seems to offer so much control as a spinner. I think I really like what he's capable of doing. You know, he was talking the other day about having 3 frontline spinners plus me in the team,
yeah,
which feels like
he'd be a second spinner for a lot of teams.
That's what I mean. He's much better than that, isn't he?
Yeah.
To not consider himself as a fully fledged all-rounder, really. He will see himself as a batter who can bowl. But you think about Kadri, Parkinson, Denley can also bowl, spin. Jane Denley's left armour as well, but Parkinson is a leg spinner, Kadri an off spinner, like Leaning. So
it's good options to have.
Got loads of spin bowling in this team, Kent. Daniel Bell-Drummond coming down towards long on in front of our commentary marquee here at Beckenham. And a rebuilding job to do then for Higgins arriving at the crease with Stoneman.
In comes Leaning again, starting his 5th over, just worked away. There's not going to be a run there actually, he's worked away down towards 3rd. I thought about setting off for a single, but Stoneman says no and sends Higgins back. This is a dot to begin the over. Kent have actually stemmed the flow slightly. Just 4 runs have come from the last 2 and a bit overs.
Well, prior to that, Middlesex have been going along all right, haven't they, run rate wise?
Kevin was feeling very comfortable. There was a single there, just worked away by Higgins to rotate the strike and bring Mark Stoneman back on. 18 from 16 deliveries for him. He's not seen much of the strike actually recently. Be very glad to get it back. Ryan Higgins, as well as that hat-trick ball, has faced another 3. He's picked up the 1 run so far. In comes Leaning. Stoneman digs one out, just wide of the off stump. A fuller one from Leaning, but there's no run there as well.
Goes back to what I was saying earlier, that Baisley had that impact with the ball. Would have liked to have maybe done so a little bit more with the bat, but
you'll let him off after an over like that.
Quite.
Yes, just dabbed away into the offside by Stoneman. There's no run there this time. Harry Finch scampers around to pick up the ball and prevent anything. And Leaning gets it back in his hand and comes in again. Just worked away square once more. There's another dot ball to add to the collection from Jack Leaning. His first 2 overs were very tight, 5 off them, and then 13 I think came off the 3rd one. And back to just, I think, 1 off this one so far.
Yeah, I think Baisley now the top wicket taker for Kent in the One Day Cup. With those couple of scalps, overtaking Parkinson. Having played a couple of games more.
Indeed, yeah. Sorry. End of the power play. 47 for 3. Another dot ball there from Jack Leaning. Has 1 for 19 from his 5 overs. James Baisley has 2 for 1 from his 1. And is he being taken off already? I think he is. Is that Stewart back?
No, I think it is Baisley carrying on.
Is it?
That would be quite something.
would
Stewart's down
be.
in front of us.
Yeah, fine, there you go. That's done.
Grant looks like he's had a trim as well, actually.
That's what it was, that's what threw me. Yeah, there's no tufts sticking out the back of that cap.
So Baisley to Higgins. 47 for 3 Middlesex after the opening power play. That's punched beautifully off the back foot for 4. 50 comes up. And Kent were pretty much on the same score, weren't they? 51 without loss after the opening power play. So it's those 3 wickets that Kent have taken early at the moment that are the difference between the two teams.
That's it. I think Kevin was saying sort of 60, 65, something like that from the power play is a decent return. They didn't quite manage that.
The fact is, though, that Middlesex back down to 9, so
Yeah.
in a way, you may say that Kent needed those early wickets to try and get themselves on top. Because if Middlesex with their batting lineup as this one's drilled straight to cover where Blake does the fielding, if Middlesex left wickets in hand,
Yeah, you fear slightly.
you'd back guys
Stoneman
like...
is still the one I'm looking at. You've got John Simpson, who's a very good batter.
Yeah.
And obviously Holman to Carey is very accomplished as well, but Stoneman, get rid of Stoneman.
Yeah,
And
and even Anderson at 9's a decent bat.
Yeah, and Bamber nearly got a first class half century last time out, I think.
Holman can give it a good whack, so yeah, they've got good players still to come. There's Baisley bowls, a full delivery. Higgins driving very technically and straight up towards mid-on.
Essentially what we're saying is don't get carried away, Kent fans.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't think there's any danger of that as
No.
such, because Kent fans are all pessimists like you and I, so...
We've been hurt before, there's a reason for this. Damaged goods.
But well, likewise for Middlesex fans, don't get too downtrodden just yet.
No. This is why we love the One Day Cup. Thrills and spills.
Baisley bowls. And it goes back to what Kevin was saying earlier, as this one's driven up towards mid-off. You know, we were sort of plotting the course for Kent's innings, saying they were going to get 350, and they obviously fell well short of that and didn't even get 300 in fact. But when there's 100 overs in a game, there's so much time for things to duck and weave.
It's deceptively long. It's like the 400 metres. You think, oh, that's a sprint. It is not a sprint.
Yeah,
if you
the
try and
last
sprint the
bit.
400 metres, you are not going to make it to the line. And that's kind of what happened today.
Here comes Baisley. Higgins coming down the pitch trying to slam this past mid-on, which he does, so Jazz Singh can't cut it off. So already we're seeing some good intent from Higgins and using his feet to get down the pitch to the seam.
I'm not sure entirely that Jazz Singh was completely sighted with that. I reckon that it was possibly Stoneman was in his way and he didn't see it till a little bit too late, and then it had already gone past him because it had such pace on the ball, which is slightly unfortunate.
At the minute, Kent have got fine leg and third man, deep cover and a deep square leg, but Higgins is trying to blast it down the ground and hit the ball in front of square at the moment. This one is run into the onside, and a tumbling Ben Compton makes the stop. 1 run for Higgins. Not sure whether the boundary riders could be better utilised in front of square for Higgins. Haven't really seen him try and run the ball down as such. Seems like almost a default setting rather than a particular feel for the man. But anyhow, decent start from Higgins. 11 off 12, 18 for Stoneman, 56 for 3, and of course we're in that power play 2 period now.
And they're having a look at the ball. There's 3 different conferences going on between different groups at the moment. It's the umpires having a chat with Baisley. I think they might have the ball now. Or has the ball now worked its way to Jack Leaning to come on and bowl his 6th over, 1 for 19 so far. The meetings are all disappearing. Fielders returning out to the deep. Jack Leaning is swivelling and pointing like a weather vane into different parts of the outfield. And when he's happy, sent Baisley as far away as possible over to go and get himself a pizza.
Oh.
Was it good, yours?
Yeah, it was actually, thank
Yeah,
you very much.
It looked excellent. And when he's finally happy, Jack Leaning trots in past the umpire. And he's bowling to Higgins. He just works it towards long on. Grant Stewart comes into field, throws it deep to Harry Finch. Just the one easy single there for Middlesex, which takes them on to 57 for 3. early in the 12th over. Mark Stoneman back on the strike. He's on 18. And he's just drilled that one back. Fielded by Jack Leaning himself. Got down nicely to his left to pick it up. Not sure there would have been a run there anyway.
This is probably the matchup, isn't it? From a Kent point of view, off spinner to the left-handed Stoneman.
Indeed, in comes Leaning. And just worked away square. Straight to the fielder at that point though. So no run for Stoneman there. And the ball is very quickly back in Leaning's hands. Kevin Hand was remarking about how quickly we're rattling through the overs. And here we are, and he comes once again. Stoneman just drives down to Grant Stewart again. Fields it mid-on, mid-off, of course, and then throws back to Harry Finch. 58 for 3.
Yeah, always liked to have a spinner in your team who can get through some overs quickly.
Yeah. Well, Kent this season in particular have had an issue here or there with run rates. Don't think so today, not at this rate anyway. In comes Leaning, bowling to Higgins, who just watches it glide past his off stump outside it. I wonder if the arms were going to go up then, but no. Straight through to Harry Finch, no run.
Don't see too often in one-day cricket leaves that
No.
don't get given as wides.
No, exactly. I think he's trying to make his mind up for him. Leaning in once again, back foot carved away, square. A slight misfield allows the single. I think it probably was there anyway. At point-ish. One off the last ball of the over. Takes to 58 for 3.
So tidy stuff from Jack Leaning thus far.
Is that 22 from 6 overs? That 1 wicket of Joe Cracknell.
So Gilchrist just coming on briefly, a sub-fielder. Paisley to continue from the City end of the ground.
Saying earlier on, in career best figures in this fixture the last time it was played, Nathan Gilchrist. How nice it would be to have him out there. I'm sure he'd like to be out there as well, wouldn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we saw the value of what a fit Nathan Gilchrist can bring Kent when Ryan Patel was going well at the Oval on Friday, and Gilchrist came on and took that wicket. Just that bit quicker than some of the other bowlers, and in fact we're going to see a change in the bowling. Paisley's being withdrawn, so Parkinson being introduced. So he's come on, got 2 wickets in an over, and the skipper says, well, I think you've probably done your job for now. Let's get the spinner on. So
I mean, it's a position to work from, isn't it, really? Having 59 for 3 after 12 overs, you've kind of got your, not necessarily your foot on their throat at the moment, but certainly you're in the ascendancy, and if you can find a way to make that 3 into a 4 or 5.
yeah, again, it goes down to perhaps who they think is the best man to get Ryan Higgins out, and maybe they think Matt Parkinson is that guy. 4 for in the previous game. Got a couple on debut as well, didn't he? So yeah, he's looked good so far, Matt Parkinson, in his brief Kent career.
You'd think if he got a couple on this track last week, he might have a slightly better chance of adding to that this week. But we shall see.
So he's bowling here. Higgins immediately goes for the reverse, which is of course how Cracknell got out to Jack Leaning, just spooned it up to Bell Drummond in the ring. Robson cut one to Kadri at point off Paisley before the left-handed Davis nicked off first ball to Finch off the same bowler. Parkinson just dragged into the leg side by Higgins for a single out towards Denley in the deep. Jaden, of course, rather than Joe, who was doing some running at the half.
I saw that. He was quite quick as well. I was just thinking, at what point does Joe Denley become Jaden's uncle? Because that's the thing with familial links. It's like Peter Schmeichel, Kasper Schmeichel. He's always Peter Schmeichel's son. Did there become a point when he won the league? Did he become... He's Kasper Schmeichel's dad now?
Yeah, he's Kasper's dad, yeah. For a certain generation, probably, yeah. There's Parkinson, a little bit of loft, a little bit of flight.
I tell you what, if Joe becomes Jaden's uncle, then Jaden's had a good career.
That's a good point, yeah.
Joe Denley's had a fine career. Hopefully plenty more of it to come too.
Parkinson then, quite a low action, almost a little bit Paul Adams-esque in the delivery, that he's quite sort of hunched over as the ball, the arm comes over. makes for an interesting trajectory.
It does.
But yeah, it was getting good turn on Friday night at the Oval. Turned a few past the outside edge of the right-handed Clark. Higgins watchfully probing forward here.
Yeah, it's not the time to be too aggressive. I presume that's what they're wanting them to do, to try and take a risk of get bored and basically lull them into a full sense of security and then strike.
Here he comes again, Parkinson. Good pace about that delivery. And prodded away by Higgins. So end of the over, 61 for 3. Tie at 1, good start from Parkinson. And Kent seemingly going to continue bowling a lot of spin in this innings, you would assume.
Spin, you'll be owned by 7 at this rate. Goodness me, rattling through these overs.
Still got Kadri and Jaden Denley to utilise from a spin bowling point of view.
Yeah. Of course, we haven't seen Jazz Singh yet, have we?
No, we haven't, no.
Baisley and Grant Stewart as well as options. This is going to be leaning, continuing from the town end. His 7th over, 1 for 22 so far. In he comes. Facing Stoneman, who's... Oh, he's bottom edged that just in front of his stumps. He was trying to work it away down towards long off. Didn't time it even remotely, and it stayed in his crease. Scuffed it into the pitch. There's no run. Leaning already back into his run-up. Past the umpire, and this one's nurdled to the square on the offside. No run again. Big shout of no. I think that might have come from Higgins, actually. Sending him back. And in comes Jack leaning. Down on one knee goes Stoneman, trying to sweep it away. Didn't get any of it. I think it's come off some pad somewhere. And scoots into the leg side. And there's a single there.
Yeah, your right leg buys.
He was down very early for that. He's anticipated it. It took a while for the ball to get there. Didn't time it at all well, but...
Yeah, whether it was a touch premeditated and Leaning saw it coming and fired it in that bit quicker.
That could be it. 62 for 3. Leaning comes in, and this one's worked away by Ryan Higgins into his leg side. Fielded by Hamid Kadri, just a single there as well.
He does a bit of the Narain, doesn't he, Jack Leaning? He hides the ball behind his back
he does.
Sometimes.
There's a few Kent bowlers that have got very unique run-ups as well. Michael Hogan as well. You could, if you could do him a silhouette run-up, you'd know who it was. Leaning again, just nudged back down the track by Stoneman. No run there either.
It's a good point, isn't it? It's one of these things that are so marvellous kind of bowling actions, and you think of iconic actions over the years.
I think a lot of them. Leaning delivers. This one's worked away off his pads down the leg side by Stoneman, but there's no run there. A big shout again, I think, from Higgins, sending him back. His fine leg was very up. And that's the end of the over, and what's that, 63 for 3 at the end of the 14th over.
Yeah, only 1 to Leaning's figures.
A lot of the bowling actions, I think, some of them pick up bad habits, I think, and just don't ever lose them in kind of youth cricket, and end up with them as adult professional cricketers, and it's always quite
it goes
fun
back
to watch,
that,
the little idiosyncrasies.
Yeah, I sort of mentioned Paul Adams a minute ago, didn't I? You know, everyone knows what...
You say the words and you can kind of picture it in your mind.
Yeah, you can sort of picture that sort of frog in a blender, left-arm spinner.
Yeah. Lots of moving parts. I always think, like, what's your body like now, like 20, 30 years later? There's probably a lot of wear and tear in there. Clicks as he walks up the stairs.
Parkinson bowling, and Higgins defending. Long on, long off back for Kent, as well as a deep point and deep square / mid-wicket. He's in front of square, but he's probably not as far round as mid-wicket. So Parkinson again. Higgins pulls into the onside. Jaden Denley out in the deep. Doesn't have to really move sideways, just walks up to the ball. Throws in, just 1 run taken.
For those still interested in the London derby and the Premier League football, it remains 2 apiece between
each.
Brentford.
Driven away, half stop by Compton. Jazz Singh all tidy up here and keep it to 1. Good work from the big fast bowler. He's another one that our junior journo George was looking forward to seeing, Jazz Singh. Well, at Blackpool actually, his first 5 overs were particularly tight and then got a wicket as well.
You were Blackpool, weren't you? And God, your carbon footprint. I hope you're going to plant some trees this year.
Yeah, could do with it. This one was chopped away out towards cover. Admittedly, I did go on the train to stop.
That is good. That is, I'm impressed with that.
There's not many football grounds that you can go on the train to, because then they're on some industrial estate out of town.
That is very true.
Here comes Parkinson, driven away by Higgins off the back foot for a single. At least my carbon footprint's only domestic mostly.
That is true.
Our owner, our friend, is the owner of Wrexham Football Club.
Wow. Yeah.
Try to think what his private plane's doing every week, getting him to Wales to watch games, etc. So this one's pushed away behind, square on the offside. Paisley doing the fielding, dot ball.
We've had, of course, JJ Watt, of course, with Burnley over this weekend as well. Tom Brady yesterday at Birmingham City as well.
Flight,
yeah, exactly. Charter a flight for famous American football club owners. Ben Watson's taking a moment to a comfort break. I don't know if we call it that. But Jack Leaning will continue from the town end. His 8th over, 1 for 23 so far. And he will be facing Ryan Higgins. And he comes, just works it away into the leg side. They're going to think about 2. They've set off at an absolute pace, but Stoneman sends him back. No risks taken there. So single off it. Hamid Kadri very quick. Those legs working overtime in the field, racing in to prevent the second run. And that is 67 for 3 at the start of the 16th over. Jack Leaning just adjusting his field as he's now facing a left-hander, Mark Stoneman. And he comes. Stoneman gets down. Oh, it's an inside edge past his stumps. It's gone down to fine leg. That was not a million miles away. Oh, it's a lovely smell. Ben Watts returns with a lovely smell of, I think it's Vicks Vapor Rub. Excellent. It had that almost kind of deep heaty kind of smell. Like I feel like I'm in a changing room.
Yeah, you picked it up straight away.
Yeah,
in fairness.
Indeed. Hopefully it keeps the wasps away, because we've had a few of those coming in. Jack Leaning bowls again, carved away into the offside of his back foot by Ryan Higgins. Just a single there. Trots through. Could have moonwalked through for a single there.
I think that was my pizza that was attracting the insects.
Possibly. There's a few as well. There's a massive spider on this thing here going up and down. He's on the other side of it at the moment, but he was making eyes at me.
On our frame?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's one down by your side as well.
Oh, there is. Oh, I feel like I'm in Australia. Leading in again. Worked away by Stoneman.
They're a bit smaller.
To the leg side. They've set up again, looking for a second. They're not going to get second. Stoneman is sent back by Higgins. And that's great fielding again by Hamid Kadri.
Yeah, it's
out
good
in
work.
the deep. Limit it to 1.
It's good work by Leaning at the moment. Really economical stuff from him.
Yeah, I don't want to make too much of it. The run rate's under 4.5 and over. 3 wickets down already. It's a dot ball as well.
Yeah,
from Leaning there.
Leaning's just going for dots and ones at the moment, isn't he?
Don't tempt fate, touching wood somewhere.
Have we got any wood in this commentary box?
No.
Tap your head.
Thanks very much. In comes Leaning. I think the last ball of the over. And that's a hit with a flourish. It's still only going to be 1 though. For Ryan Higgins, he's worked it out into the covers for 1. Not even a thought of a second one there. And that will be the end of the over. Leaning, keeping his boa constrictor-esque grip on the Middlesex batters at the moment.
That's what you get. BBC Live text commentator on the mic. Sort of descriptions that can be on offer. Alex Hode alongside me, Ben Watts of BBC Radio Kent and BBC Radio London's Kevin Hand. He'll be back on very shortly.
Oh, do you want me to go?
I mean, we might as well swap over here. Why not?
Oh, no. Just I'll do one more.
I mean, it's very relaxed.
He's quite enjoying watching the cricket, I think.
Very relaxed situation here this afternoon. Oh, big swing from Higgins against the spin of Matt Parkinson. That's what he can do. Bowling to right-handers can turn it away from that outside edge, and if they're trying to go cross bat into the leg side, you get situations like that.
Skidded through as well. That was a quick ball.
Parkinson again to Higgins. Could be the mini contest that potentially decides this game. If Parkinson can get the better of Higgins, that'd be a big scout for Kent. Stoneman, of course, a key wicket as well. 23 not out for him, 21 for Higgins, 72 for 3 Middlesex, chasing 289 to win the game here at Beckenham. Back goes Stoneman, cutting into the offside, straight to Compton. Yeah, I was chatting to Fred Atkins actually at halfway, and he's writing the report for the ECB Reporters Association, and he was saying that he almost had to do a bit of a rewrite regarding the Compton innings. He was of the mind at the first that maybe he'd batted a bit too slowly, but then when wickets fell around him, or when wickets fell after he went, his thought process was that maybe Compton was holding it together, and actually it wasn't that easy to bat out there after all.
Don't it always seem to go that you don't know what you've got till it's gone? Is a song lyric which I think is quite appropriate at this moment.
Parkinson bowls. Oh, big shout for LBW, and he's gone. Higgins deemed to have not laid bat on ball, going for the reverse sweep, and Matt Parkinson gets the big scalp that Kent were looking for. Middlesex 73 for 4.
And he's heading straight off the field as well. I don't know if this is a toilet break, but he's left the celebrations, waving goodbye to everyone and just sprinting to the pavilion. So maybe that's it. The best way, if you really need a wee, then the best way is to get a wicket to cause a break in play. I wonder if he'll be back in time. Was that the last ball of the over?
I believe.
I think it must have been.
There's one ball left,
No.
is there? Or is it maybe it had not gone up on the scoreboard yet?
That's the thing.
Can you get if you got the stream up, I wonder if we can see a
Oh,
replay
yes.
of that. I wonder if we can get a little action view of it.
Oh. I don't think I can rewind it, can I? I don't believe I can.
No, maybe you can't. I might be able to do it on my phone.
73 for 4. I can't do it off of this.
I'll try and get a little look at the replay.
Actually, maybe I can. There we go. Here we go.
Just want to see
This
the
must be brilliant on the radio.
Just want to see the line. Sorry.
It's tricky. He flighted it up. It landed. It looked like it landed around about middle stump, but the umpire's head was in the way. But,
Yeah, I just got the impression that Higgins wasn't sure, or was slightly disappointed in some kind of manner that he got out. I mean, it will be that it was purely the way he did so that he was annoyed at.
And being out, given the game context as well, and everything, I'm not sure. It looked to me like it landed in line. And see if I can put it back on again.
Yeah, to be honest, my original thought was, having seen that replay, was whether or not it hit him in line, but I think it must have done.
Oh no, it's the ball before. This is hard work.
It might have even been back leg as well. You can see what the umpire's giving it out.
Yeah.
And ultimately, as much as reverse sweeps are very much more part and parcel of the game these days, you are still susceptible to LBWs if you try and play a shot like that and then miss the ball.
Yeah. The best thing of all is that Parkinson, in the time that it's taken for the new batter to come back, has returned from the pavilion, having run off, waving to everybody, and is back to complete his over. Wonderful.
Thanks for joining us again, Matt. Very good of you.
He looks a little bit lighter. I don't know. I'm not sure what's happened.
I wonder why. You think that might be the case. So, Parkinson to finish his third over, 1 for 7. Oh, Simpson's come down the track and smacked him into the leg side. Quite the positive approach from the wicketkeeper, who's off the mark straight away with a 4. So 77 for 4, the Middlesex score at the end of the over. Alex Hoda, I think actually you've got a wicket there by sticking around for an extra over rather than the change of commentator.
Indeed.
So well bowled.
Right, you were very welcome. I will go away for a while and see what happens.
So Simpson, the keeper, joining Stoneman. It means 2 left-handers at the crease. Wonder if it'll mean death by off-spin. Leaning's going to continue anyway. And Kevin Hand sliding in alongside me.
He's leaning around the wickety bowls and slammed down to long off for a single by Stoneman. And much like Friday, although we didn't know it at the time, but it feels like Stoneman or bust for Middlesex. There's obviously still lots of batting to come, but we kind of mentioned it in the Kent innings that somebody needs to take the job on, and that was the only danger for Kent, was that we felt that perhaps somebody hadn't taken the job on.
Hadn't done a James Bracey or a
goodness me.
Privy Shaw.
Yeah. What a knock that was, and against Somerset as well.
Mm.
Leanings around the wicket, he bowls. Simpson is forward, struck on the pad, high up, possibly a stride outside the line of off as well. On that, we're not quite in line to see, but 78 for 4. It was a muted appeal at best from Kent.
Yeah.
Who are very much on top here, looking to make it 3 wins this season in the competition with 2 defeats. Leaning around the wickety bowls to Simpson, and this ball's pushed back to extra cover, and there's no run. Middlesex, what did they win? They won 5 of their 8 last year, but that wasn't enough to qualify. So this being their 4th game this year without a win.
That's unfortunate not to qualify with 5 out of 8.
Yeah.
Was it net run rate? Was it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, this really is a must-win for Middlesex, isn't it? And they'd have to win every other game as well, but try and get on a run as here's Leaning bowls, and Simpson drives away into the offside, gets a single, edgy, in front of point, or backward point. 79 for 1, Stoneman 25, Simpson 5. Middlesex up against it here. This would be, well, after Friday night, it'll be a bit of a sickener for them to go down again. The manner of Friday night. Stoneman on 25 from 37. He slowed right up, hasn't he, Stoneman, with what's happened at the other end. Leading bowls to him. He pushes away into the offside, no run. Bold decision by Kent to bat first. One at the moment that's paid off and put the pressure on Middlesex.
Yeah, also often the way to go in white ball cricket is to chase, isn't it, these days? But actually, scoreboard pressure showing.
Oh, he's got him! Bowls him! Leaning picks up Stoneman and may well pick up the match for Kent with it. Stoneman gone for 25, bowled Leaning. Middlesex 5 down with 79 on the board. And around the wicket to the left-hander. I wasn't sure whether he'd nicked it through to the keeper, but the stumps had just hit the top of them, splattered them. Middle and leg pushed back. And Stoneman departs, and with him may too depart Middlesex's hopes in this game and hopes of getting on any sort of run this year in the One Day Cup.
Chat Leaning, as we were chatting about a moment ago, bowled like a front-line off-spinner. He's opened the bowling and bowled 9 overs, 2 for 30 now, having got Cracknell with the reverse that ballooned up and was caught. But to then remove Stoneman, he's almost choked him out. He's strangled this run rate and gave away absolutely nothing the last few overs, and then has got a wicket the final ball of his 9th. And Jack Leaning playing not just with the bat, but with the ball now, a captain's contribution for Kent. 79 for 5, Middlesex.
Another left-hander comes out in Luke Holman. There is batting with De Carey's, who's an opening bat. Anderson, who's a good middle-order bat. So there's 4 wickets still for Middlesex, but obviously a partnership is quite crucial in all of this now. They haven't had one yet. They lost Cracknell right at the start of the innings. Robson and Stoneman looked to settle, but since then it's been a bit of a collops from the visitors. And yes, they are up against it. And going out of this game, if it is a defeat, then it will only be pride to play for in the final few games, whether it's opportunity to give a few more of the youngsters a go. Kent will have lofty ambitions if they can pick up victory here.
Yeah, they kind of timed it last year late in the group stages to get through in their last few games, as Parkinson will continue. Defended away by Simpson. Talked earlier on about Grant Stewart's 6 off the last ball for them to beat Yorkshire. Then they beat Lancashire also at Canterbury to get through. And then from that on it was like Darren Stevens' last dance.
Darren Stevens' last dance.
His mere presence getting Kent through to the final.
He's with the South East Stars now, isn't he, Darren Stevens? Saw him
Yeah,
at
did a bit
Guildford's
of coaching
a few weeks ago.
Yeah, not a bad man to have in your dressing room. Teaching the next generation, passing on his wisdom. Albeit that there's something about Darren Stevens as a cricketer that you just can't teach.
Well, Higgins-esque almost, very much weighing up something on Higgins the other day, which I'll come to in a moment. I keep putting it to the opposition commentators on the air as well to put them on the spot.
80 for 5, Parkinson. Flicked away leg side by Holman. Still 2 left-handers at the crease with the arrival of Holman to join Simpson.
Which you'd be disappointed if I didn't do to you as well, Ben.
Sure.
Going to Warwickshire, Higgins was the leading run scorer and the leading wicket taker for Middlesex in the Championship at that point. Bamber's overtaken him with that 9 for now. He was the last Kent player to finish the season leading wicket taker and leading run scorer. Did Stevens ever do it?
Ooh. Question. Played away off the back foot by Simpson, out towards backward point. I mean...
Would Mark Elam have ever done it?
Oh, I don't know.
Elam would have been a reasonable shout.
It's a reasonable shout. I would suggest that Stevens potentially has, albeit there's usually been somebody else in the team that would have got a good amount of runs. This one's driven away up towards long on. For example, say Rob Key.
Well, similarly, it's...
Walker.
Yeah, well, it would have been his latter years for Stevens,
Yeah,
surely.
so it would have been latter years. And then even then you're thinking about North East or Drummond or Denley.
So we were harking back through the Middlesex and Warwickshire players at the time, and Brian Halford, an old sage of Warwickshire cricket, said it'd be the 1920s. He was almost going back to try and think of somebody that could have done it for Middlesex. Long way back, unless Scott Styris did it, which I don't think he did in his season as overseas, or Jack Callis.
Coleman drives up towards mid-on. Did Callis play for Middlesex? I didn't know that.
Only a season. It was a young Jack Callis.
I say he was quite young at the time. But yeah, so end of the over. Good one for Parkinson. Got through that pretty quick. And Middlesex 82 for 5.
Back in the day when it was a finishing school, Rabada was with Kent for a little while, and that's what South African cricket called it when he signed for Kent. Was we're sending him to the finishing school of world cricket,
Yeah,
County Championship. Where's Miyeye for this one?
So he is a slightly strange case in that he's in the Oval Invincibles squad.
Oh, is he?
As a wild card pick. But like Bell Drummond, he hasn't been playing. Unlike Bell Drummond,
He's been called back.
the Invincibles fixtures fall on the same day as Kent games often, and so therefore you can't be released to play in the county game if you have a fixture on the same day in that other competition, unlike Bell Drummond, whose team's fixtures don't coincide. So this is Leading's final over.
And he bowls now. He's driven away by Holman, and he's driven away for 4. Kadri won't get there. 87 for 5. Holman moves to 6. Very capable batter. Would have enjoyed his day with the ball today as well, Holman. Be keen to get back in amongst the runs. He had some unbelievably good knocks last year for Middlesex with the bat.
Yeah, Oval Invincibles are playing against Birmingham at Edgbaston later today. So yeah, I don't know whether he might be around for Thursday, possibly. If he doesn't play today, I wonder whether Thursday might be a possibility for me.
Where are you on Thursday?
Home against Notts.
Around the wicket comes Leading. He bowls, and this is pushed out to deep extra cover for a single by Holman.
Because the last thing we need
7.
is cricketers sitting on the bench for a month.
Well, I mean, that it was mad. Cracknell and Cullen, 2 really outstanding prospects, got called up the first year of the 100 and didn't play any cricket for a month. Well, that's
exactly.
really helpful to the development of English cricket.
Exactly. I mean, there was obviously the COVID bubbles and stuff, which made sense to a degree at that point in time. But last year I think they could have released players last year. Leading sat on the bench last year and didn't get involved in this competition. Here he is, captain in Kent, and obviously doing a lot with bat and ball.
This ball's pushed away by Simpson into the offside. There's no run. Yeah. Let's not get started on that one. It's that time of afternoon. We're a little fatigued. We'll get grumpy, won't we? Here's Leading bowls, and this ball's pushed to mid-wicket, and there's no run. That's mainly due to the pizza at lunch, though. But there's a lot of white dough in that, wasn't there?
I must admit, I actually watched some highlights the other day, and the other competition.
Here's Leaning bowls, and goes past the edge. Simpson, well, that would have been the way to finish off his spell of bowling. He's still got 1 to come. 2 for 35, having picked up Stoneman. If he could have taken Simpson as well, it would have been over to the youngsters.
Yeah, I did it to watch Jordan Cox's knock with the Invincibles at Headingley.
Leaning bowls, forward goes Simpson and dabs a single through square leg.
But considering I'm a cricket commentator, I've watched barely anything of that since
I think I saw the very
honest.
first game, and that was it. 89 for 5, Holman 7, Simpson 8. I saw a number of comments. There was a spectacular catch the other day, wasn't there? And that got replayed a lot on social media, and I saw a lot of the comments in reply to it, and they said, look, if this was for one of the counties, we'd all be celebrating it, and so would the players, but players don't even celebrate that much because these teams don't mean anything to them. It's just money.
See,
that's not how sport works in this country.
I think that's a valid point, because it's like, well, what pressure is on those players to perform?
Yeah.
I mean, maybe on a personal,
paycheck, yeah.
a sort of personal pride point of view, and you're trying to maybe further your
Well, a paycheck for the next year in the competition.
Well, absolutely. But maybe if you're trying to further your own franchise career and go around the world and play short format cricket. Yeah. But as this one's pushed away, in terms of a sort of a pressure of a fan base, a circle of members who are at every forum demanding this and that. There's not a supporter base who are going to get on at you if you're not winning matches, and that kind of pressure. As this down the pitch comes Simpson, up towards long on. Maybe there's an expectation of a crowd.
Although that's the side of things that you need to shut out as a player. I mean, of course, you respect the county that you play for and that it is a membership, but even still as a player, you do obviously try and you go out to do your best for yourself and for your teammates. And I don't see yourself in a selfish way, yourself in a positive way, that by doing your best for yourself, you're doing it for your teammates as well.
Parkinson in the sunshine here at Beckenham, BBC Radio Kent, BBC Radio London. Ben Watson, Kevin Hand. Dot ball up towards mid-off.
Match situation builds pressure, doesn't it? And then, of course, a player gets on a bad run, you think, oh, when's it going to end? And if it doesn't end soon enough, and my contract negotiations aren't going to look good next time.
Here comes Parkinson again. Holman watchfully playing this one. Off the back foot, up towards long on for a single.
But the members are obviously a very valuable and appreciated parts of county cricket. But yeah, for the players, you want to do it for your home support. And obviously see the celebrations and the joy. But I don't think. But I take your point about home.
Clipped away behind square by Simpson for a single.
Home meaning something.
Yeah.
To the player. If you're Kent League all the way through and you're playing at Canterbury, Beckenham, similarly Middlesex, they've got an array of youngsters at the moment. We may see a few more of them in the next few games, unless Middlesex can come up with something pretty good here.
Parkinson, final time in the over, turned away leg side by Holman. Just ball watching a little bit there, but then scampered through thinking, well, maybe we could get two, but actually it'll just be one. So 93 for 5 at the end of the over. How many got now? 20?
I mean, it's not like ours where we live in fear of the listeners at all times, that we get a word wrong and
21 I think have gone now.
On the streams now as well, we're as under pressure as the umpires now, aren't we?
Well,
that's not what happened. How did you call it that way? And they've got a selection of umpires in for this competition, haven't they? Of not the usuals, although in this game we do have certain James Treadwell and Ben Debenham.
I guess Treadwell effectively is on that sort of
higher list.
Second rung.
Or a second run,
yeah.
When did he pack up Treadwell?
Good question.
5-6 years ago?
Yeah, probably. Maybe, yeah, probably was. Baisley's going to come back on. Leading, of course, is bowled out, isn't he? So 10 overs, 2 for 36, Jack Leading.
Treadwell. Where did that name come from? I mean, Debenham obviously came from the department store, but where did Treadwell get its name from?
That's a good question.
Treadwell. He walks well. He treads well.
Yeah. So Baisley into the attack.
Bowls now, and Simpson up on his toes, pushes away into the offside. My apologies, Holman up on his toes, pushes into the offside. He had a strong-looking walk, Treadwell. Speaking of strong-looking walks, this fella's got one, hasn't he?
Big Australian strapping lad.
Oh, you had Wes Agar at Lords, didn't you?
Oh.
He was good.
Wes Agar is great. I think Ken will be keen to get him back, potentially. Really fitted him well and made an impact across all formats.
And again comes the bowler, and that's driven away by Holman. And a long old chase here. Is that Grant Stewart getting around? Look, I could tell by the strain on his face that he wasn't of younger years, shall we say. It was an effort, but well done. He's got around, and they've taken 3, so Baisley ruefully back at that one. Holman will feel he's missed out on the boundaries slightly, but
yeah, Grant Stewart obviously the sort of man that prefers to hit boundaries than run singles, as we were talking about earlier on.
Well, indeed. Indeed. Yeah, they haven't moved much from that house over the other side that they've been building. What's going on over there today? Slackers. Sunday service.
Sunday, yeah.
Here's Baisley's in, bowls, and this ball's pushed away into the onside. No run. Speaking of people that don't like to do too much hard work too quickly. Sorry, all builders out there.
You've got experience with builders,
exactly. Dad was a builder.
What time are we going to have a trip to the ice cream van, do you think? I might have to wander around that when I'm
Depends who's
next off.
staying.
Yeah.
If it's Alex, could be waiting a while. Here's
he wasn't paying attention. He didn't either.
Bayesian again, bowls, and the ball's pushed back up the track to him. No run. Have they spelled that correctly on the scorecard?
Baisley, yeah.
They're not missing an I for Bay.
No, that's just
Basley.
that's just how you pronounce it. He was being announced as Basley at Blackpool the other day.
Baseball. Baseball. That's what they play in America, isn't it? Here's Baisley, and he bowls into the block hole, dug out into the onside by Simpsons. Oh no, that's Rounders.
Well, in certain parts of America, it probably is pronounced in such a fashion.
What, Canada? 96 for 5. In the sunshine here at Beckenham, it got a little bit colder in the sun went in a minute ago. Real wind blowing around the ground. As I say that, this marquee rattles away in the wind. But yeah, stood out in the interval there, or not in the interval, just half an hour or so ago. It was pretty nippy. On the back foot, Simpson defends, pushing back, and there's no run. Middlesex playing the long game now at 5 down. Really have too much of a choice, otherwise they could go in a heap. The DLS, for what it's worth, is 172. Middlesex a 96 for 5. That's the end of the... Goodness me, that is a busy scoreboard now. Where on earth have overs gone on that now? Wait, hold on, I'm going to find it. So, the time's 4:22. Check. Total to chase, 289. Required, 6.9. Remaining 29 overs. Is that 29 it says there?
28, I think.
28. So
Yeah.
if we had 22,
I believe so, yes.
Is it a process of deduction, the scoreboard now?
Yes.
DLS 172. Yeah, it is. They haven't got the overs up there, have they?
No, it just has the overs.
Hold on. Power play 2 in the top right. 18 overs bowled. Is that it? Power play 2 we're in, top right corner.
No.
Little couple of... what does that say next to power play 2
I
then?
don't know, I can't tell, but it's 22 overs bowled.
Ah.
Because it was 21 a minute ago when I was having the same problem as you, trying to find the overs
So
bowled.
the process of elimination worked. We eliminated all possibilities. 22 overs gone. Well done, Ben.
Kadri's going to come on. Unsurprisingly, perhaps, with two left-handers at the crease. Kent will go back to off-spin. And Kadri. Not Hamidullah Cowdrey, but Kadri. As he's in and bowling. Pulled away into the onside. I can't remember who it was who emailed in.
I love that.
KentCricket@gmail.com the other day saying that he was carrying on the Cowdrey dynasty. 97 for 5. Middlesex with 2 wickets from Leaning, 2 from Baisley, 1 from Parkinson. Kadri trying to join in. This one's cut away out towards deep point for a single. Earlier on there was I think some water supply issues, some water shortage issues at the Brentford Spurs game or something.
Oh, what was the final score there?
It ended 2-all.
Ooh.
As this one is played away off the back foot by Holman. Somebody's messaged in saying I think Matt Parkinson might also be having some water supply issues, having sprinted off to go to the loo after taking that wicket.
Sorry, I'm distracted by something on Twitter. Was that a joke you just made there?
Yeah, it was. Don't worry about it.
Sorry.
Don't
What'd
worry
you
about it. It wasn't my joke, in fairness. So I was quite happy to just leave it there. So this one is driven away, square of the wicket, out towards deep point. It was a wasp attacking me in my commentary position.
Or you just have a look sometimes, don't you? Make sure you're up to speed with everything that's going on and not missing anything. Nick Webb, we're back on air from Hove after a technical issue. And a fire alarm evacuation of the media centre at the same time.
Crikey, where's that? Sorry?
Hove.
Turned away into the onside.
I have inquired if Adrian Harms had chili for lunch again.
Evacuation. Well, I mean, no such danger out.
Oh, there's a
here
delay here. Look, they're laughing at that. Was them laughing at your joke just a minute ago, wasn't it?
I was going to say
they'll laugh at mine in a minute.
No such danger of an evacuation here. at Beckenham and our marquee, our commentary marquee. 100 up for Middlesex. This one's defended away by Holman, keeps out that delivery from Kadri. Dot ball. And I think it's the end of the over. Harry Fincher decided it was. Finally the umpire gives his cap to Kadri. And 100 and exactly then for 100 for 5 after 23.
So, BBC Radio Kent, BBC Radio London together on the BBC Sport website and app all around the world. Hello wherever you're tuned in and however you're tuned in, of course. Commentary synced up to the live streams of this game from the Kent and Middlesex websites. And Middlesex up against it. It'll be quite the achievement to turn it around here. Essex were 121 for 5 the other evening when they posted 298. Middlesex 100 for 5 as Simpson awaits. And Baisley is in bowls. This is eased back up the track by Simpson off the back foot, and there's no run.
Just having a brief look at scores elsewhere. Northamptonshire beating Durham by 6 wickets. Looks
We
like
can have a long look at that then if it's... Martin Emerson, goodness me.
Ooh.
Sunderland are having a shocker.
I mean, Durham are going to get promoted, admittedly, in the County Championship stuff. Yorkshire look like they're going to beat Essex. Somerset are definitely not going to beat Gloucestershire.
So the One Day Cup, Durham have been doing all right. Baisley bowls, forward goes Simpson, he's into back point and there's no run. They are, what's that? That's 2 wins, 2 defeats and a tie from their 5 so far. So they're there or thereabouts.
Yeah, that's okay. Somerset 112 for 2, chasing that massive 455 to win. Leicestershire 130 for 3, chasing 297 against Hampshire at Southampton. Notts 58 for 1, chasing 245. Duckworth Lewis adjusted game at Nettleworth against Surrey.
Baisley bowls, forward goes Simpson, pushing back into the onside, dot ball.
277 the target for Glamorgan, who are 94 runs away from that and looking good to knock it off at Hove.
Apart from the fire alarm in the media centre.
Minus the fire alarm. Warwickshire already won by 9 wickets against Worcestershire at New Road, so job well done for them. Barnard with 65 on his former stomping ground. So yeah, those are the scores elsewhere.
Baisley bowls, and this is worked off his legs by Simpson down to long leg for a single. 101 for 5. Slow progress here for Middlesex at the moment, but that wickets column keeping them restrained in their approach.
Yeah, having to reset. Again, at the end of the 24th, we're 128 for 1.
Well, there we go. It wasn't a great deal in it. It's the wickets column that's the problem. Baisley, big tall figure, comes in, bowls short, and he's hooked hard but straight to deep square. Well controlled by Holman, just a single on a 2 for 5. Holman's 15 from 14. Simpson 13 from 25. Middlesex acquiring a good few runs here to get themselves into any position to try and go after this. They've got to get a partnership first and get 2 set batters. Simpson trying to do that. Baisley bowls to him onto the hip and it's worked. Backward will square on the leg side, but just a single.
Shane Denley, a busy boy down there at the moment at deep square.
On a 3 for 5, it's the end of the over, and Holman has 15, Simpson has 14. Simpson will keep the strike with the single. So that is the end of the 24th, I think.
Yeah.
And so as we nearly hit the halfway stage, Middlesex are only a third of the way there at the moment. But as we say, it's kind of... It's that last 10 to 15 overs for Middlesex, but then...
Take it deeper. If they can keep, these two there for as long as possible. De Carey's and Anderson can both bat still to come.
Well, again, an opening bat to Carey's, and a positive one as well, not an opening bat that will go slow.
So Kadri around the wicket, chopped away by Simpson out towards Steep Point. Sort of resettling period for Middlesex at the moment. Well, Kent will be happy to keep the overs ticking by without too much damage in terms of the run rate.
Oh, apparently Spurs have got a new nickname.
Really?
I didn't want to end my career with regrets, says Kane.
driven away. More on that on the BBC Sport website.
Sorry, all Spurs fans. It was just because Alex is at the back of the box. I thought I'd have a dig.
Yeah. Easy enough. 105 for 5.
Something that happens a lot in cricket, isn't it? The umpires regret. The player's been abandoned for the day.
Oh yes, indeed. Jazz Singh, misfield from him at point. I'm not sure if he quite got there. Shouts of Jazz get it as it was played away off the back foot. Kadri continuing his second over to these two left-handed batters. I thought you were talking about when batters are walking off and they regret to be adjudged LBW at the hands of the umpires. Dot ball has a slight leading edge from Holman into the offside. Quite low trajectory Kadri bowls with. This one's kept out on the stumps, defended away, out towards leaning. Still a pleasant enough day here at Beckenham. Crowd enjoying what they've come to see as there's an edge past the keeper. Just didn't quite go forward or back to that one really. Holman, he sort of waited in his crease. Just jabbed it past the keeper a little bit hurriedly in the end from that Kadri delivery. So score moves on to 107, 4 added off the over. Halfway point of the innings, 107 for 5. Those 3 wickets in the opening power play, the first 10 overs. Leaning get rid of Cracknell for 2, and then Robson smacked one from Baisley to point and was out for 24. Davis first ball nicked off to the wicketkeeper, and then 2 big scalps after Higgins and Stoneman had threatened to rebuild. Parkinson getting Higgins LBW before Leaning bowled Stoneman.
So we're at the stage whereby if it were a T20 game, Middlesex effectively 5 down, needing how many now? 181? 181 more, 25 overs. Right, so basically you're looking at Middlesex in a chase. They're going to win this T20 by 8 wickets. That's what they've got to do. If they don't win it by 8 wickets, if it were a T20 now, because they've basically got 4 wickets to play with, haven't they? These 2 and the next 2. To score an awful lot of runs, but you do see it. Partnerships get together, and that's the key. And they must remind themselves of the Essex game where it happened in reverse. They started so well and then capitulated at Essex, 121 for 5, but so did Middlesex, just shy of 300 to win. So a massive partnership got going there, and it was a match-winning partnership in the end for the Eagles, or the Eels as we've renamed them.
Yeah, the Essex Eels, I like it.
The Kent Cockles. Maidstone Muscles.
Maidstone Muscles. So Jazz Singh just doing a little bit of warming up, but we haven't seen him have a bowl just yet. Baisley looks like he's going to continue.
Drinks are on by Robbie White, who is the next batter in line for Middlesex at the moment.
Next commentator in line is Alex Hode. I think I'm going to let him replace me.
Beautifully done. That's why he's played the big bucks. Alex wicket-taking Hode sits down alongside me. Was he wicket-taking, or was he just a jinx for Kent? Middlesex fans will hope so. .107 for 5 here on BBC Radio Kent, BBC Radio London. And here goes Baisley. Right arm over the wicket. He really is a giant at the figure. Top of his run up, he goes past the umpire. Dwarfs him, he's in now. Bowls, and Simpson eases into the offside, no run.
I genuinely thought you meant me when I was sitting down. He's a giant of a figure. That's charming, but you did actually mean the large
The bowler.
Australian all-rounder, yes.
Although you have got almighty calves. What did you play? Rugby or?
I play rugby. American football was the thing that I was
there we go.
potentially the closest to making a life out
really?
of. Well, not really. I had a
Quarterback?
No, tight end, without wishing to open myself up to ridicule.
Yes. Paisley bowls and Holman pushing back up the track, and there's no run. Well, much as I relayed to Ben about the chances of Alex going and buying any ice cream.
What? Is he gone now to go and get the ice creams?
No, he hasn't. He said that's the next biggest milestone of the game. When's it ice cream o'clock?
Wow.
I tell you what, the prices nowadays of ice creams at those vans.
Who
How
was
much?
It? There was someone that was. Who was it? It might have been Andrew Radd. I think that was potentially unhappy with the price of an ice
I'm
cream.
not surprised. Paisley's in bowls, and this is short, hooked away down to long leg for a single. But to be fair, the cost of living crisis hitting the ice cream van vendors as well, I'm sure. But
yes.
Nonetheless, as DT once put, for a swoop of congealed fat, it's a fair old and a wafer thin.
Yeah, exactly. There's not a lot that goes into the cones either, I don't think, in terms of cost. But of course you've got to pay for the petrol to get them there in the first place.
Well, indeed.
Road tax and everything
and
else.
The old thing sits there ticking away, doesn't it, the whole time?
It does, yeah. Not very good for the
Keeping it
environment.
chilled.
Much like Ben Watts.
Why is Ben Watts not good for the environment? It's just dabbed into the onside by Simpson and not Paisley.
I was going through his itinerary earlier on because he was at Blackpool. And
drives a big 4x4 gas guzzler.
No. But no, he gets around a bit. I'm not sure what his carbon footprint is. When you're a BBC Sport journalist who covers football and cricket, you get about a bit. And yeah, there's a lot of long journeys. I remember Kevin Hand had a ridiculous week this year when he was.
Howells, you mean? Kevin Howells?
Sorry, no, I don't actually. No, I mean Kevin James, of course I do.
He's basically bowls, and this is ease down to deep third for a couple, and 110 for 5.
Kevin Hand on the brain, clearly. Yes, no, Kevin James had a ridiculous. I've got a feeling he did. I think he did Blackpool, then Canterbury the following day, and then was over at Worcester.
That doesn't sound that
poor
to be
little
honest. That doesn't sound that ridiculous.
BBC Solent Fiesta or whatever it is that he has. Yeah. It's a hard life being on the county circuit.
There are some extraordinary ones. This year I seem to have dodged it. This year seems extraordinary. The fixtures have come out so kind for Middlesex travelling this year. So here's Paisley bowls, and this ball's worked back to a square on the leg side, and they will take a single. 111 for 5. Bearing in mind that Middlesex have got a group of Nottinghamshire, Yorkshire and Lancashire. They're playing all three of them at home.
Yeah, they're all at Bradley, aren't they, as well?
Lancashire's at Lords. The only dreadful away game is Leicestershire. But other than that, and even here, Kent at Beckenham, not even at Canterbury.
No, exactly.
Lucked out fully.
Yeah,
Southampton, that was a bit of a long day.
It's probably closer for you to come here than it would be for me, I would have thought.
Yeah, indeed.
Or for most of us here, actually. Yeah, from East Kent. But, there we go. I'm not entirely sure that.
East Kent, isn't that France?
Closer to France than Beckenham, I can tell you that for sure. I think I'm about 29 miles from France.
You're a Parisian at heart.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, Le Parisienne used to be a very famous nightclub in Folkestone, which unfortunately is no longer there.
No, that's a tragedy. No.
I know people that are married who met in Le Parisienne.
I think that needs to be revived, surely.
Unfortunately, it was there was a fire. And anyway, right, who do we have? Hamid Kadri.
A fight or a fire?
A fire, which put pay to it.
I'd imagine there's probably both every Friday night.
There's a game of cricket people want to know about. Right, Hamid Kadri is bowling.
Well, at the moment it's a slow point.
The City end to Simpson, I believe, is that on strike, who is on 19, I believe. He's worked this one away into the leg side. The first ball was a dot ball. This one's just worked away leg side. Nice and easy single.
This story about La Parisienne de Folkestone has far more legs than Middlesex's chase at the moment.
No. It was a happy place full of happy memories that is no longer sadly there.
What was it? Was it the cricket pub? What was it the other day that burnt down?
Oh yes, that wasn't down our way, but I heard about it. Someone was talking about it. There's been a few. Well, worked away this time by Luke Holman into the leg side.
He tweeted to say, that pub I was talking about the other day on commentary, it's just burnt down. I said, please don't ever talk about me on commentary, Martin.
No. Yeah, I remember that. I saw that on your Twitter feed. Where was that? Was that Knott's pub or something? Wasn't it?
Yeah, maybe.
I think so. It wasn't the one that Broad was invested in or used to own or something like that. Anyway, Kadri.
No, I don't think it was.
Bowling to John Simpson, who just nudges it back along the track to him respectfully. I've completely lost track. What are we? 114 for 5. Is this the 27th over? Did anything happen when I was away? Reverse sweep attempt from Simpson this time of Kadri. They're going to scamper through for 1. I'm not sure he got any bat on that at all.
That's the most that's happened in the last 7 overs, to be honest. Middlesex have got to play the long game now, haven't they? They've got to slow down and charge at the end.
That's true. That's what you did with the bowling, certainly. Save all the pace for the last 20 overs. Kadri comes in once again and just worked away. Holman just going to trot through for a second, for 1. They were thinking about a second, and I think if he'd set off properly, there probably was 2 there. But as it is, it's just the 1 to finish the over from Hami Kadri. 115 for 5, 27 overs gone. That, I believe, means there are 23 remaining. The target is 289.
What are we up to? Le Parisien and Folkestone.
Le Parisien, yes. One of East Kent's premier night spots of the, well, I think probably 80s, 90s and noughties.
Horrific driving fixtures. Well, the T20 got silly for a while, and even still now, a trip to Taunton for a T20 or a trip to Cardiff for a T20 feels a bit of a nonsense. The North, South and West groups seem to work quite well for me.
Yeah. I'm surprised they don't regionalise it even now, just to save on travelling costs for teams as much as anything, with the money in the game.
Hotels, exactly. Yeah. It's just a nonsense. And even this competition, last year Middlesex had a 4-day game at Durham. There's a change of bowling here down below us.
I believe, is that Jazz Singh?
Jazz Singh, yes. Over the wicket. He bowls to Holman, good pace, through it goes. Another tall, athletic figure powering that ball down the track here at Beckenham for the Spitfires.
I was waiting for the word rangy then. I've never heard the word tall used before the word rangy. I thought that was coming, it's not. But he used both.
Off he goes. Seeing he bowls, and it's driven away out to deep cover for a single by Luke Holman. Middlesex had a 4-day game at Durham. I think it was Sunday to Wednesday, Chesterley Street. And they started the 1-day cup on the Sunday that following week. Do you care to guess where they may well have started the cup that Sunday? Oh yes, back at Chesterley Street.
Oh my goodness me.
I mean, just utter nonsense.
Yeah.
Sings in bowls, and this is worked off the hip by Simpson for a single. Was it a leg by, in fact? No, there was bat involved. I mean, I know the fixtures are very difficult to work out, but as you say, for this competition, which now is, because it's such a homegrown competition as well, you're almost this is lovely. Some of Kent's youngsters in against some of Middlesex's youngsters, but taking your youngsters all the way up to Durham to play the game, just regionalise this one as well. And I know it means you're all going to be playing the same teams in the 2 white format competitions, but quite frankly, that's what you all voted for with what we've got now. Is his seeing bowls, and this is ease to backward point, and there's no run. So
yeah, I remember I feel it was when I was scribbling for the newspaper. I feel it might have been 2015 season when there was in the space of 7 days there was a T20, a championship game and a 1-day game. 3 formats in the space of 7 days that Kent were tasked with.
Middlesex have had that over the years, and again that might be something that we have to just learn to live with as county fans and county players. As this ball's short, an attempted uppercut by Holman, through to the keeper it goes. But it's where the games are played is the thing.
Yeah.
It's and again, if you've got them bunched up like that, then you probably are at risk of playing away at Durham, the championship game, and then 2 home games in the 1-day cups either side of it. But yes,
that's why we'll see more and more white ball shots played in red ball cricket, I think, as well. And
there was some talk. I say some talk. There was, a suggestion that things in bowls, and this is worked through mid-wicket by Holman, no run. Now that this competition is, something of the lesser of the competitions, and I'm not going to call it second rate because we just saw a brilliant List A game at Chelmsford the other night between Essex and Middlesex, but as the significance of this competition has slightly weakened, why not just peg it on to the championship? And if you're away for 4 days in the championship game, well, 2 days before the championship game, play a list day, or a day after play a list day.
Yeah.
But then again, saying that, the squad's probably a little bit different, aren't they? But that was one of the suggestions that had been thrown around.
It's not the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. That was an encouraging first over from Jazz Singh. I should have said as well. He's in the one change in the Kent Spitfires team today. He's in for Nathan Gilchrist.
So whatever division you're in the championship, that's the same division you'll be in for.
Indeed. So Kadri bowls first ball of this over, which is worked into the leg side by Simpson. It's just a single there.
And you could argue then, well, hold on a minute, you'd have Division 1 sides then playing Division 2 sides in the quarterfinals of the One Day Cup. Yeah, but quite often Division 2 sides are pretty good at One Day cricket and also good at championships, so it doesn't necessarily mean that it'll be weighted into one group.
No, Leicestershire look pretty tasty this year indeed. Another ball from Kadri, this one down on one knee goes Luke Holman. Almighty swing, doesn't get anything on it, just rolls behind the stumps, behind Harry Finch. There'll be no run there either.
And then regionalise the blast. But anyway, we shall see.
Who knows what cricket will look like next year, let alone another year or two. Holman works away square into the offside. They're going to come back for 2, are they? No, they're not going to come back for 2. It's cut off neatly in the deep by, I think, Jaden Denley out there. And the ball is back in the hands of Hamid Kadri.
But as you say, this game's probably closer to home for me than it is for you. Well, not probably, it is closer to home for me than it is for you.
An hour and 40 minutes.
Yeah,
I'm not complaining. Not complaining at all. Worked away, very similar shot from John Simpson to the previous one from Luke Holman.
But tagging this onto the championship game, would that be a daft idea? Why not? Just, right, 4 days against Kent, 2 days before play or a day after play the. Day after is probably the one, but
yeah. What if you're losing 3 days? Because that happens sometimes. Swept away or attempted sweep, didn't get a good connection this time, Luke Holman.
Well, it's probably better that than go there 2 days early.
Yeah.
You're going for 5 days rather than you're going for 6, and if you end up hanging around for a day, well, so be it.
You've got to think about that golf. That's the most important thing. No, it's bowled him. Kadri has got Simpson this time, wasn't it?
Holman.
It's Holman. It was Holman. Sorry, forgive me. Yes, he's got him. He was trying to play across the line, and I think she's clipped the top of off stump and has dislodged the stump as well. Holman has to go for 22. I think that is 6 down now, Middlesex, and that's a first wicket for Hamid Kadri as well. He's looked pretty tidy and neat.
Push her a little quicker.
I think it scooted on and didn't get particularly high as well to have uprooted the off stump. Neatly done indeed.
Kent. Music's jumping into life with the 4 wickets now. Has it been doing that all day?
It has been. It's just not been quite as loud as that. Yes, but no, obviously
so
the louder it gets, the better.
Is it blue because you're Sags, you got it out, or I'm blue because I'm a Kent fan because they're wearing the light blue?
Yeah, I was going to say probably that. But I don't know that there's a lot of thought that goes into the music.
I hope this is the kids' version of this song.
Banging tunes.
I'm having the most amazing time of my life.
Best
I'm not sure that
best
was.
freaking, I believe. Which is that? I'm sure we can say that, can't we, on the BBC?
I think so.
I think so as well. But yes, I mean, Kent are having the best afternoon of their of their week. I think it's probably safe to say. Oh, actually, no, they beat Surrey at the Oval the other day. It was really good as well. It's been the best afternoon of the weekend so far for the Kent Spitfires. Middlesex 6 down. Still needing, 169 runs?
So you're telling me there's a radio edit, which is that one. Then there's a kids edit, which is most amazing time of my life.
Yeah, and then there's probably a grimy version with...
Yeah, there is, definitely, yeah. That one got played by mistake in my household once. So, quick, press pause.
Dearie me.
Stop.
Yeah.
I think I said what you said. Yeah, no, that's what they said. Kids looked at me like, no, didn't.
They always know.
They know. Kids know.
Indeed. Right. As I was saying, 120 for 6. 169 required, 21 overs to do it. Hamid Kadri has a wicket. 1 for 15 from his 4 overs. Indeed. Jazz Singh, ball in hand.
And he's right arm over the wicket, bowling to Simpson, who drives straight of mid-on for a single. I wonder, does this focus the mind a little now that the tactic for Middlesex is quite clear? They've got 3... they've got 1 wicket to play with, i.e. these 2 and Anderson. So it's got to be these 2 and Anderson that do it. Which, again, you got 2 batters out there who've opened for Middlesex in the championship. Simpson batted as high as 3 in the blast for Middlesex, may well have opened in the list A over the years. He and Harris had an incredible comeback against Lancashire, which fell just shy as they resurrected a chase at a quarter-final of this competition a few years back. Sing to De Carey's, and he eases this into the offside. I tell you, there's one thing: the man on strike right now will not be thinking about anything other than victory. De Carey's.
No, quite.
And yeah, Anderson likewise to come. So it's not over. If you look to the wickets column right now, you'd say it's done. But the 3 that Middlesex have, the 2 out there and the 1 to come.
8 and over is not beyond the realms of
Well, it's a
possibility.
T20,
in 20, yeah, exactly, in 20 overs.
It's a T20 now, and I wonder, does that focus Middlesex's mind that it's like, we're going to have to go at a rate now and get on with this? As Sings in, bowls, and De Carey's easy into the offside, and a single taken.
That's it. The boundary is going to be all the more important, though. You would imagine they'll need at least 1 and over, pretty much.
Yep.
Otherwise, the pressure starts to mount a little bit more. And Kent do have some overs up their sleeve. Hamid Kadri's still got 6 overs to come.
3 boundaries every 2 overs now, aren't they?
Yes. Yeah, all right, yes.
Probably what they're
fine.
at, isn't it? Well, I was going to say they're 1.5 boundary and over, but then that makes no sense. So, Sing bowls, and this is punched by Simpson. He looks as though he's just got a little bit more urgency now, Simpson. But it was mistimed, and it trickles, as he looks at the toe end of his bat, it trickles down to Baisley at mid-off. An easily recognisable figure right in front of us, Baisley, without the 77 on the back. He's one of those cricketers where, even if they didn't wear the numbers, you'd... I heard them moaning about that on the coverage of the Test the other day. When are they going to get numbers on the back of the Test players?
Really?
Come on, it's the Test players. You recognise them.
Yeah, you really should be able to.
In comes Singh, and a slow ball bouncer as Simpson mistimes a single. A pull into the onside for a single.
How are you going to differentiate between Zach Crawley and Ben Duckett unless they've got numbers on the back of that?
Problematic, yeah. Problematic.
2 local lads to here, of course, down the road.
Yeah.
In Bromley Hospital.
One that got away.
He moved away. I'm not sure we can really say that.
He moved
I believe. Didn't he relocate? Family relocated
to
Northampton?
As a child? Okay, fair enough.
I think. Yeah. You blame Kent for a lot of things.
Alex
I'm not
Hales.
sure that's one of them.
Alex Hales is an Isleworth lad. It's his a full ball to the right-handed De Carey's, who drives through the covers. That's a lovely shot.
Yeah, it was.
Boundary for De Carey's. His first. He's on to 5. Middlesex were 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. They're now 1, 2, 7, 4, 6.
Excellent maths. Yeah.
Thank you.
There's not been a boundary for some time, and that's come at a good time.
Well, you know, this is the other thing about T20 is you have 5 back for 14 overs. For 10 overs now, Middlesex will have 4 back, and then they'll have 5 back for the last 10. So, yeah, they need to get the boundaries tapping along now and see where it takes them. As much as they snatched defeat from the jaws of victory the other evening, they shall try to reverse that here.
Indeed, Hamid Kadri trying to prevent that from happening. Bowling as he's now down on one knee, goes John Simpson, sweeps it away. I'm not quite sure there's a scoreboard in the way. I've got a feeling that the fielder is going to cut that off.
You are a Kent jinx, aren't you?
Oh my goodness me, he did not cut it off. It has gone for 4. I can't believe he didn't make it. It felt like that was only 3 yards away from that. The ball has indeed found its way all the way to the boundary. Nice sweep from John Simpson. So another boundary to get them off and going. When's Ben coming back?
Back-to-back boundaries for Middlesex. Well, we are
Indeed.
effectively in London, aren't we? So, like London buses.
Indeed.
Come along
I haven't seen any sneaking past on Worsley Bridge Road. John Simpson moves to 30. We're going to increase that as well because he's picked that one off and driven it, and he's going to come back for 2 as well to take him on to 32.
Well, we've got a Worsley Bridge Road mention in today. We did.
Yeah, I wanted to use it.
Day?
Yeah, I think so.
Kevin Howes doesn't call it Beckenham though. He always says we're off to Worsley Bridge Road.
Yeah, I can see why. I mean, it's got several names.
He ended up a little bit Martin Emerson there with Road at the end.
Road. That'd be really canny. Just guided away this time. No run there.
The scran is good at Worsley Bridge Road.
Scran. Oh, I got into the barm cake conversation the other day and I regretted it about what you call
who?
a bread
Emerson?
roll up and down. No, unfortunately not. But
who was it with?
It's a university person from Stockport, the aforementioned Stockport that Ben mentioned. The regional idiosyncrasies. In comes Kadri once again, just nudged back down the track by Simpson. No run.
Is there any difference between a Welsh cake or an Eccles cake?
I do not know. I genuinely, I do not know. But I know a bap and it's called a tea cake in certain parts of the country, and it's called a balm cake, and it's not right. Simpson down on one knee, pulls it away on square to the leg side. They're going to come back for 2 again. Sweeper out there does the fielding. So this is a productive over so far, and all of a sudden Kent fans will have that little prickling on the back of their neck, thinking, what on earth? They couldn't, could they?
Oh, I thought you meant about our colloquialisms.
No. In comes Kadri once again. Another expansive shot from Simpson, but straight at the fielder, so that will be a dot ball.
Note to self, I am going to have to work on my Kevin Howes impression. That sounded more like from the chap from 8.5 Hot. What was his name, the fellow with the moustache? Windsor Davis, yeah, more Windsor Davis than Kevin Howes.
That's me.
And then ends up Martin Emerson. There's a combination for you. Sorry, Howes.
There's one for the kids there.
Worsley Ridge Road.
That is the end of the over. Let me see what's the damage. 135, is that for 6?
He does. He likes to call it the. It's not Scarborough. It's North Marine Road.
Well, that's nice as well. There's a lot of discussion on the BBC Sport Live text about whether CLS is acceptable, or if you have to say Chesterley Street, or if you say the Riverside, or quite what?
Chesterley Street.
CLS is frowned upon, I can tell you that. If you were to write CLS,
Chesterley Street. Absolutely.
Yeah, but writing the letters CLS
absolutely is frowned upon.
Is a no-no.
Sings in bowl, swing and a miss from De Carey's, looking for another cover drive through to the keeper. He passes.
Yeah, it's strange because some people really take to the sponsors as well, and there are other people that staunchly refuse to use the words associated with them. So people would rather say Southampton than the name of the stadium.
Yeah. Hedge End, or is it Hedge End or West End? Which one is it? I can never remember. Hedge End, isn't it? Here's a short one from Singh, and cutting is De Carey's. He dips his head just as he starts his run, doesn't he? He's got a idiosyncrasy there as he sets off sharply. The head goes down. Boom. So if I'm really running this one hard, I'm going to dip my head forward, so I'm going to run this one hard. Gets a couple.
That's good. We were discussing earlier on whether or not he gets his. He's got a lot of. He flung himself around a couple of times in the field, and wondered where he gets that elasticity and his energy. But perhaps it's from the mother's side rather than the father's side. Either way, he's got a lot of skills for a cricketer. You're going to hear a lot more of him.
Singh to De Carey's. Defends into the offside. You were trying to talk him out there, Alex.
I was not. I genuinely,
well
I wasn't. I've enjoyed watching him play on the opportunities I've had so far this season.
Oh, what did you do in the? Was it the Nottinghamshire match? Did you say no? Which ones did you do with?
No, the one where you had that very fortunate declaration, which allowed.
It was the Nottinghamshire.
Yeah.
That was the game you did.
No, I didn't do. No, that wasn't the day that I was doing that. But no, I've seen him play on a few occasions.
Comes sitting bowls, and this is works into the onside just fine of mid wicket. No run. Yeah, he's an all-action cricketer.
Yeah.
And Carey's Radlett Cricket Club.
There's a lot of good young players floating around actually at the moment. Maybe it's just kind of recency bias, but it feels like there are a lot of people that are kind of under 21, 22 that make you think, oh, team England Test team in 5 years' time.
Oh, it's hit in the air and gone. He's chipped it straight to mid-on. And De Carey swishes away at the top of a daisy that isn't down below him, as he's disappointed to miss out on that. Jas Singh has the wicket. The catch at mid-on, I believe, was for Baisley. It was a dolly, whoever got it.
Oh, he dove through the air like an Australian goalkeeper in a penalty shootout yesterday to pluck that one.
Can you dive through the air or do you leap?
Oh.
137 for 7.
No, it's all elemental. Air, water, I don't know. Whatever it was a nice take.
Did he leap into the pool or did he dive?
I mean, surely you can do both. Not at the same time, one or the other, I mean.
And then plummeted into the pool.
Anyway, we've managed to get rid of De Carey's. Wasn't intentional, but by talking about him so much.
You talked him out,
but it wasn't intentional though. It's only if we try to do it that counts. And the new man will be, is that Martin Anderson? It is.
Well, no, you're not a jinx if you know you're doing it.
There are people that do that on the circuit that I've encountered before, and I haven't mentioned it because I'm far too polite and I don't get to do enough of this.
Martin Emerson?
I'm not. No, I've never worked with him.
To mind when
never worked with him. I've listened to him a lot, those soothing tones. It's familiar. I lived and worked in Newcastle for some time many years ago. It's nice, familiar.
He's from Sunderland. He'd be upset with you.
I know, but We's keys is these keys, and I know the little quirks and the differences. There are slight differences. Of course, the fact that it's BBC Radio Newcastle is probably a bone of contention. I thought that yesterday when I was listening to Tony Mowbray's interview with BBC Radio Newcastle.
What did he always call me, actually? Gadge. You're right, Gadge. And I always thought, is he insulting me or not? It means mate, I think.
No, that's nice. I've never had that. No one's called me that. Clearly no one's mate.
Well, maybe he is insulting me. It means mate, Kev, honestly. You're right, Gadge.
137 for 7. I'll just remind the Kent fans that 3 wickets.
Martin Anderson on strikers, Singh is in bowls, and this is clipped beautifully. Look at that. Wow, what a first... what a way to get off the mark. First ball for Anderson. He'll pick up 2 wide of mid-on. Lovely. And he is a good driver of the ball, as I always say. If they're going to bowl to his area of strength, it will be offering it up there in his half of the pitch, because he's an excellent driver of the ball. So De Carey's is gone, caught by Paisley at mid-on off Singh. Middlesex are 139 for 7. The game should be up because they are now in the last chance saloon that is Anderson and Simpson.
150 runs required for victory from 18 overs.
What's the required rate now?
8 and a bit. 8.4. Oh no. Yeah.
8.3 is it? So
yeah. I mean, it's basically double it now. It's not
a boundary and a half and over.
Yeah. Yes, but it's not completely unthinkable. Simpson is there set fair on 34 from 47 balls. A couple of 4s in there, but perfectly capable. We have Hamid Kadri continuing. And that is Simpson, who's gone big. First ball, that's a 1 bounce 4, square on the leg side. He quite respectfully starts the run. I don't think he was ever needed to stretch his legs there. As we can have a reshuffle, or we have Kevin Hunt's going to remain with us.
Oh.
A while longer.
No, not long. Seconds. He'll be doing an uptake. Go on, it's end of the over. I'll get out of the way. You've had 1 delivery of this one.
We have.
It's as good as the end of the over still.
Yeah.
Start of the over, kind of, isn't it? Should I stop talking?
It's fine. John Simpson dispatched it very nicely from Hamid Kadri over the towards deep square leg, past the sweeping fielder. 1 bounce 4 to make it 143 for 7. We'll be welcoming back Ben Watts anytime soon.
Kevin's. I wonder what was going on. A new one.
I'm not sure. There's a shout. There's a play and a miss.
I thought Kevin was looking a bit too gleeful. He was rustling my packet of sweets. So you see the big pink stand thing over on the far side next to the beer marquee?
Yes.
I found Pick and Mix.
Oh.
So got conned out of a few quid, but
I'm sure it won't be a con. Right, worked into the offside square by John Simpson. Previous ball was a dot. This one is a single of Hamid Kadri. Every ball of every game brought to you by BBC Sport this summer, and for summers to come as well, I believe.
Hopefully, yeah. Hopefully they'll let us carry on.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I don't know about me. You certainly. We shall see how this one goes. Hamid Kadri, ball in hand, spinning it from one to the other. Martin Anderson on strike.
Yeah,
timed the first ball very nicely.
He did really nicely.
Just takes an expansive stride down the pitch, but just works it into the leg side. No run there.
Yeah, really nicely timed, and yeah, brilliantly caught by Paisley.
Yeah.
De Carey's.
I tried to put a bit of respect on that catch. Not everyone did. This is heading down the leg side. I'm not sure quite what happened there. Did that?
I don't think Harry Finch did either.
No, quite. It was Kadri sent it down the leg side. Anderson just watched it down the leg side. Finch, not quite sure, could locate it, and it rolled away, but no damage done. No run. And the ball is back with Kadri. Comes past the umpire and delivers once again. Back foot punch down to long on from Anderson. They'll just trot through for a single. Kent will be more than happy with that at the moment. Although it does, of course, bring John Simpson onto strike. He's on 39 from 50. He's picked up 3 4s, and the last one of them was quite ominous. Down on one knee, pulled away for a 1 bounce 4. What's he got this time? Oh, he's got him! He's nicked it into the gloves of Harry Finch. Tried a back foot punch into the offside. Hamid Kadri has a second scalp. John Simpson has to go for 39. And Middlesex are all of a sudden 8 down. Kent need 2 more wickets. Middlesex still need 144 runs, 17 overs to go. Kent have got themselves into a commanding position. Ethan Bamber will be the new man to join Martin Anderson, but that is a big, big scalp. Getting rid of John Simpson, who was set fair. Oh. Maybe I'm not such a jinx, Ben. I don't know. Have I said that too soon?
I feel like every time we've changed the commentator, a wicket has fallen today. So from a Kent point of view, certainly
Indeed.
It's gone pretty well this second innings.
It has. Have they gone too soon with Sweet Caroline, though? That's the question.
Oh, I mean...
It feels like that's a victory lap song rather than a we still need 2 wickets.
You said it yourself. They're not getting it from here, surely.
I didn't say that. Oh, no. What are you... the sporting gods need to be respected.
Yes. But Middlesex are 146 for 8, still needing 289 to win.
Yeah, so they need 143 from 17 overs. That's a perfectly achievable goal. They've only got 2 wickets. That's the main issue for them, and they're not recognised batters. Another issue.
Kevin's enjoying Sweet Caroline from the back of the box.
Yes, fine. Ethan Bamber walks out to be met by Martin Anderson. They're having a little powwow. There's a lot of premature celebration going on, is all I can think of saying in this commentary.
I think the crowd are enjoying themselves. I was just chatting to a couple of Kent members, mainly because I was walking past the pick and mix. One chap just goes to me, "Oh, I dare you to nick one." Turns out I knew him; he was a mate of mine, and then he didn't realise it was me. But I did then pay for my pick and mix.
That is good. I presumed it was an autograph hunter that stopped you, that you were chatting to.
I actually play cricket with him every now and then. Nice. And then one of the main men from the Steve-O is God flag then came over and had a chat as well. As Jazz Singh continuing, that's straight up in the air, should be caught mid-off. This could be the end of the 9th wicket, and it is a catch for Parkinson, and Middlesex 9 down for 146. And if Sweet Caroline hadn't already just been played, I think he could probably play it again because there's one more wicket needed for Kent to win the game. And that's Anderson on his way for just 3, going hard over the top. And Jazz Singh getting himself quite a nice little reputation as a bit of a wicket taker.
They left him very late as well, in the same way that the Middlesex did with Higgins earlier on. Singh's this is his start of his 4th over. And has made an impact.
Yeah, it was a brilliant catch by Baisley a moment ago, but Kadri as well. Always fancied that he was going to be the key man to those 2 left-handers, and he's ended up getting rid of the both of them. 39 Simpson, 22 Holman. I was saying to said Kent fan that you felt like Kent were really on top, but just one more wicket and then you would start to feel confident, and Kadri was the man that got that. And since then, the Carers and Simpson and now Anderson following as well, and it leaves the 2 men in Bamber and Cushall, 10 and 11 to come in. And I mean, I know it's not quite as extreme as Leicestershire's 380 and Kent's 116 all out, but a little bit of similar vibes in the end. Bat first, but a decent score on the board, scoreboard pressure, and the other team chasing haven't got very near.
If they get another cheap wicket here, that's quite a hefty win, and that might actually do some good towards that run rate as well that we were discussing. You don't want it to be kind of an extra point against you in the column. But they can haul it back. What is it? 143 behind at this. Oh no, 143 more needed for victory. It is a very strong position indeed for Kent. Can Jazz Singh finish them off here?
Cushall, the new man. And there's a bit of fiddle at this one outside the off stump. Plays and misses. Just look down at the Kent bowling figures. Stewart 4 overs, number 26, but you got Leaning 10 overs, 2 for 36. Baisley 5 overs, 2 for 20. Parkinson 5 overs, 1 for 19. Kadri 6 overs, 2 for 30, and now Jazz Singh 3 and a bit overs, 2 for 13 as he's in and bowling. Full delivery, big shout for LBW, just sliding down. It looked good. He looked keen.
I thought that he's moved his arm as well, which is the worst thing that umpires can ever do. And I thought that finger's going up. Oh yeah, but let's try and see it again. Yeah, 3 wickets in 9 deliveries for Kent as well, which is pretty professional going. That's just going down like
just. Just going down, wasn't it? Kent were getting a bit excited that victory might be on the cards.
Yeah. That would have been I've got dinner plans kind of decision from the umpire, I think.
Yeah. which sometimes does happen. Jazz Singh full delivery, down the leg side this time. Wide will be signalled. As Middlesex move to 147 for 9. One more wicket needed for Kent to win the match here at Beckenham. Here on BBC Radio Kent, BBC Radio London, BBC Sport Online.
It sets them up quite nicely as well for the games to come. Nottinghamshire at Canterbury on Thursday this week.
Yeah, 2 games at Canterbury this week, Thursday and Sunday. Essex on the Sunday.
Yeah.
And then the Isle of Wight against Hampshire. Defended away by Corshall. It would make it 3 wins from 5 for Kent.
Wow, Matt Parkinson, that's about 12, 13. Ooh. I think he got to 13 keepy uppies, which is, I think, the most I've seen.
Yeah, somebody in the crowd's applauding him.
Yeah,
for that.
they picked up on it. He's just showing off, obviously.
Did you see the Ollie Hannon-Dolby one the other day? There was a clip of that doing the rounds.
I didn't actually.
Jazz Singh bowls. Full length delivery, which has been dug out by Corshall down towards third man. Bell Drummond out there in the deep, doing the fielding. .148 for 9. Jazz Singh at the top of his mark once more. Young, tall, fast bowler, 20 years of age, driven away here by Bamba up towards Parkinson at mid-off, who took the catch to remove Anderson. And Jazz Singh gets his cap back off the umpire. One more wicket needed with Middlesex 148 for 9 from, what is it now, 34 overs, 16 remaining for them. So required rate is just shy of 9 and over.
Strong favourites. Safe to say. Is it going to be Hamid Kadri continuing? Forgive me if I just messed up.
No. It's okay.
I just plugged in my laptop to save it.
Yeah, Kadri to continue, as you say.
Indeed. We've got a little musical interlude.
Did you see the there was a tennis game going on the other day, and Cotton Eye Joe just came on mid-rally?
Where did it come from?
It was, I don't know, but it was over the
Where did
tannoy.
it go, you're supposed to say?
Oh yeah. Sorry, I was trying to explain the story.
Sorry. Any opportunity for a punchline. Kadri bowls, and that is left to go through to Harry Finch.
It was just so appropriate that I didn't even realise you'd gone into mid-song.
That Corshall on strike has just nicked it down. It's going not quite all the way down to the third boundary. They will come back for 2 though, and that brings up the 150 for Middlesex. This is confirmed by the great Steve Watts on the PA here at Beckenham. The less great me will be on the PA at Canterbury on Thursday. So I apologise now. It's another one from Kadri. It's a play and a miss, but outside of the line, comes back off the pad, nothing doing. He comes once again, 150 for 9. That's a big shot from Corshall, but it's not timed it particularly well. Just trot through for a single. Would the etiquette be for you to take over now, because it's 1 wicket down, and you might want to clip up some good commentary?
No, don't worry about it. You carry
sure?
on. Yeah.
Okie doke. Right, Kadri bowls once again. Try and tempted pull away by Hansen, and then a scramble back to his ground. That's not Hansen, that's Bamber, of course. Scramble back for his ground. There's no run out. There isn't a run. It's just some calamity cricket on this Sunday afternoon. Grey skies above us now, nothing to worry about. Silvery as the plane goes over. Kadri comes in once again. Bamber's worked that one away into the leg side. There'll be a shot at the stumps again, but he's made his ground very nicely as Shen Corshall to get through, and the ball is back with the umpire. That is the end of Hamid Kadri's over. 151 2 for 9. 35 overs gone. 152 for 9. Bamber and Corshall, the last wicket pairing. Looks like it's going to be Jazz Singh to continue from the City end, looking to wrap it up for Kent.
Yeah, one more wicket needed. Jazz Singh bowls. Ooh, a slightly uppish drive from Bamber towards Ben Compton. Dropped short of him in the end. Few days off for Kent's players after a busy week. Wednesday, Friday, Sunday. Play one day, day off the next. Travel day, if you will. This one's cut away to the covers. But yeah, having lost at Lancashire and both of the and last Sunday, of course, getting skittled out for 116 against Leicestershire to then bat poorly again at Blackpool. Really good response from them batting first at the Oval on Friday. They've done so likewise here at Beckenham today against Middlesex. Low full toss that one from Jazz Singh, which has been drilled away out towards point. Good stop from Jaden Denley. There'd be the bowling change. Get Jaden Denley on, see if he can get the final wicket.
There's your narrative. Yeah, indeed. I think you're quite right. The upturn in fortunes, this is the thing, it's a momentum game, and Kent have definitely turned around some pretty negative momentum. A week ago, it was a lot of doom and gloom floating around the place. But the last 3 days have put a smile back on a few faces, I think it's safe to say.
Slower ball from Jazz Singh, beats the bat as Corshall was trying to swing it, Bamber trying to swing it away into the offside. Yeah, I mean, that was a hefty defeat.
Yeah.
On a week
and it was
ago.
it was just the manner of it and the questions to be asked about the toss, and Kent have won an extraordinary amount of tosses. For the amount, there's so much talk about Kent winning tosses this season, mainly because they seem to win every one, and then the decisions tend to get critiqued afterwards.
They got it wrong last Sunday, they got it right today. Bat first at Beckenham would be my motto, and maybe it's Kent's motto going forward as this one's drilled through the covers. Jaden Denley setting off after it. Good fielding from him. Youthful exuberance. Yeah, look, Kent lost by 264 runs a week ago on this very ground to Leicestershire. 380 for 5 played, 116 all out.
What's good as well is that a lot of people have come back, so they weren't put off by that last week. There's been decent numbers in today and a decent day for it as well, and they've been treated to some decent cricket.
Full delivery from Jazz Singh, which is driven away by Bamber. Up towards mid-on. Feels like an inevitability now about the result. Just a question of when. Kent are going to wrap things up. Middlesex. It will be nothing short of miracle territory for these two to put on a partnership to force a different kind of result. Elsewhere, Yorkshire winning by 5 wickets against Essex at Chelmsford. Chasing down 2-2-2 to win the game. Northamptonshire, as we mentioned earlier on, beat Durham. Any other results? We had that one between Warwickshire and Worcestershire, where the Bears won by 9 wickets. Looks like Glamorgan are going to get over the line against Sussex at Hove. They're just 3 shy of the victory target. And then Dutworth Lewis involved in the Notts Surrey game. Notts 161 for 3, chasing 245 to win.
Matt Parkinson's returning from the City end.
Leicestershire needed 97, 5 down to beat Hampshire, so perhaps Hampshire favourites at Southampton. Somerset are not going to beat Gloucestershire, fair to say, at Bristol.
Well, not with that attitude.
Not chasing 455.
No, quite.
So yeah, Parkinson on then to try and finish it off.
Do you want me to finish off? Corshall and strike. And he's just worked that into the offside. Now we know run there.
Get Jaden Denley on.
I think you should start a chant to that effect.
Denley, Denley, Denley.
Yeah, so more than just I can hear. Parkinson back in once again. Back foot, attempted cut away from Corshall. Doesn't get any of it. Goes straight through to the gloves of Harry Finch. Gets away with one. That was one of his teammates got out that exact way but a few moments ago. Parkinson back past the umpire. Delivers, Corshall clips it forward towards mid-on and will just trot through for a single.
Did you see the Kent admins? There is another one, Star Wars Denley reference. I thought that was very good.
But, I mean, they have a decent game when it comes to social media. It's all good fun. That's something that's definitely come on the last couple of years. It's supposed to be fun, this.
He was our last hope. There is another.
Bamba's gone big. He's gone very big. Is that going to reach? It's not. It's taken on the boundary. It's all over. Is that Denley to seal it? Denley with the catch. Bamba with an almighty attempted 6 over deep square leg. And Jaden Denley has caught it on the rope, has jumped from one foot to the other and has remained inside it. And that is it. The Kent Spitfires have won by an almighty margin of victory. I think, what is that, 134 runs?
Yes.
Thank you very much indeed. Yes, Kent Spitfires win by 134 runs, still 14 overs available to Middlesex. They haven't needed them. They've been dismissed for 154. Ethan Bamba, the last man to go. I thought for all the while it was going to sail over the boundary for 6. It was hauled in by Jaden Denley off the bowling of Matt Parkinson. And Kent have a bit of momentum going in the Metrobank One Day Cup.
They do. The fever has caught on. Obviously, they got that victory against Scarborough to start with, but then, as we mentioned, last Sunday here against Leicestershire, then Wednesday at Blackpool, got thumped by Leicestershire and Lancashire, but they've responded really well, the Spitfires, with victory over Surrey at the Oval on Friday, batting first, of course, and then the spinners doing the job. And then today, pretty similar formula, got a score on the board batting first. We thought it might be shy of what they could have eventually got, because at one stage they were looking on for 300, for 350 maybe even, and they've, thanks to some good late bowling, been restricted by Middlesex to 288 all out. But actually, from the off, leaning with his off spin with the new ball, that tactic working again, 2 for him. At the top with the ball, Baisley getting 2 in 2 balls, of course. Parkinson came on and got the key wicket of Higgins. And then 2 for Kadri, getting rid of the 2 middle order left-handers. Jazz Singh getting 2 as well. So the wickets really nicely shared around, and the Spitfires getting a good hand as they're home following. Applaud them off the field of play here at Beckenham. Thanks to you, Alex Hode, for your company. Kevin Hand, do you want to come on and briefly...